My boyfriend bragged about putting me in my place after kissing his ex. He thought I'd crawl back, but he begged for mercy and 38 texts later. Logan began referring to his actions as jokes 6 months ago whenever I asked him a question. I asked him to refrain from flirting with girls at parties in October, which started the pattern. I was obsessed with him, he said, laughing, to his friends. This made Zach, Ryan, and Jake laugh. Every time I was around, they began to make remarks about clingy girlfriends. Logan started to push limits. In bars, he would wink at me from across the room while dancing with other girls. In front of me, he began approaching random women and giving them his number. He claimed I was being overly dramatic about everyday social interaction when I confronted him later. He would shake his head and say, "It's just dancing," as if I were completely insane. Without fail, his friends were always there to support him. Last weekend, Logan's ex-girlfriend Sophie appeared at Zach's birthday celebration in a form-fitting red dress. Although Logan said they were just being friendly, she had been messaging him for weeks. I saw her run her fingers along his bicep and touch his arm as she spoke. Logan smirked and continued to look at me. In order to record everything, his friends Ryan and Jake set up shop close by with their phones out. People from our college and other local schools were crammed into the party. We got there at 8. And Logan had been drinking steadily ever since. For hours, he ignored me entirely while continuing to buy Sophie drinks. He turned away from me, or changed the topic every time I attempted to join in on their conversation. Logan took Sophie by the waist and drew her in at around 10:30. His hands were on her hips as he gave her a full tongue kiss. At least 45 seconds passed during the kiss. Jake and Ryan immediately began chanting. They pointed their cameras straight at me and shouted, "She deserved it. She deserved it." Several others turned to observe the spectacle. Some people chuckled. Others remained silent but appeared uneasy. Logan drew away from Sophie and looked directly at me. "Just a joke, babe," he exclaimed with a smile. In his ear, Sophie whispered something while giggling. He squeezed her waist once more while nodding. I made my way through the throng to the front door. People stepped aside and gazed. My phone began to buzz before I even got to my car. My screen displayed text after text. Logan was sending messages more quickly than I could read them. By the time I got home, there were 20 in all. "You're ruining my night. Come back right now and apologize to Sophie. Stop being so dramatic about everything. Everyone at this party thinks you're completely psycho now." I turned off my phone completely and drove home, saying, "This is exactly why guys don't want serious girlfriends. You totally embarrassed me in front of all my friends. Learn to take a harmless joke for once in your life." Logan had uploaded 8 Instagram stories between midnight and 2:30 a.m. on Sunday morning when I checked it. Videos of him making out with random partygoers. Women dancing in close-ups against him. The final story featured Logan taking pictures with 3 different girls, and each caption went something like, "This is what happens when you try to control me. And freedom feels so good right now." According to the caption, single life hits different. In each and every post, he had tagged Jake, Zach, and Ryan. At 2:30 a.m., Logan arrived at my apartment complex. On Sunday morning, for 5 minutes in a row, he banged on the front door and shouted my name loudly enough to wake up the units next door. I opened it at last, and he smelled of cigarettes, alcohol, and several perfumes. There were creases, and a dark stain on his button-down shirt, and his hair was sticking up in all directions. He said, "You're a psycho girlfriend," as he swayed against my door. "Every guy cheats on their girl eventually. At least I did it to your face instead of sneaking around behind your back like some coward." I instructed him to leave right away. Leaning against the doorframe, he laughed. "You'll forgive me by Tuesday like you always do," he responded. Then he staggered back to his car and drove off, saying, "Remember when I made out with your sister's friend at Christmas? You got over that real quick?" Ryan sent me a private Instagram message on Monday afternoon. I closed the app after reading the message twice. "You're way too uptight about everything. Logan was teaching you an important lesson about trust and boundaries. You should be grateful he cares enough to help you grow as a person." I received a message from Emily 20 minutes later. The group chat on Zach's phone was visible to her, who is his girlfriend. 23 screenshots of their conversation from Sunday night were sent to me by her. Logan was boasting about how he had put me in my place. "She'll come crawling back like always," he stated. Jake responded with sobbing laughing emojis. "They all do when you show them who's really the boss." He wrote, "Savage move. Bro." Ryan went on to say, "She definitely needed that reality check." Logan sent a picture of himself in bed, his hair disheveled and shirtless. More laughing emojis followed from all his friends. He captioned it, saying, "Single life is treating me incredibly well already. Logan thinks he knows exactly who I am. He thinks I'm still the same naive girl who apologized after our first fight 3 years ago." First update. Remember how Logan said I'd come crawling back by Tuesday? Well, guess what happened on Tuesday? Nothing at all. He's probably out celebrating with his friends right now, thinking he's won some sort of victory, and he has no idea what's coming for him. The girl who blamed herself when he joked about my weight in front of his entire family last Christmas. I didn't check his social media. I didn't text him. And by Wednesday morning, I had 50 text messages and 22 missed calls. Logan's messages began normally, saying things like, "Hey babe, you're being really immature about this whole thing." Apparently, this broke his entire brain. "I know you're reading these messages," they said as their desperation grew. "When I try to fix this, why do you ignore me?" He was practically having a text meltdown by Thursday, saying, "I can't believe you're actually going to throw away 3 years over one harmless joke," he said. "This silent treatment thing is getting really old. To me, Sophie meant nothing at all. You must understand that. My friends were encouraging me while I was inebriated." He kept calling it a joke, as if making out with his ex while his friends were filming me was just a funny practical joke that I should enjoy. This is what really irritates me. This man's audacity is truly remarkable. On Friday afternoon, he showed up at my workplace. My coworker Chloe came to find me in the break room and informed me that there was a man in the lobby asking for me, looking really agitated. I peeked around the corner and saw Logan pacing back and forth, running his hands through his hair as he usually does when he's stressed. His face brightened as I walked out there, as if I was finally ready to forgive him, and he began speaking right away, saying, "Thank God, I've been trying to get in touch with you for days." I told him that since he had already made such a public mockery of our relationship, we could discuss this matter in the lobby and decide how to proceed together. "Don't be like this," he uttered, his face changing quickly. "You're being really unfair." In response to my question about what he was apologizing for, this man genuinely expressed regret that I misinterpreted his joke and felt offended. "I came here to apologize and work things out like adults." I told him his apology was noted, and he could go now, but he became louder and said I was being totally irrational and making this whole thing much bigger than it needed to be. "I'm not sorry for kissing his ex, for making me feel embarrassed, or that I'm too sensitive to enjoy his sense of humor. Every couple goes through stuff like this," he said. "It's called growing together and learning to trust each other." At this point, Chloe and half of the office were watching from behind the reception desk. Logan finally lowered his voice, stepped closer, and informed me that he wouldn't leave until we had resolved this issue. After seeing those screenshots of the group chat, I realized something important. He really thought I would give in like I always had before, and the old me would have been ashamed of making a scene at work, and would have agreed to speak in private just to get him to leave. I told Logan that we were done, not taking a break, not working through problems, but completely finished, and his face went through about 5 different emotions in 10 seconds. Confusion, disbelief, anger, and then this strange fake laugh that made it seem like I was obviously kidding. It changed everything for me to read him boast about putting me in my place, and knowing that I'd come crawling back. "You don't mean that," he said. "Since we've been dating for 3 years, I completely understand that you're upset right now. You can't just brush that off over something this dumb." I clarified that making out with his ex, while his friends were filming, it wasn't dumb. Rather, it was intentional humiliation. Logan became defensive right away, saying that his group chat messages revealed his true feelings for me, and that it wasn't romantic to show up drunk at my apartment at 2:30 in the morning. It was disrespectful and, to be honest, a little frightening. "Those guys were just being guys," he said. "You are familiar with group chats. To make each other feel good, we say dumb things. It doesn't mean anything real," he said, adding that the kiss with Sophie was nothing more serious than him showing off while intoxicated. However, what really hit home for me was that he rolled his eyes when I said that I was afraid when he showed up intoxicated. "Come on. You know I would never hurt you," he actually said. "Reduce your exaggerated behavior." I learned everything I needed to know from his dismissal of my feelings regarding his inebriated 2:30 visit. This man does not respect my boundaries, my feelings, or my basic sense of safety, and he never will because, in his opinion, I'm just being dramatic and overly sensitive. I turned around and returned to work as if he had never been there. I watched him stand there through the window for another 10 minutes, presumably waiting for me to return outside and continue the conversation. My sister Emily had left me 3 voicemails when I got home that night, stating that Logan had called her to ask if she could talk sense into me. He explained that I was having a breakdown and that I needed family intervention to see reason. Emily was incensed. She claimed that Logan had described the entire party scenario as though he had been the victim of my domineering and jealous behavior. Emily was incensed, claiming that I had lost my mind over harmless flirting and was now punishing him with silence. The best part, though, is that Emily was present at Zach's party. She was present when Logan attempted to rewrite history and make himself the victim, but she quickly shut that down, telling Logan that what she had witnessed was not innocent flirting, but rather the public humiliation of his girlfriend for entertainment. She saw Logan kiss Sophie as his friends chanted and recorded, and she saw how embarrassed I looked as I left. Any man who would do that to someone he supposedly loved had serious problems, and she'd have some choice words for him if he ever called her again trying to manipulate family members. Logan apparently did not take this well, and Emily said he began arguing with her, insisting she didn't fully understand the context, and that I had been controlling and jealous for months. He accused her of encouraging my dramatic behavior when she refused to agree with him. That conversation took place yesterday. Logan's mother texted me this morning, saying, "Hello, sweetie. Logan informed me that there are issues between you two. I was hoping we could discuss finding a solution over coffee this weekend. You are aware of Logan's love for you. Logan believes that if enough people tell me to forgive him, I'll give in to pressure and return to being his doormat girlfriend, but he doesn't realize that I'm not the same person who apologized after his last joke." That's when I realized Logan's master plan. He's calling in reinforcements. His mom, my sister, and probably planning to get our mutual friends involved too. He wants to play games and involve other people, so I'm not the girl who blamed herself when he flirted with my sister. I've been working on something since Sunday, and it's almost ready. The second update is that Tuesday will be very interesting. Zach can play that game, but he won't enjoy my version nearly as much as his own. I'm shaking with anger right now, but I'm also kind of impressed with how this all worked out. So, remember when Logan's mom wanted to go get coffee? Well, that was only the start of his masterful scheme to manipulate both of our families. On Saturday morning, I'm at Target shopping for groceries when my mom calls. She seems concerned and asks me if I'm all right because she just got off the phone with Logan's mother, who apparently told his parents that I'm having a mental health crisis, and that I'm not talking about our relationship issues. I tell my mom about the entire party situation, including the kiss with Sophie, the filming, the group chat messages, and everything else. After listening, my mom becomes enraged and tells me that Logan's mother painted a totally different picture, saying that I had a jealousy-fueled breakdown over innocent socializing, and that now I'm punishing Logan with cruel silence. My mom calls Logan's mother back right away, and I can hear both sides of the conversation because she kept the speaker on. My mom interrupts Logan's mother, who begins by speaking about how worried she is about my emotional state, and how Logan is upset that I won't even talk about solving our problems, and then goes on to describe what really transpired at that party. The purposeful kissing, the public humiliation, the friends chanting, and the videotaping of my response. After a long period of silence, Logan's mother says, "That's not the story Logan told them at all." According to Logan's account, I became irrationally envious when his ex appeared at the party, making a big deal out of him being courteous to her before storming out in a dramatic manner when he gave her a goodbye hug. My mom is shocked, asking Logan's mother if she really thinks her son would lie about something this serious. There's a long pause, and his friends were laughing at my overreaction, not taking part in any humiliation. The Instagram posts were just him venting after I didn't answer his calls. My mom loses it when Logan's mother says she believes in her son. Perhaps there are two sides to every story. She tells Logan's mother that if her son believes that kissing other women in front of his girlfriend is acceptable relationship behavior, then perhaps she was a bad parent. She says that any mother who supports her adult son kissing other women is obviously raising him to be disrespectful to women. The situation worsens on Sunday afternoon when Logan's mother hangs up on her. My dad calls to report that Logan showed up at our house to speak with him directly about the situation while he was working in the garage. Logan just showed up without invitation, acting respectful and worried. My dad, who doesn't yet know the whole story, listens politely as Logan explains how much he loves me and wants to work through my insecurities with me. He's willing to go to couples counseling and do whatever it takes to help me feel more secure in our relationship. Logan told my dad that I've been struggling with jealousy and trust issues for months, and that he's been trying to be patient and understanding, but I've gotten increasingly controlling about his friendships with women. My dad tells Logan he'll think about it and get back to me, but after Logan leaves, my dad calls me bewildered as to why Logan seems so sincere and worried if he actually did what I described. Logan then asks my dad to talk to me about giving their relationship another chance, saying he knows I respect my father's opinion and might listen to him when I won't listen to anyone else. My dad's expression changes completely as I tell him the whole story. The months of testing boundaries, the purposeful flirting, the kiss with Sophie while his friends were filming, the group chat messages boasting about putting me in my place, and I drive straight over to their house and sit down with them both. By the time I finish, my dad is enraged that Logan came to their house and lied to him directly. My mom shows him the screenshot that Emily sent from the group chat, and when he reads that Logan called me a psycho girlfriend and said that I'll come crawling back, he loses it. He calls Logan right away and puts it on speaker. My dad cuts straight to the chase and asks Logan to explain the group chat messages about putting me in my place. Logan stutters for a moment before claiming that those were just guy talk and didn't mean anything serious, that men exaggerate in group chats to sound tough, but that's not how they really feel. Logan's response is generally positive, as if he believes my dad is calling to help persuade me. He claims that after I left him, he was upset and venting to his friends. When my dad inquires about the video of him kissing Sophie, Logan says it was just a friendly kiss that appeared worse on camera than it was, and that his friends were intoxicated and making foolish remarks, but he has no control over what other people say or do. My dad then asks Logan the question that opens the door. Why did Logan lie about what happened when he came to their house? Why did he tell a completely different story that made me look unstable and jealous instead of admitting that he kissed another woman? Logan immediately becomes defensive, claiming that he was trying to protect my reputation by not telling my parents how badly I overreacted, and that he didn't want them to think less of me for making such a dramatic scene over nothing. My dad tells Logan that lying to my parents to get them to put pressure on me is not protecting my reputation. It's manipulative. That any man who would publicly humiliate his girlfriend and then lie to her family about it is not welcome in their house ever again. Logan begins to argue that my dad doesn't understand the full context, and that I've been telling a one-sided story. If my dad truly knew how controlling and jealous I'd become, he would understand why Logan was at his breaking up. Logan tries to interrupt, but my dad cuts him off, saying that lying to parents in order to control their daughter demonstrates exactly what kind of character Logan has, and that any man who would do that is a coward, who can't face the consequences of his own actions. The call ends with my dad hanging up on Logan and telling him never to contact our family again. When I wake up, Logan has sent me 38 texts. The messages, which begin at 2:30 a.m. and last until 5:30 a.m., are pure stream of consciousness desperation. Your parents have completely turned against me now thanks to your lies, the messages read. Guys, this man has completely lost his mind. I never told your dad a lie. I wanted to avoid hurting your feelings. Everything positive we had together is being destroyed by your careless error. I can't eat or sleep without you, and I'm going crazy. At 4 a.m. The messages take a darker turn. You've made me look like a monster to both our families. Everyone I care about is choosing your side without hearing mine. You're using everything I trusted you with against me, wasting 3 years of my life because you can't even forgive one mistake. I don't even know who you've become. The last message at 5:30 a.m. simply states, I'm not giving up on us, no matter what you do. On Wednesday night, Logan reappears at my parents' house. My dad calls me right away after spotting him through the window. When I drive over, Logan is sitting on their front porch and won't leave until someone speaks to him. I approach him and ask him what the devil he's doing, and he tells me that he's been waiting for someone to come home for 2 hours so he can properly explain his side. Logan talks quickly about how everyone has turned against him because of incomplete information, that the group chat messages were taken out of context, and that the kiss with Sophie was just drunken foolishness, rather than intentional cruelty. He tells me that he has been in love with me for 3 years, and that he would never intentionally hurt me. But that he did, and that his actions had consequences, forcing him to live with them. Logan becomes even more irate and accuses me of being unforgiving of a single drunken mistake, asking me to focus on the positive aspects of our relationship, rather than just one bad night. Reminds me of our future plans, vacations with each other's families, and our trips together. He claims that 3 years of love and commitment should be worth more than 15 minutes of bad judgment. But the thing that really bothers me is that he still refuses to accept full responsibility, blaming it on one bad night, a mistake, or poor judgment. Never. I kissed my ex on purpose to hurt you. Or I let my friends film your humiliation for amusement. My dad comes outside and orders Logan to leave their property right away, and Logan begins to argue that he has the right to try to salvage his relationship, and that my dad is meddling in matters that are not his concern. Before Logan leaves, my dad turns to me and says, "This isn't over between us." My dad tells Logan that when he lies to parents to manipulate their daughter, it becomes their business. And that Logan made it their business by enlisting them in his plot to get me to forgive him. He knows I still love him, and eventually I'll realize I'm throwing away the best thing that ever happened to me. Logan honestly feels like the victim in this situation, thinking, I'm ruining a good relationship over one minor incident that I'm blowing completely out of proportion. But there's something I've been working on since it all began. The trap is nearly ready. Logan believes he knows me, but he has no idea what I'm truly capable of when someone pushes me too far. That will reveal to Logan exactly who he's been dealing with all along. And after witnessing him manipulate both of our families this week, I'm more driven than ever to make sure he gets exactly what he deserves. Final update, guys. I'm still buzzing from the adrenaline and genuinely feeling like the absolute queen I know I am. This is what I've been planning since this whole nightmare began. I can't believe what just happened. Remember that trap I mentioned? Well, it went down yesterday. And Logan's entire world just imploded in the most beautiful way possible. Logan believes that his manipulation techniques are clever, but he made a critical error. He underestimated my intelligence and my familiarity with his patterns. As you can see, Logan has a tendency to boast about his victories. And he always has. He recorded the entire Sophie kiss incident because he enjoys having evidence of his dominance over women. And he had saved videos from that party, which I knew. On Thursday afternoon, I text Logan to ask if we can meet up to talk, not to reconcile, but to have a candid discussion about where we went wrong so we can both move on. He replies in 30 seconds that we can, and suggests that we meet at the coffee shop near campus where we had our first date. At 2 p.m. on Saturday, I show up at Logan's place, and he immediately agrees, probably thinking I'm finally ready to come crawling back like he predicted, but I tell him that's too public and emotional for this kind of conversation. What if we meet at his apartment Saturday afternoon so we can talk privately without interruptions? I tell Logan that I've been thinking a lot about our relationship, and that I want to understand his perspective on what happened, that maybe I did overreact to some things, and that I want to hear his side, without interrupting or getting defensive. He also offers me coffee and asks how I've been doing, looking concerned and caring as if he weren't sending me insane texts at 4 a.m. Logan's entire face lights up as he begins to explain that he never intended to hurt me, that the party situation got out of control because of peer pressure and alcohol, and that kissing Sophie was just him being foolish and showing off, not any kind of deliberate betrayal. I nod along and ask follow-up questions, such as what exactly his friends were saying that made him feel pressured, how the kiss with Sophie actually started, and whether there was anything leading up to it that I missed. Logan becomes more animated as he talks about how Ryan and Jake dared him to prove he wasn't afraid of me by flirting with other women. I act shocked and hurt by this revelation, and then he tells me something I didn't know before. Apparently, the whole thing was planned. Earlier that week, Ryan texted Sophie and invited her to the party specifically to mess with our relationship, thinking it would be hilarious to see how I'd react to her showing up. I asked Logan why he went along with a plan designed to humiliate me, and he says he didn't know about Ryan's plan until that night, and by then he was too drunk to think clearly. I tell Logan I appreciate his honesty, and I'm beginning to understand what really happened, that perhaps I was too quick to judge the situation without knowing all the facts. Logan explained that when Sophie started flirting with him, his friends started filming and encouraging him, and that he felt trapped between disappointing his friends and disappointing me, so he made a split-second decision that he immediately regretted. I ask the question I've been putting off, and Logan relaxes completely, likely thinking he's managed to get me to forgive him again. I tell Logan that my friends have been asking me what actually happened that night, and I want to be able to give them a precise explanation. Logan hesitates for a moment before acknowledging that he has some videos on his phone, saying that his friends sent him clips from that night. but he hasn't looked at them because they're too painful to watch. Can you still have any videos from the party that might help me understand exactly how everything went down? I ask if we could watch them together, so I can see what he saw, and better understand his experience. Despite his obvious discomfort, Logan finally agrees, saying that perhaps it would be best for us both to face the truth about what happened. He takes out his phone and opens his photo gallery, revealing at least 15 videos from that party, which we begin to watch together. Guys, they are far worse than I even remembered. Before we move on to the videos of Logan with Sophie, there's one in which he's obviously groping her ass while she grinds against him. The first few contain Logan dancing with other women, while I'm standing close by looking uneasy, and you can hear Ryan and Jake saying things like testing my limits, and seeing how much I'll tolerate. The worst part is the kiss video, which shows Logan grabbing Sophie violently and kissing her with obvious passion while whispering in her ear while staring directly at me across the room. You can hear his friends laughing and saying things like, "She looks pissed." And this is so good. You can see me in the background, looking completely destroyed, as Ryan and Jake chant, "She deserved it," while pointing their cameras at me. But here's the part that really enrages me. A video shows Logan and Sophie making out again, more passionately this time, after I left. While Jake is filming, you can hear him say, "Post this. She needs to see what she's missing." Logan continues to downplay what I'm seeing as we watch these videos, saying, "It looks worse on camera than it felt in person." He has her pressed against the wall with his hands up her dress. I can hardly recall this incident because I was so inebriated. The guys were just being stupid with their commentary. After we've finished watching, I turn to face Logan and tell him that those videos depict intentional, calculated cruelty meant to make fun of me, and that no amount of alcohol or peer pressure can justify such disrespect. Logan instantly starts to backtrack. I tell Logan that I appreciate him showing me the videos because now I have a full picture of what actually happened. He says the videos don't show the whole context, and that I'm misinterpreting what I'm seeing, that he was intoxicated and confused, and wasn't thinking clearly about how his actions might affect me. He looks perplexed and asks what I mean by that. So I take out my own phone and show him that I've been recording everything we've said, including his confession of planned humiliation, his admission of collusion with Ryan's plan, and his moments of downplaying and justifying his actions as the video evidence plays. When I remind Logan that we're in a one-party consent state, and that I have every legal right to record conversations I'm a part of, his face goes completely white, and he begins to splutter about how I tricked him and recorded him without his consent. I tell Logan that his confession, along with his own videos, paints a very clear picture of who he really is, and that I now have proof that he participated in a purposeful plan to humiliate me, then lied to both our families about what happened. Logan begins to panic and ask me what I'm going to do with the recording, so I tell him he's going to find out. I then start a group text with both of our parents, and send a pre-written message explaining that I've found out that Logan and his friends planned the party incident as a humiliation. I've attached the kiss video, which shows Logan passionately making out with Sophie while his friends chant that I deserve it. And I have video evidence, and a recorded confession that prove he lied to both families about what actually happened because I want everyone to see the truth for themselves. Key parts of our recorded conversation, where he confesses to following Ryan's plan, and the video of him groping her after I left him cause Logan to lose it. He reaches for my phone to stop me from sending any more messages, and begs me to erase everything and have a private conversation about this, claiming his parents will never forgive him if they see the videos. My mom texts, "I'm so sorry you went through this, sweetheart." And my phone immediately buzzes with responses from both families. I tell Logan that he should have considered that before he participated in humiliating me for his friend's amusement, that actions have consequences, and now he gets to face them. My dad just sends, "That piece of is dead to us," and says, "We're approaching right now." What truly makes this ideal, though, are Logan's parents' reactions. His mother texts, "Logan, come home right away." His father writes, "I'm disgusted by what I just watched. We need to talk. You're not the son we brought up." At this point, Logan is completely losing it. He is pleading with me to call our parents, and tell them that the videos are fake or misinterpreted. And he offers to do anything I want, if I will just help him put things right. I tell Logan that there is nothing to be done because this is exactly what he deserves. That he made the decision to publicly humiliate me for amusement, and now has to deal with the consequences. I laugh and tell Logan that everyone already knows exactly who we both are now, that he can try to spin this however he wants, but the videos speak for themselves. Logan becomes irate, and then threatens to tell everyone that I'm ruining his life over one mistake, and that I'll regret this when I realize what I've thrown away. The drive home was amazing, guys. I felt so powerful and in control. Like I'd finally gotten justice for all the times Logan humiliated me. And I just took it. Logan follows me to the door as I'm leaving his apartment, still pleading and threatening. I turn around and tell him this is the last time we'll ever speak. That if he contacts me, my family, or anyone in my life again, I'll be filing harassment charges. My mom said she called Logan's mother after seeing the videos, and according to my dad, he's proud of me for standing up for myself and exposing Logan's lies. My parents were waiting for me when I got home, hugging me, and apologizing for not realizing how bad things were. It seems that Logan's parents are ashamed of his actions and intend to have a serious talk with him about respecting women. The best part, though, happened later that night when Emily texted me screenshots from the group chat with Zach, Ryan, and Jake. Apparently, word got out about the videos, and now everyone who attended that party is aware of Logan's true nature. Logan hasn't posted anything on social media since yesterday, including stories or comments. The best part is that I achieved my retribution without resorting to any illegal or unethical means. I simply used Logan's own words and actions against him, and he destroyed himself by being exactly what he has always been, a manipulative, who believes he is smarter than everyone else. To all the commenters who suggested that I should forgive him and try to patch things up, that Logan is one of those people who don't deserve forgiveness. Some people should be held accountable for their actions. I'm tired of being the understanding girlfriend who gives men who don't respect me second chances. I'm tired of allowing people to treat me like, because it's easier than defending myself. Logan believed that he could publicly humiliate me, and then use our families to pressure me into forgiving him because I was weak and desperate enough to return to him as I always had. Logan wanted to put me in my place, and I'm happy to say that my place is obviously a few levels above his manipulative. Caught my wife cheating, filed for divorce, and she tried to destroy me by bribing my family to testify against me, but I sued them and won $70,000. Well, I'll do my best to keep this brief. My ex-wife had been cheating on me, so I filed for divorce a few months ago. I caught her in bed with one of my pals, and it was sufficient evidence for me, even if I had no other proof. In a matter of days, I filed for divorce, but she began to seek an absurd amount of alimony from me, saying that she earned it because I had mistreated her during our marriage. I had always been really kind to her, and we had been married for 3 years after dating for 5. That kind of thing had never occurred. However, she was lying merely to exact revenge on me for divorcing her, rather than forgiving her, as she had requested. She earned nearly as much as I did. Even still, she insisted on receiving alimony because she wanted to be made whole for all that she had endured. My word against hers was all that existed. Thus, the situation was already rather complex. To make matters worse, she chose to bribe my family, with whom I already have a bad relationship. In an attempt to turn the tables on me, they obviously testified against me, and I was positive that my ex-wife had bought their testimony. They repeated the same things she had told them like parrots. Therefore, what was happening was rather obvious. Fortunately, I had the facts on my side, and the judge was a fairly sane and bright man, so he could see right through what was happening. Her claims were rejected, and she didn't receive a dime from me. I eventually obtained what I wanted, although it took a few more months. But a few weeks ago, I made the decision to charge my parents, my older sister, my wife, and my family. I want them to feel the same way I have been feeling for the past few months. Therefore, I'm suing them for $40,000 apiece. They had pushed me emotionally to the limit, tried to extract money from me, and lied about me. I got promoted a few weeks ago so I could afford to do this because I had been putting all of my effort into my work to keep myself occupied. I will at least receive something even if I do not receive $40,000 from each of them. That much, I'm confident, because they have no defense and my attorney is quite competent. My family isn't so willing to fight, but my ex-wife is. Since we are family, they want me to drop the lawsuit against them. They say they only sided with my wife because we already don't get along, and they reasoned that she must have been telling the truth, only to discover later that they had been duped. In essence, they are pretending to be innocent, and want me to overlook it because we are related and I didn't have to pay my ex-wife anything in the end. Therefore, by now, everything ought to be forgiven. However, I don't believe that's how it ought to operate. Rachel is suing my family because they gave false testimony against me during my divorce. Update the first. I appreciate all of the comments left on my post. You folks are so kind to be so encouraging. At the very least, it helps me feel less alone because I have been in pain for the previous few months and haven't had many people with whom to discuss it. I can't discuss it with my pals, but I don't feel safe doing so given how private everything is. Of course, I can't talk to my relatives either. This has been a great way for me to just let everything out. In any case, I will proceed with the lawsuit. I'm not going to back down just yet. After much consideration, I don't believe they are deserving of my pity. Until I have their bank records, I will be unable to provide proof. But I am positive that they were bribed and fully accepted it. I would have accused each of them of perjury. However, since everything is already dependent on our words and actions and we don't have much more evidence, my lawyer told me not to go with it since it would be very challenging to prove. All it will do is drag things out. Therefore, we continued to charge emotional distress and malicious prosecution against my ex-wife. We took precautions, and even if I don't receive $40,000, I will still receive something. That's the objective. The money is not what I'm after. Teaching them a lesson is my goal, and I will stop at nothing to achieve it. It has nothing to do with my ex-wife specifically, but she also deserves this. I'm more disappointed in my family than in her, though, because they haven't always been like way, despite what most people here think. Actually, I used to get along great with my parents and older sister in the past. However, they have been acting differently over the past few years, ever since I began working for this particular company, where I receive a rather substantial pay. In essence, they were constantly pursuing me for money, which is why we stopped getting along. Not just once or twice every few months. Mind you, I mean roughly every other week. Either my mother, father, or elder sister called or messaged me to let me know they were having a difficult time, and finally, despite my displeasure, I would just give in and send them some cash. And that was the beginning of all the issues. I should have simply been strict with my money from the start, to be honest. Rather, we developed a habit. I would simply give them money whenever they asked for it. I knew I made a lot more money than they did, so I would feel horrible if I asked for it back. My older sister is divorced and resides with my parents, who are both retired. She doesn't make much money, at least not compared to me, because she works as a high school teacher. They all desired a better lifestyle, but instead of working for it, they would just rely on me to provide everything. After a few months, it became rather unpleasant because I felt like they were taking me and my money for granted. In other words, they had enough money to maintain themselves. Naturally, my ex-wife and I were still going strong at the time, and we were even considering starting a family. I eventually informed my family that I no longer wanted to send the money because it was becoming exploitative. I informed them that I also needed to consider my future. I needed to start saving money since I wanted to start a family soon. They had to put an end to their crazy habit of continuously requesting money from me, and then guilt-tripping me, when I refused until I eventually gave in. By then, we had a rather heated argument, but after a few weeks, everything was resolved. That's what I believed, anyway. In actuality, nothing ever returned to how it had been. And after that, I constantly felt as though they were treating me coldly. We began to distance ourselves within a few years, which is why by the time I filed for divorce, our relationship was already strained. Clearly, my ex-wife was aware of it. She chose to exploit our tense relationship by having them testify against me and disparage me in court after I had told her in confidence. Sadly, that didn't work out for her. I knew she wasn't in dire need of the money or the alimony, so I don't really understand why she wanted to get back at me so aggressively. She only wanted to get even with me for divorcing her, rather than giving her another chance, as she had requested. She shouldn't have cheated on me in the first place if she was that desperate to keep her marriage intact. As far as I was concerned, we were completely content, so I don't understand why she did that now and I never will. In any case, it is pointless to consider all of these issues at this time. Now that it's all over, my only concern is the future. And I sincerely hope that they won't ever again play me. Right now, I'm going to use this lawsuit to ensure that. The second update. Hi there, everybody. Since my last post a few weeks ago, the case has continued to proceed. My ex-wife and my family have been doing everything they can to avoid giving me the money, but my lawyer and I are sharks at the moment, and the negotiations haven't gone their way thus far. I don't want to delve into the specifics. This might go to court if they disagree, which would be considerably worse for them. Not really, in my opinion, as I now have more than enough money, and although some may be upset that I'm squandering it by pursuing them, I don't give a damn. Right now, at least for my own mental health, this is really vital. That's the legal side of things anyway. Things have been somewhat strange in my personal life. After the divorce was finalized, my ex-wife and I sold the house we shared and divided the proceeds, leaving me a single man. I've been renting a tiny apartment close to my place of employment. Other than a few acquaintances, no one knows where I reside. However, my older sister showed up at my place a few days ago, so I assume someone figured me out. She was the only one, and I was somewhat surprised to see her via the peephole because I didn't think my family would be aware of my whereabouts. I was at home because it was the weekend. But I acted as though I wasn't just to get her to stop bothering me. Before she ultimately became irritated and left, she continued to ring the doorbell and waited outside for me to either come out or at least answer the door for 15 minutes. Although she did leave a message at my door, I didn't open it until I was positive she had left and wasn't even in the building anymore. In any case, the message I received stated that it was from her and my parents, who wanted to talk to me face to face without the use of attorneys because, at the end of the day, we were family, and things were becoming somewhat challenging at home. They seemed to want to work things out with me. Since they testified against me in court, I had blocked them, and I had no intention of unblocking them for this reason. I simply tossed that note away. However, she returned to my place at the same hour the following day. I was on the phone with a coworker just before I left for work at that moment. Since she had already heard my voice inside and brought it up, there was no purpose in acting as though I wasn't home this time. She began shouting out to me as soon as she heard me enter, saying that she was aware I was there and that I was unable to leave. I couldn't be putting my family through this, and pretending that everything was justified. So I needed to talk to her and work things out. Since my coworker was on the phone, I must admit that I was really annoyed. I also believe he heard my sister shouting from outside the door, though it was very faint. I then promised to give him a call back later. Since I honestly simply wanted to get this over with, I then made the decision to open the door and speak with my sister. She came into the house without even asking permission, closed the door behind her, and began yelling in my face, accusing me of being crazy and telling me to think about my family, but I couldn't act in this way and expect to get away with it. Without even waiting for me to speak, she launched into her tirade about how I had caused the family to suffer and how, despite the fact that we rarely communicate with our family, it seemed like everyone was talking about us. Sincerely, I have no idea who may have discussed it, but that isn't the point. She was basically angry that I hadn't even begun. I considered our elderly parents, who are now retired, and must dig through their money. They are always concerned that their retirement fund will be depleted due to the high cost of the lawyer. Additionally, the costs will only go higher if I win this action, or if it gets to trial. She claimed that she has been having financial difficulties as well. And they've all had a really tough time at home. Even though I have more than enough, and don't need the $40,000 I'm requesting, I don't seem to care about any of it, and I'm determined to exact revenge on them. She told me that I was being petty, and that I should move on from this since I was making everyone around me suffer a lot and I wouldn't be satisfied with the outcome in the end. I simply told her that since I genuinely don't care, she didn't need to worry about my conscience. After everything I had been through, this is essentially nothing, so I was perfectly okay with putting them through all of this. They have each other, at least. I was fighting by myself and had no allies. And they never once made an effort to consider me, or the suffering they had caused me. They have a lot of guts after all that. I sent her here to speak with me, attempting to bargain as though she was capable of doing so. I informed her that she was fortunate that my attorney and I had not chosen to press charges of perjury, because we were certain that they had been bought off, and had taken the bribe to lie under oath, in order to give my ex-wife what she wanted, after which they would demand a larger cut. Nothing was more important to them than money. At the moment, I was simply acting in the same manner as they had and abiding by the same set of rules. They had no right to doubt my morality. She remained silent for a few seconds because I had completely lost my temper there. I had begun yelling at her, and she appeared to be surprised by my actions. She probably thought I was simply going to let it all go, and didn't really intend to hit back at her. She took a few seconds, nevertheless. She relaxed. She expressed her sincere regret for all that had gone wrong. They had been struggling for a long time, though, and ultimately, everyone desired money. Things have been really tough for them since I quit helping them. They didn't feel comfortable asking me for money anyway because of how aloof I've been for the past few years. I had already informed him that I didn't want to assist, as it stands. Thus, they had no other option. Clearly, there had been a lot of animosity between them and me. They therefore chose to support my ex-wife in the divorce. She gave the impression that I couldn't hold them accountable for that since, presumably, they think I was the one who initially put them in that predicament. In any case, she informed me that if I simply received $40,000 from each of the four of them, rather than from each one separately, or perhaps even a little more, we could still end this. However, it was just excessive to expect $40,000 from each individual in this manner. It was ultimately going to be useless, because it would take a long time, and I would have to keep squandering money on my attorney. She claimed to be aware that my intention was to discipline them. After all, I wasn't after the money. They were clearly intelligent enough to recognize that. She also said she had talked to my ex-wife and her parents. And it was decided by all that this would be the best course of action. However, they wanted to talk to me face to face, and let me know that this was something they had been considering before bringing it up during the discussions. Everyone would be able to move on with their lives without any more problems, at least. At that moment, I recall thinking, at least now we're talking. At last, she wasn't just acting like a victim. Instead, she had a reason. I actually calmed down for a little while at that point, and told her I will give it some thought. But for the time being, I just wanted her to go away, because I had to leave for work and couldn't afford to waste any more time in this manner. By having me rage at her, she had already ruined my mood and squandered my morning. I didn't want to experience any more of that. She then informed me that she would be happy to travel. In the first place, she had come over to discuss this with me. And instead of being so evasive about the whole situation, it would have been much simpler if I had just talked to her the day before. I considered disputing with her, but I simply didn't want to start a quarrel. I was already somewhat late for work. More time was not something I wanted to waste. I simply let her leave and went to work. I was slow. I gave it some thinking, and I contacted her in the evening, a few hours after returning home, to let her know that I needed more time to reflect. A few days have passed, and I believe I will accept her offer since, in the end, this was all about teaching them a lesson, which I believe I have done. They all appear to be troubled enough. All of this carries a serious danger. Ultimately, though, I want to put all of this behind me, and go on with my life. After taking all into account, I believe that accepting their offer would be the best course of action because, as it stands, I don't really need the money. I am aware that many people may not think this is a wise decision, especially in light of the possibility that I may receive exactly what I requested if I choose to reject this approach, drag the matter out, and take them to court. However, I don't want to do that because it will ultimately be a massive waste of time and money for me as well. I'm going to give her a call in a few days, and let my sister know that I'm prepared to accept this offer. Hopefully, it will still be in effect, and they won't have changed their minds by then, but I don't think they will do it today, considering how desperate they are. The third update. Hello. At last, I gave my sister a call. For that, I had to unblock her. Nevertheless, I told her over the phone this morning that I was prepared to accept their offer. She also promised to let me know as soon as she spoke with my ex-wife and our parents. Naturally, I also discussed this with my lawyer, and he believes that reaching a deal is acceptable. We hope to conclude this matter in a few days. In any case, my sister did put me on the phone with my parents when I called her today. I really didn't want to talk to them, so I was on the verge of hanging up. My mother, however, told me that she truly did not like what I was doing at the moment and persuaded me to stop before I did it. She informed me that they truly did not deserve this, and that I had spent the last few weeks making them all feel as though they were living in a nightmare. My family was acting like the victim once more, and I wasn't really interested in listening to them. My sister had already talked my ear off about it when she came over earlier, so I interrupted her in the middle of her sentence and told her that I really didn't want to know what they had been through. I didn't want to relive it because they didn't care about me when I was going through my belongings. No one got in touch with me to see how I'm doing. Therefore, expecting anything from me at this time is really strange. Since they are aware that they do not currently have the moral upper hand, they should just be happy that I chose to accept that offer and let them go. And I could have just as easily dragged this out, brought them to court, and made their situation even more difficult. However, I decided not to. Therefore, rather than expecting an apology from me, they should just be pleased that I changed my mind and let things go. She stopped talking after that, and I hung up on them. Seizing the chance, since everything will be resolved shortly, I can finally move on with my life, which is what I truly want. Therefore, I'm glad I took this decision. I'm tired of getting even. That is no longer necessary for me. In the future, hopefully, things will be better. Without a doubt. I'm crossing my fingers. Update 4. My last update was 2 weeks ago. Due to an assignment that required me to travel last week, I became quite preoccupied with my work. Nevertheless, we worked with our attorneys to resolve the matter, and I received $70,000 that they all contributed. After several meetings and discussions, I finally got things done the way I wanted, and I'm really happy about it. Clearly, I no longer communicate with my ex-wife. Therefore, we were also done once this was finished. Even if it's their own fault, I suppose my family finds it difficult to comprehend that I have made the decision to sever all ties with them. Just the day before I was set to leave for my assignment, my sister returned to my house, this time accompanied by my parents. I feigned that I wasn't home since I was busy packing in the hopes that they would leave. However, my sister must have recognized that I was using this tactic, because she cried out to me and threatened to stay until I opened the door and made the decision to talk to her. This action truly irritated me. I informed her, and my parents, that this was becoming out of control. So I opened the door. I didn't understand why they had reappeared after everything had been resolved. They couldn't act in this way, and expect me to put up with it, I told them. And because this was becoming absurd, I threatened to call the police and request a restraining order against them the next time they appeared. My mother then got into a heated argument with me, accusing me of treating them disrespectfully. Furthermore, I couldn't ignore my heritage and act superior to them in the end. They talked about how they brought me up. They had carelessly spent a great deal of money on me, feeding, clothing, and educating me, among other things. And I had to explain to them that the law compelled them to do all of that. They were gravely misguided, if they didn't want to do that, and if they thought of it as a favor to me. In the end, I felt that whatever they did was their responsibility. So if they were unwilling to do that, they should have either placed me for adoption so that those who were genuinely eager to care for children could have done that. It's not as though they made a special effort to help me. They had to do whatever they did because they were my parents. It wasn't as much of a favor to me as they believed. Regardless, whatever needed to be done was done in the end. There was no need in repeatedly approaching me, annoying me, and attempting to get me to speak with them. I had already made up my mind that I didn't want to interact with them in any way, and I made that choice in the end. They had no right to claim to be my family after what they had done to me and how they had violated my trust. I then told them that I was contacting the police, and slammed the door in their faces. Naturally, I didn't. But they were gone when I checked a few minutes later. To be honest, I don't know why they are so eager to stay in contact with me. They didn't really like me before. Even now, I'm aware that it's only because they want to have options in case they ever need money. It isn't related to me personally. It has nothing to do with how much they pretend to love their family. They are much more angry with me in my opinion, since I can see right through them. They can remain angry though. It hardly matters to me anymore. I'm content with my life right now. Yes, it is somewhat isolating, but that is irrelevant. At least there aren't any poisonous people around me that want me harm. In any case, I believe this will be my final update for some time. My life is going great right now, and I want to experience it. Therefore, I would like to thank everyone who followed through on this. Every single person who left a comment and offered me support has my best wishes. I'm grateful, everyone. My wife said, "I want to marry my boss," in front of 58 colleagues. So I slapped her, then canceled her credit cards and everything that same night. Happy Valentine's? Maybe I'm the joke. She betrayed me after promising eternity. The bouquet cost $150. But seeing my wife's face when I entered her office on Valentine's Day afternoon was priceless. But not as I expected. My name is Jake Mitchell and I believed I knew my wife. Meridian Tech's sparkling 12th floor elevator doors opened strangely. That feeling when everyone stops talking when you enter a room? Indeed, that happened. No shame was shown. I planned this surprise all morning. My jacket pocket held 2 Paris tickets. Laurent Vour bookings tonight. Emily always called these crazy red roses her favorites. I thought I understood her after 15 years of marriage. I was terribly wrong. Elisa's co-worker Jake Madison Clark nearly gasped at my name. Her face milked. "Why are you here?" I said, holding the bouquet, surprising my wife on Valentine's Day. In her office? Silence is like a bursting rubber band. 15-somethings gazed at me with despair and unmistakable amusement. Carlos Reyes, the office gossip who always kissed Emily, actually regressed. "Jake," Madison said, softening. "Maybe you should." "There he is," Samuel Brooks cried in the office. The CEO welcomed me like old friends, but we weren't. He probably met me 3 times at work parties and practiced his handshake in the mirror each time. Samuel, I nodded, surprised by his new kindness. Is Emily around? Wishing to surprise her. Oh, she'll be amazed. His tone made me uneasy when Samuel said all right. He smiled like a shark before biting. I saw her then. Emily left the meeting looking lovely. She had lovely makeup and dark hair in that blue Christmas outfit I purchased her. Her appearance didn't bother me. Large diamond ring on her left hand. Her ring was more complicated than my 15-year-old band. Someone shouted, "Congratulations," across the office. Another inquired, "When's the wedding?" Elisa met my gaze across the room, and her face changed 6 emotions in 2 seconds. Shock, guilt, disobedience, almost relief. Samuel kissed her in front of God and everyone for 10 seconds too long for work. After breaking up, he grabbed her waist. Samuel said, "Everyone," echoing through the quiet office. Emily made me the happiest man alive by marrying me. Applause started gentle and grew. Champagne was opened. I held $150 in roses while Madison cried joyfully, feeling like a freight train had hit me. Elisa said, "Jake." I heard her clearly. She left Samuel and approached me, her heels clicking on the smooth concrete. My steady voice surprised me when I said, "Congratulations." "Jake? When's the big day? Just to clarify. Can you?" Looking at the ring again. It was big. It appears self-explanatory, thus it probably cost more than my truck. Samuel grinned at Emily's shoulder. "Jake, yes? Emily told me much about you." "Has she?" I held the bouquet in my left and extended my right. Samuel shook it too hard and long. "Oddly, she never mentioned you." Elisa lost her color. "Jake, please. Not here." "Why not here?" I looked around at our drama's audience. Everyone appears to know. I received the memo last. Emily denied it, but her voice was weak. "It's like?" I asked. "Because my wife appears engaged to another man while married to me, I may be interpreting the situation. Carlos Reyes probably captured it on his phone's social media." Madison still cried but embarrassedly. Champagne stopped. As Samuel protected Emily by stepping in front, my jaw clenched. "Jake. I know this is awkward." "Awkward?" One laugh. "It was harsher than planned. My wife getting engaged to her boss at her office Valentine's Day party while I hold flowers is embarrassing." "No, Samuel. Accidentally entering the wrong washroom is awkward. Totally different." Emily said we must talk. "Privately." "Do we?" I gazed at her. Was interested in her. The mother of my son and my wife whom I trusted completely. "You know Emily? I think you covered everything." I placed the bouquet at the nearest desk. On the sleek white surface the roses appeared ludicrous like blood on fresh snow. Emily called, "Jake, wait," but I was off to the elevator. I felt like the universe helped me when the doors opened quickly. Everyone in the office observed me enter and turn around. Emily wept. Samuel looked uncomfortable for the first time since I arrived, and everyone was glad the act finished. "Enjoy the party," I said as doors closed. I took out my phone as the elevator fell silent. Lucas, 17, missed 18 calls. I received texts all morning asking whether I wanted to surprise mom at work. Smart kid. Apparently smarter than dad. I returned his call in the lobby. "Dad." Lucas spoke tensely. "Are you okay?" Trying to call. "I'm okay, son. Leaving mom's office." "How went?" I pushed through the glass doors into February's chill. The morning snow had left slush everywhere and the sky was old concrete. Ideal weather for my worst day. I said, "Your mother's getting married." "What? Dad, that doesn't make sense. She's already married to you." "Yeah," I said, taking my keys out. "That's what I thought too." Got in my pickup and started it. It vibrated with notifications, texts, missed calls and Facebook messages. Word spread fast. I wasn't ready for that. Instead I canceled on my banking app. Paris trip, dinner reservations, joint credit cards, mutual account auto deposits. I terminated all financial ties to Emily Mitchell when I got home. Everything except the house, which I managed. My phone rang. "Emily. Leave voicemail." Ringing instantly, then again. I said, "What?" On call 4. "Allow me to explain, Jake." "Say what?" "You cheated on me with your boss, got engaged to another man while married, and humiliated me at your office. Not easy. As simple as that." I admired our 12-year-old house in my driveway. That house was where we raised our son, planned our future, and felt happy. I adore Jake. I was most struck by her 4 words. Not sorry, I erred or didn't mean to tell you. I admire him. How long? I requested quiet. Emily, how long? 6 months. 6 months. I worked 60-hour weeks to build my construction business, planned romantic surprises, and lived my life like nothing was wrong, but my wife was dating another man. I said divorce papers will be ready Monday. Wait, Jake. I hung up and turned off my phone. Lucas's car was in the driveway. He knocked me home from school. Good kid. Probably skipped last class since he couldn't reach me. He deserves better than Valentine's Day family strife. He did homework at the kitchen counter as usual. His pencil grip was too tight, tensing his shoulders. Hi, Dad. Keeping his eyes on math. Hi, Self. I sat opposite him. We must talk now. He looked up and I saw myself in his dark eyes. Same eyes that blindly trusted me. Hope it stays like way after today. Mom remarrying. It seems so. Getting divorced? Yes. Lucas nodded slowly, expecting this response. Are you okay? Was I okay? After 15 years my wife humiliated me in the most shocking way. My marriage ended. Family broke. My son stared at me like I'd collapse. I found something shocking when glancing at my soul friend in my kitchen. Furious. Extremely angry. But I wasn't broken. We're okay. Like I told Lucas. I meant it for the first time since entering that office. My phone buzzed for 2 hours. 30 missed calls, 25 messages, and enough Facebook notifications to crash a server. After turning off the ringer, the screen strobed every few seconds. Lucas was watching me out of the corner of his eye, waiting to see whether his old father would break down or punch a hole in the wall while pretending to do schoolwork. End result? Neither. My activities was therapeutic. Surgically dismantling 15 years of combined finances. Lucas quit pretending to learn algebra, Dad. You doing what? Handle business? I stared at my laptop. Dad, have you seen your mother buy her lover gifts with our joint credit card? Expensive gifts. Extremely costly. Turning to him on screen. The credit card statement showed jewelry store, high-end restaurant and upstate resort weekend charges. She advised me to cut household spending 2 months prior. Lucas's jaw tensed. She bought him stuff with your money. Not our money anymore, I said. I moved my business accounts to a different bank, changed passwords, canceled credit cards, and removed a lease as a life insurance beneficiary. Computer clicks and phone conversations can reveal so much about a common life. Phone erupted again. Unknown number this time. Jake Mitchell, I said. Dear Mr. Mitchell, David Chen from First National. Calling regarding account activity concerns today. What flaws? Sir, you've swiftly closed accounts and transferred large amounts. Our fraud detection system marked it suspicious. I nearly laughed. It's not fraud, David. It's divorce. A break. I see. Can we help you further today? Actually, yes. I need help removing someone from a joint mortgage, to our mortgage department. That would be great. Lucas sat next to me on hold. Dad? What can I say? Always. I focused on him since I knew him and Mom. You knew? He was with her 2 months ago. While shopping with friends I saw Mom eating lunch with an elderly man, holding hands. Shameful Lucas blushed. How they looked at each other suggested a friend. Why didn't you say? I didn't know what to say and prayed I was wrong. He looked at his hands. Sorry, Dad. Should have spoken. No. I turned off the laptop and faced him. You shouldn't talk. Lucas, that wasn't your job. If I told you, I would have known 2 months ago instead of today. Results would have been identical. My phone rang again. I asked, what do you want, Emily? 15 times. Jake, thank you. Was trying to call you for hours. Was busy. I recognize your madness. Angry. Got up and went to the window. Mrs. Patterson, our neighbor, walked her dog daily at 5 o'clock. No drama. Normal existence. Not even mad can explain it. Please discuss what in person. About how you screwed your boss for 4 months while I worked hard to support our family? How you got engaged to another man while married to me? How you embarrassed me in your office? I didn't intend to reveal. What did you mean to me? To discover? Will you inform me or let me figure it out when the divorce papers arrive? Silence. Thought so. Sam wants to see you. I'll ignore him. Jake, please. Sorry for what happened. Man's miserable. My laughing was bitter. Your boyfriend feels bad about openly denigrating another man. He was noble. Not only my boyfriend. Introducing my fiancé. He's your boyfriend while you're married to me and adulterous. Avoid calling me that. Why not? What you are. Now I heard her crying but felt nothing. Nobody sympathized, consoled or apologized for being unkind. That surprised me. After 15 years of marriage I comforted her when she was sad. Not anymore. I want half of everything, she said abruptly. Excuse me. Divorce. I want half your savings, business and property. I merit it. And there it was, the real Emily. The one I'd apparently been married to all along without knowing it. Not the heartbroken woman who'd made a mistake, but the calculating person who was already planning how to profit from her betrayal. You're not entitled to anything, I answered. Know my rights. Do you? I researched this afternoon and learned that infidelity is still grounds for fault-based divorce in this state, so you may not be as entitled as you think. You can't prove infidelity. I checked my laptop's credit card statements again. Romantic dinners, hotel stays, and jewelry purchases, all paid for with marital funds. Jake, your co-workers would be happy to testify about your relationship with Samuel, especially after today's performance. What does that mean? I'll hire a private investigator to investigate your last few years. Every late night at the office, every business trip, every girls' weekend I never knew about. You're paranoid. I hung up and called my lawyer. Mike Rodriguez. He said on the second ring. Jake Mitchell. I need divorce. Jesus, Jake, what happened? Mike whistled low once I finished the short version. We can work with adultery, public humiliation, and marital asset dissipation. How long? It depends on her cooperation. If she fights, can take a year or more. I want her out of the house. It's likely we'll get exclusive use and occupancy. Do it, Jake, are you sure? Sometimes people do stupid things, but it doesn't indicate the marriage is finished. Lucas may have liked me after we stopped talking. Lucas, I bought this house and pay the mortgage since your mother destroyed our family. What about me? Where will I live? The question devastated me. In my wrath and plotting I hadn't contemplated the custody battle. Emily would fight for Lucas to hurt me, not because she wanted him. You'll live wherever you want to live, adds. You're 17. Lucas strongly refused to live with Samuel or leave you alone. Smart kid. Too smart for his own good. Lucas shrugged his eyes. What will you tell Samuel? I thought about it, then typed. No, we don't. The response came soon. I think we do. You don't comprehend Emily's years of sorrow. Your marriage has been over for a long time, whether you want to admit it or not. I stared at the message, clenching my jaw. This son of a witch was going to lecture me about my marriage. Emily has told me everything. Lucas was appalled and remarked, what a load of crap. You worked hard to take care of us and always paid attention to Mom. I said, if she was so unhappy, she should have asked for a divorce instead of cheating. Children lie and deceive. I'm honest. I'm trying to treat this like a gentleman. But if you make it difficult, you'll threaten me. You slept with another man's wife, but I'm not the bad person. Meet me at the Riverside Grill tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. We can resolve this like adults. I stared at the message for a while. My gut told me to steer clear, let my lawyer handle it, and avoid risk. Dad. Lucas was studying me attentively. What are you thinking? I think your mother's lover wants to meet with me tomorrow night. Would you do it? I shouldn't. But you probably would. Lucas grinned. Can I come with you? No. Come on, Dad. I want to see you. I looked at my phone again. Samuel was waiting for an answer. Against my better judgment I typed, fine. 7 o'clock. But this better be worth my time. It will be. I turned off my phone and looked at Lucas. Your mother will be outraged when she finds out I'm meeting him. Good, Lucas said. She deserves it. Smart kid. Too smart for himself. He was right about one thing. Emily was right to be outraged. I was giving her little for what she deserved. Riverside Grill tried too hard to be classy without success. Dull lighting and imitation wood paneling made everything dirty. A wine list probably outdated since Clinton. Perfect place for an unwanted conversation with a disliked individual. Samuel waited for me at a corner table with a fine scotch. Instead of work clothes, he donned black pants and a cashmere pullover that cost more than automobile payments. His well-combed hair and Italian leather shoes conveyed wealth and status. Because I'd just come from work and knew it would annoy him, I wore my work boots and flannel shirt. Jake. He stood up and offered drinks like old friends when I reached the table. I sat across from him without shaking hands. I requested clarification. Non-friends. Not co-workers. You cheated my wife, and I'm your betrayed husband. Avoid small conversation and express what you want. Samuel quickly recovered his smile. Fair enough, I admire your honesty. I doubt. An early 20s waiter appeared at our table with a phony smile, suggesting she was working for tips. Can I buy you men a drink? Scotch, I said. Your affordable goods. Sam said the same with a full glass. When the waitress left, Samuel sat back and examined me like a problem. You're not what I expected, he remarked. Expected what? A tired oldster. Emily claimed you stopped life. Emily chatters. Not many are real. She says you work too much to see her. Family support is my goal. Husbands do it. Is it? How do you avoid domestic issues? My waitress delivered scotch. Samuel's question lingered as I sipped. What was wrong at home? Saying finally. My wife cheated at work. Was the issue. All else was symptoms. Loneliness drove her to cheat. She cheated because she's greedy and dishonest. Sam clenched his jaw. Know her better than you. I married her 15 years ago. How long have you known her? 8 months. 8 months. One laugh. You think you know her better than me after 8 months? I know her needs. We'll hire a divorce lawyer, therefore she needs one. Samuel drank a long scotch to calm down. Good. His fury was my goal. Angry people erred. He said he didn't ask you to dispute about who knows Emily better. I requested this be simple for everyone. Painless for who? You. It hurts me already. For everyone. Especially your kid. The mention of Lucas elevated my blood pressure. Do not involve my son. How we handle this affects him. No, we exists if you and Emily can agree peacefully. I'm my unfaithful wife. You, her cheater. Are you sure Lucas will be fine living with me? I looked closer because of his tone. That means what? Emily is a good mother. She adores Lucas. Funny way she exhibits it. Valentine's Day family destruction doesn't seem maternal. She didn't mean that. How did she plan? After college or graduation? When would she inform me about her double life? Samuel's silence was enough. Would she not tell me? I said she'd prolong both lives. Quite complicated. It's not. It's simple. She desired her cake and ate. Stay married while she enjoys you. It wasn't. So how was it? Samuel asked the waitress for more scotch after finishing. She was in a poor marriage. She found truth in me but couldn't leave without hurting others. She still damaged people, but more spectacularly. That was her fault. She chose. Many months of alternatives. Not a typo. Repeated conduct. Sam got his second drink from the waitress. Before proceeding, he drank considerably. He wished to marry her. It seemed that way when you proposed to her this afternoon. Marry her. Real marriage and life. Not a symbol. Finalizing our divorce will take time. That takes how long? Depends on her collaboration intent. What if I rewarded cooperation? Watching him, I put down my drink. You bribing me? I want a universal answer. The answer is simple. Her divorce request. State law divides our assets, and you two live happily ever after. Or not. Don't care. How about improving your finances? Keep talking. Samuel lowered his voice like he was revealing state secrets. I'll pay for this hassle. You pay me? Yes. Want you pay me to divorce my wife so you may marry her? Please don't let this affect you financially. I stared at him long to assess his earnestness. Discussing how much? What would cost? Think money is involved? Not everything? It existed. Our main distinction. To Samuel Brooks, nothing was free and money could fix anything. He probably thought I was another blue-collar worker who could be paid well. He erred. I mentioned money. I've got plenty of it. My construction business is worth about $1.5 million. I own my house free and clear. I've got retirement accounts, investment portfolios, and enough cash in the bank to last me the rest of my life if I'm careful. Samuel said. Emily noticed your financial struggles. Emily chatters. Not many are real, remember? Want what? My wife should stop cheating. Since that won't happen, I desire divorce. No more seeing you after tonight. Story over. Story over. Samuel was irate in his chair. Desire must exist. Each wants something. You know my wish? A cheating-free wife was my goal. I wanted to age with my wife. I wanted my son's parents to appreciate and not shame each other. I want the next best thing because you and I can't have those. You two must leave promptly and completely. What about Lucas? What about him? Emily wants dual custody. Emily can want anything. Lucas, 17. His home is picked. His mother. She cheated on his father as mother. Without telling us, his mother got engaged to another man. She publicly shamed our family as his mother. Turn him against her. No need to turn him against her. She did it alone. Sam turned red. Whiskey and desperation made him clumsy with words. You think you're so much better than her, said. But you're not. You're just as selfish as she is. That's computed how? With your son you invade her. I'm protecting my son from a mother who puts her happiness above his emotional health. She adores him. She would have acted differently if she liked him. She loves us and wants things to work. Not working. The point. Wanting anything has costs. She selected when to sleep with you. The consequences fall on her. Samuel finished his second scotch and slammed the glass on the table, shaking the flatware. Are you a cold fool? Realist here. She deserves better. She gets all she deserves. What's that? She's facing divorce, custody loss, and a reputation for cheating on her husband with her boss. Witch's son. Take care, Samuel. Your true colors are showing. His quick stand-up dropped $15. End of conversation, finished before starting. You'll regret. My only regret is listening to you justify your conduct for an hour. Samuel bent over, face to mine. I'll watch her. Let me offer her everything you couldn't. Good luck. Remember your choice after she's happy and you're alone. I picked nothing. Cheating was her choice. You slept with a married woman. Just living with your choices. Samuel stood up, furious. Lawyer will contact you. Your lawyer? Why is your lawyer handling my divorce? Emily needs legal help. Her own counsel can then be paid. We'll guarantee she gets her due. You do it. Sam departed, weaving between tables. Scotch hit harder than expected. It could have been the talk. I enjoyed his departure. So I sipped my drink and tipped the waitress who endured our awkward conversation. My phone buzzed in my pocket as I walked to my pickup. Emily missed 3 calls. Avoiding her calls. Lucas was waiting with homework on the kitchen table and a dozen meeting questions when I drove home. So, he said when I entered. How was it? Expecting. Did you punch him? No. Did you want to? Yes. Lucas smiled. What did he say? I summarized across from him. Lucas seemed disgusted when I finished. Tried to bribe? Bribes were offered. Scumbag. Language. Sorry. True scumbag. I laughed despite everything. That's better. Now what? Waiting for your mother to come home so I may tell her to relocate. Her eruption is coming. Probably. Can I watch? Absolutely not. Saying it with a smile. So was he. Heard a car enter the driveway. After the afternoon office disaster, Emily goes home. Lucas said showtime. Enter your room, Dad? Enter your room. Your mother and I are involved. Lucas reluctantly took his duty. Cry for help. I'll be okay. You will, she won't. Kid is too smart for himself. He was right about one thing. This conversation is bad. Later Emily wouldn't be fine. Hearing her front door key, I inhaled. Another round was coming. It was true that Emily entered the kitchen like a minefield. She had smudged mascara and disheveled hair, like she'd been crying for hours. Good. We need to talk, she said, setting her purse on the counter. No, we don't. I need to talk. You need to listen. She sat across from me in a kitchen chair where Lucas had been doing homework minutes earlier. The contrast caught my attention. Son chasing his goals. My wife rationalizes family dissolution. How was Samuel at your place? She asked. As expected. Bribes were offered. Emily's eyes widened. What's he? He offered me divorce funds. He seems to perceive me as a buyable gold digger. He wouldn't. He did. Which reveals everything about your prospective partner. Emily hid her face in palms. Very messy. You messed up. I never meant this. How did you plan it? Did you mean to tell me about Samuel? Do you want to live 2 lives forever? Her quiet sufficed. Thought so. I said, you were delighted to lie to me as long as you could get away with it. It's not that simple, Jake. Stop saying that. You chose to cheat, lie, and get engaged to another man while married to me. I was unhappy. Get a divorce. Don't cheat. I hadn't known how to tell you. You might have started with the truth. Emily looked up at me and I saw tears again. I was afraid of hurting you, tearing up our family, and beginning over. So you did it in the most humiliating way. I fell in love with Jake. She balked at my terminology, but I didn't care about her delicate sensibilities. You didn't fall into his bed by mistake, lie to me about where you were spending your time, or become engaged to him this afternoon. I can see you're upset, so I filed for divorce, withdrawn you from all our joint accounts, revoked your credit cards for buying gifts for your lover, and you need to find a new home to live. I live in this property, pay the mortgage, and my name is the only one on the deed. You gave up your rights when you cheated on me. I spoke to my lawyer this afternoon. Emily stared at me like I'd slapped her. You're going to make me homeless. I'm not making you anything. You made your choice. Samuel has a house, right? Go live with him. We're not ready. You don't understand. You've been sleeping with him for 4 months, but living with him is a big step. I know you desire a new relationship without giving up your marriage to me, but if you wanted Samuel, you would have divorced months ago. Emily was crying openly now, but I felt nothing. After 15 years of marriage, that surprised me most. Where am I supposed to go? She asked. That's not my problem anymore. What about my things? Pack what you need tonight. I'll have the rest delivered wherever you want it. Jake, please. You cheated on me? You lied to me for months? You got engaged to another man while married to me? People make mistakes. For a while we didn't speak. No, you don't, I said slowly. I do. I adore Samuel and you. Not rational but true. Stop cheating if you loved me. Love 2 people concurrently. You decided. Because I thought you didn't want me, I chose Samuel. I had Paris tickets and flowers for you this afternoon. How can you not want you? You work non-stop. You're always at work, with friends, or doing anything else because you never want to do anything. I work hard to support our family. I invited you to supper last weekend, but you stated you were exhausted. I suggested a movie the weekend before. You mentioned Madison plans, but these weren't invitations. How could you know my actions? Did you ask? Did you try other plans? Did you suppose I didn't mean it and spend time with Samuel? Emily's silence was enough. Excuses are all you have to explain your actions. I'm sorry, Jake. Sure you are. You regret being found. You're sad it was public. Unfortunately, you must deal with the repercussions. Panicked. You decided. What about Lucas? Will you show me my son? Lucas is 17 years old. See anybody he wants. But you'll turn him against me. Emily abruptly up, knocking her chair over. You're stupid, Jake Mitchell. Maybe I am, but not a cheater. You'll regret. My only regret is wasting 15 years with someone who could do what you did. Sam was right about you. He called you cold and selfish and said I deserve better. Samuel, I'm unknown. You think I like my marriage falling apart? Am I relishing my family's destruction? Do you think I like being humiliated in your office? No stopping you. Emily carried her purse upstairs. Packing a bag. Be patient. Jake, this continues. Yes, it is. I'll battle you for Lucas's custody, the house, and the business. She climbed the stairs and faced me. I was alone in my kitchen listening to her walk around our bedroom, drawers opening and closing, hangers scraping against the closet rod and suitcases thudding. Lucas texted. Is done? I almost replied. Are you okay? I'm fine. Stay in your room until she goes. Okay. Love you, Dad. Love you too. Emily arrived downstairs 15 minutes later with 2 bags and a garment bag, changed into jeans and a sweater and applied cosmetics. She appeared like she was flying for business, not leaving her husband. She said, I'll stay at the downtown Marriott for a few days until I find something permanent. Fine. See Lucas before leaving. Doing homework. See my kid Jake. I summoned Lucas upstairs. Hi, Mom. Hi, baby. I'm staying at a hotel, but I'll call tomorrow. Okay. Okay. I adore you. Mom. I love you too. He didn't go downstairs or ask about seeing her. Emily regarded me again. She turned back again when I didn't help her take her stuff to the front door. When you're lonely and understand what you lost, don't search for me. With someone who values me. She departed as the door clicked shut. Lucas returned downstairs minutes later and found me at the kitchen table. You feel what? He inquired. Weary but relieved. Thought about it. Yes, relieved. Me too. You cool with this? Your mother leaving? Lucas sat across from me in Emily's chair. Dad, what can I tell you? always. This has been a long time coming. You mean what? I could tell you guys weren't happy, and Mom looked distracted, like she was thinking about something else. Why didn't you speak? Was I meant to say? My mom may be cheating on you, Dad. I wasn't sure and hoped I was incorrect. The event didn't surprise you. I wasn't. We reflected over the day in quiet for a while. Meant it this time. 3 weeks later, I reviewed my divorce paperwork with my lawyer. Since Mike Rodriguez did well and the compensation was reasonable, Emily would dislike it. Why not? She's not going to sign this, Mike said, passing the documents to me across his desk. She's not getting half of everything. Adultery changes things. How much? She keeps her car, belongings, and retirement account. She can support herself and cheated, so I suspect she'll get alimony. And the house? You owned it and paid the mortgage and ran your business before the marriage. She wasn't active. Infidelity benefits you again. Mike received the paperwork after I signed. When is she served? A.M. tomorrow. In her office. It should be intriguing. Mike smiles. I thought you might appreciate the poetic justice. I answered Samuel Brooks' call after leaving Mike's office out of curiosity. What do you want, Samuel? We need to talk. We spoke. Not impressed. This differentiates. Regarding divorce settlement. How about it? Emily's getting screwed, and you know it. Emily screwed herself when she decided to cheat on me. She deserves half of your success. She deserves little by law. I won't let you bankrupt her. You won't allow me. Who are you? I'm her lover. Your help ended her marriage. Differences exist. Meet me tonight. Same site. Do that why? Because I have something you want. I doubt that. Information about your wife that you don't know. Ex-wife. I don't need your info. Samuel, I'll repeat. Stay out of my divorce and avoid me. Trying to frighten me again will be regrettable. That a threat? It's a promise. Lucas was waiting for news when I drove home. Mom called, he said when I entered. What did she want? She wants me to have dinner with her and Samuel tomorrow night. You want? Lucas frowned. Not really, but should I? Still my mom. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. I know, but if I don't go, she'll just keep calling. Then go. Call me if you're uncomfortable and I'll come get you. Thanks, Dad. My secretary buzzed me at my construction firm office the next morning. Woman wants to see Jake, named Madison Clark. Elisa's co-worker Madison Clark from the office incident 3 weeks ago. What could she want? Send her in. Madison entered my office anxiously and business casual, fumbling with her purse strap. Mr. Mitchell, thanks for visiting. How can I assist, Madison? I apologize for the office situation. Everyone acted improperly. No apology needed. There was no second engagement while married. I should have said, warning was due. I was warned of what? The chair across from my desk breathed Madison. Regarding Emily and Samuel. Each office mate knew their relationship. Everyone knew she was married and doing what? How long did everyone know? Months. They weren't discreet. No one told me. That wasn't our place, or so we convinced ourselves. But now you're here. I'm here because I'm guilty and you should know the truth. Truth. Madison pulled a manila envelope from her purse. Samuel asked me to give this to you. The what? Not sure. He stated it was crucial. I took but didn't open mail. Why didn't he give me it? Because he's a coward and because he knows you hate him. Smart man. Madison faced me after leaving. Personally, Mitchell, I think Emily made a big mistake. You seem like a good man. Thank you. I considered the envelope before opening it after she left. Emily received love emails and graphic texts from 3 guys, including Samuel. Reading the credit card statements from 2 years ago, my palms shook as I saw hotel, restaurant, and jewelry store spending. Emily cheated on me with many men for years, but I was too naive or gullible to detect. After Samuel called again, I answered on the first ring. You son of a witch. I take it you got my package. You learned this when? I discovered the others after we started dating. She said I was different from her affairs. You believed her? I wanted to believe her, but now you don't. Now I know she's been lying to both of us. Like a stomach punch. Why are you showing me? Because she's been playing us against each other and I'm tired of it. You mean what? She's told you she loves and wants me. She tells me she loves you and regrets abandoning you. She's told us what she thinks we want to hear. What do you want from me? I want to make a deal. What deal? My testimony will support you in divorce court. I will prove her infidelity, lies, and everything. You exchange copies of your proof against her. Do that why? Because I don't want to marry a woman who's been lying to me from day one. Your breakup with her? I did. This morning. This knowledge was processed in my chair. She must have taken that well. She threatened to sue me for breach of promise. Can she? Probably not. But she can make my life miserable for a while. So you want to ruin her life first? I want to make sure she doesn't destroy either of us. I checked my desk papers. Years of betrayal, lies, and deception. Saying, I'll consider. Avoid overthinking. She's interviewing lawyers about suing us both. For what? Your suffering, my deception, and sexual abuse. Sex abuse. She claims I forced her into the relationship by threatening her career. Did you? No way. She can accuse. I stared at my wife's betrayal in my office after Samuel hung up. Many affairs, years of lies, and now she was trying to sue us for being tricked. I called Mike Rodriguez. Mike, this is Jake. Meet tonight. What's wrong? I just found out that my wife's infidelity was a lot more extensive than we thought. To what extent? Multiple partners over multiple years. Mike whistled low. Changes things. How much? With that kind of evidence, she might not get anything. Good. Jake, you okay? I'm fine. I want this over. That night Lucas was stunned after dinner with Emily and Samuel. How went it? I requested. Weird. Very odd. What happened? First, Mom and Samuel hardly spoke. They maintained knife-thick tension with their passive-aggressive remarks. Was their fight explained? Not specifically, but Samuel joked about Mom not being honest with him and Mom said Samuel wasn't the man she thought he was. Anything else? Quotation mark. Mom spent much of dinner trying to convince me you were unfair about the divorce settlement. She claimed you were trying to abandon her. You told her what? I told her that maybe she should have thought about that before she cheated on you. How did she react? She cried. Samuel came after me for making her cry. Samuel's ranting outraged me with disastrous repercussions. I'm sorry you had to go through that. It's okay. But Dad, yeah, I don't want to have dinner with them again. You don't have to. Mom's going to be upset. Let me worry about your mother. The next morning, I presented Mike Rodriguez Samuel's proof. Mike's eyes grew with each document. Jesus, Jake, she's busy. How does this affect divorce? She's getting nothing. No home, alimony, or joint business. What about custody? With this kind of evidence of moral unfitness, you'll get full custody if you want it. I want it. Consider it done. Emily yelled at me 2 hours later. Fool, served me again at work. The papers corroborated your actions and claims against me, thus it was acceptable. You're trying to destroy me. I'm trying to get divorced. The settlement you're offering is insulting. The settlement I'm offering is generous considering the circumstances. I'm not signing anything. The judge will decide at trial. With my evidence, I doubt you'll like the result. What proof? Emily, anything. Line temporarily quieted. I don't know what you think you have. Emails, texts, credit card bills, hotel receipts, and witness evidence. My proof shows several affairs over years. I have proof that you utilized marital cash for your affairs and a 17-year-old kid who will testify about your impact on him. You wouldn't use Lucas against me. No need. He offered. Another long pause. Samuel told you that, right? Does origin matter? That witch's son. I should have expected his betrayal. Maybe you should have been more careful about who you trusted. This isn't over, Jake. It is, and I meant it this time. Emily received her car, clothes and things 3 days after signing the divorce papers. I kept everything else. Lucas and I celebrated our 15-year marriage with pizza and a movie at home, free from months of lies and stress. Your mood? Lucas inquired during credits. Free, I said. How about you? Same? Any regrets? Just one. What's that? It would have been nice to know what Mom was doing sooner. I might have spared you misery. You couldn't have saved me anything. If I had said something, I would have known sooner, and the effect would have been the same. Your mother is paying for her choices. Think she's sorry. She's probably regretting being caught. It's different. No, it's not. We quietly processed the end of an era. Dad. Yeah? Why am I proud of you? To not exonerate her. Advocate for yourself. For our safety. Lucas, I did my duty. Nothing special. That's what made it special. 6 months later, I learnt that Emily had moved to another city and began working for a different company, and Samuel had left town to avoid their public breakup. Lucas and I were doing well without the stress and drama of a failed marriage. I started dating again and our house felt peaceful for the first time in years. I had dinner and movies with a nice woman I met at a construction conference. I needed Lucas to like her. Life wasn't ideal but real. After years of deception, honesty felt like a luxury I'd forgotten I could afford. Lucas looked up from homework and asked, "Dad, do you miss her?" After dinner. "Your mother?" "Yeah." I thought about it. I missed my imaginary wife. That's sad. Maybe, but it's also liberating. So how? I finally understand. Truth is always better than fiction, even when painful. Lucas nodded intently. I think I understand. Telling the truth, especially when it's hard, is my most important lesson. I will, Dad. I know you will. And I did know it. After all the anguish, betrayal and lies, I raised a son who valued honesty and would never put someone he loved through what his mother had done to me. It was all worthwhile, too. Lucas was appalled and remarked, "What a load of crap. You worked hard to take care of us and always paid attention to Mom." I said, "If she was so unhappy, she should have asked for a divorce instead of cheating. Children lie and deceive. I'm honest. I'm trying to treat this like a gentleman, but if you make it difficult, you'll threaten me. You slept with another man's wife. But I'm not the bad person. Meet me at the Riverside Grill tomorrow night at 7. We can resolve this like adults." I stared at the message for a while. My gut told me to steer clear, let my lawyer handle it, and avoid risk. "Dad," Lucas was studying me attentively. "What are you thinking?" "I think your mother's lover wants to meet with me tomorrow night. Would you do it?" "I shouldn't. But you probably would." Lucas grinned. "Can I come with you?" "No. Come on, Dad. I want to see you." I looked at my phone again. Samuel was waiting for an answer. Against my better judgment, I typed, "Fine, 7 o'clock. But this better be worth my time." "It will be." I turned off my phone and looked at Lucas. "Your mother will be outraged when she finds out I'm meeting him." "Good," Lucas said. "She deserves it. Smart kid. Too smart for himself." He was right about one thing. Emily was right to be outraged. I was giving her little for what she deserved. Riverside Grill tried too hard to be classy without success. Dull lighting and imitation wood paneling made everything dirty. A wine list probably outdated since Clinton. Perfect place for an unwanted conversation with a disliked individual. Samuel waited for me at a corner table with a fine scotch. Instead of work clothes, he donned black pants and a cashmere pullover that cost more than automobile payments. His well-combed hair and Italian leather shoes conveyed wealth and status. Because I'd just come from work and knew it would annoy him, I wore my work boots and flannel shirt. "Jake." He stood up and offered drinks like old friends when I reached the table. I sat across from him without shaking hands. I requested clarification. "Non-friends. Not co-workers. You cheated my wife, and I'm your betrayed husband. Avoid small conversation and express what you want." Samuel quickly recovered his smile. "Fair enough. I admire your honesty." "I doubt." An early 20s waiter appeared at our table with a phony smile, suggesting she was working for tips. "Can I buy you men a drink?" "Scotch," I said. "Your affordable goods." Sam said the same with a full glass. When the waitress left, Samuel sat back and examined me like a problem. "You're not what I expected," he remarked. "Expected what?" "A tired oldster. Emily claimed you stopped life." "Emily chatters. Not many are real. She says you work too much to see her. Family support is my goal. Husbands do it." "Is it? How do you avoid domestic issues?" My waitress delivered scotch. Samuel's question lingered as I sipped. "What was wrong at home?" saying finally, "My wife cheated at work." Was the issue. All else was symptoms. Loneliness drove her to cheat. She cheated because she's greedy and dishonest. Sam clenched his jaw. "Know her better than you. I married her 15 years ago." "How long have you known her?" 8 months. 8 months. One laugh. "You think you know her better than me after 8 months?" "I know her needs. We'll hire a divorce lawyer. Therefore she needs one." Samuel drank a long scotch to calm down. "Good. His fury was my goal. Angry people erred. He said he didn't ask you to dispute about who knows Emily better. I requested this be simple for everyone. Painless for who? You. It hurts me already. For everyone, especially your kid. The mention of Lucas elevated my blood pressure. Do not involve my son. How we handle this affects him. No, we exists if you and Emily can agree peacefully. I'm my unfaithful wife. You, her cheater. Are you sure Lucas will be fine living with me? I looked closer because of his tone. That means what? Emily is a good mother. She adores Lucas. Funny way she exhibits it. Valentine's Day family destruction doesn't seem maternal. She didn't mean that. How did she plan? After college or graduation? When would she inform me about her double life? Samuel's silence was enough. Would she not tell me? I said she'd prolong both lives. Quite complicated. It's not. It's simple. She desired her cake and ate. Stay married while she enjoys you. It wasn't. So how was it? Samuel asked the waitress for more scotch after finishing. She was in a poor marriage. She found truth in me but couldn't leave without hurting others. She still damaged people, but more spectacularly. That was her fault. She chose. Many months of alternatives. Not a typo. Repeated conduct. Sam got his second drink from the waitress. Before proceeding, he drank considerably. He wished to marry her. It seemed that way when you proposed to her this afternoon. Marry her. Real marriage and life, not a symbol. Finalizing our divorce will take time. That takes how long? Depends on her collaboration intent. What if I rewarded cooperation? Watching him, I put down my drink. You bribing me? I want a universal answer. The answer is simple. Her divorce request. State law divides our assets, and you two live happily ever after. Or not. Don't care. How about improving your finances? Keep talking. Samuel lowered his voice like he was revealing state secrets. I'll pay for this hassle. You pay me? Yes. Want you pay me to divorce my wife so you may marry her? Please don't let this affect you financially. I stared at him long to assess his earnestness. Discussing how much? What would cost? Think money is involved? Not everything? It existed. Our main distinction. To Samuel Brooks, nothing was free, and money could fix anything. He probably thought I was another blue-collar worker who could be paid well. He erred. I mentioned money. I've got plenty of it. My construction business is worth about $1.5 million. I own my house free and clear. I've got retirement accounts, investment portfolios, and enough cash in the bank to last me the rest of my life if I'm careful, Samuel said. Emily noticed your financial struggles. Emily chatters. Not many are real. Remember? Want what? My wife should stop cheating. Since that won't happen, I desire divorce. No more seeing you after tonight. Story over. Story over. Samuel was irate in his chair. Desire must exist. Each wants something. You know my wish? A cheating-free wife was my goal. I wanted to age with my wife. I wanted my son's parents to appreciate and not shame each other. I want the next best thing because you and I can't have those. You two must leave promptly and completely. What about Lucas? What about him? Emily wants dual custody. Emily can want anything. Lucas 17. His home is picked. His mother. She cheated on his father as mother. Without telling us, his mother got engaged to another man. She publicly shamed our family as his mother. Turn him against her. No need to turn him against her. She did it alone. Sam turned red. Whiskey and desperation made him clumsy with words. You think you're so much better than her, said. But you're not. You're just as selfish as she is. That's computed how? With your son, you invade her. I'm protecting my son from a mother who puts her happiness above his emotional health. She adores him. She would have acted differently if she liked him. She loves us and wants things to work. Not working. The point. Wanting anything has costs. She selected when to sleep with you. The consequences fall on her. Samuel finished his second scotch and slammed the glass on the table, shaking the flatware. Are you a cold fool? Realist here. She deserves better. She gets all she deserves. What's that? She's facing divorce, custody loss, and a reputation for cheating on her husband with her boss. Witch's son. Take care, Samuel. Your true colors are showing. His quick stand-up dropped $15. End of conversation. Finished before starting. You'll regret. My only regret is listening to you justify your conduct for an hour. Samuel bent over, face to mine. I'll watch her. Let me offer her everything you couldn't. Good luck. Remember your choice after she's happy and you're alone. I picked nothing. Cheating was her choice. You slept with a married woman. Just living with your choices. Samuel stood up, furious. Lawyer will contact you. Your lawyer? Why is your lawyer handling my divorce? Emily needs legal help. Her own counsel can then be paid. We'll guarantee she gets her due. You do it. Sam departed, weaving between tables. Scotch hit harder than expected. It could have been the talk. I enjoyed his departure. So I sipped my drink and tipped the waitress who endured our awkward conversation. My phone buzzed in my pocket as I walked to my pickup. Emily missed 3 calls. Avoiding her calls. Lucas was waiting with homework on the kitchen table and a dozen meeting questions when I drove home. So, he said when I entered. How was it? Expecting. Did you punch him? No. Did you want to? Yes, Lucas smiled. What did he say? I summarized across from him. Lucas seemed disgusted when I finished. Tried to bribe. Bribes were offered. Scumbag. Language, sorry. True scumbag. I laughed despite everything. That's better. Now what? Waiting for your mother to come home so I may tell her to relocate. Her eruption is coming. Probably. Can I watch? Absolutely not. Saying it with a smile. So was he. Heard a car enter the driveway. After the afternoon office disaster, Emily goes home. Lucas said showtime. Enter your room, Dad. Enter your room. Your mother and I are involved. Lucas reluctantly took his duty. Cry for help. I'll be okay. You will. She won't. Kid is too smart for himself. He was right about one thing. This conversation is bad. Later, Emily wouldn't be fine. Hearing her front door key, I inhaled. Another round was coming. It was true that Emily entered the kitchen like a minefield. She had smudged mascara and disheveled hair, like she'd been crying for hours. Good, we need to talk, she said, setting her purse on the counter. No, we don't. I need to talk. You need to listen. She sat across from me in a kitchen chair where Lucas had been doing homework minutes earlier. The contrast caught my attention. Son chasing his goals. My wife rationalizes family dissolution. How was Samuel at your place? She asked. As expected. Bribes were offered. Emily's eyes widened. What's he? He offered me divorce funds. He seems to perceive me as a buyable gold digger. He wouldn't. He did. Which reveals everything about your prospective partner. Emily hid her face in palms. Very messy. You messed up. I never meant this. How did you plan it? Did you mean to tell me about Samuel? Do you want to live 2 lives forever? Her quiet sufficed. Thought so. I said. You were delighted to lie to me as long as you could get away with it. It's not that simple, Jake. Stop saying that. You chose to cheat, lie and get engaged to another man while married to me. I was unhappy. Get a divorce. Don't cheat. I hadn't known how to tell you. You might have started with the truth. Emily looked up at me and I saw tears again. I was afraid of hurting you, tearing up our family and beginning over, so you did it in the most humiliating way. I fell in love with Jake. She balked at my terminology, but I didn't care about her delicate sensibilities. You didn't fall into his bed by mistake, lie to me about where you were spending your time, or become engaged to him this afternoon. I can see you're upset. So I've filed for divorce, withdrawn you from all our joint accounts, revoked your credit cards for buying gifts for your lover, and you need to find a new home to live. I live in this property, pay the mortgage, and my name is the only one on the deed. You gave up your rights when you cheated on me. I spoke to my lawyer this afternoon. Emily stared at me like I'd slapped her. You're going to make me homeless. I'm not making you anything. You made your choice. Samuel has a house, right? Go live with him. We're not ready. You don't understand. You've been sleeping with him for 4 months, but living with him is a big step. I know you desire a new relationship without giving up your marriage to me, but if you wanted Samuel, you would have divorced months ago. Emily was crying openly now, but I felt nothing. After 15 years of marriage, that surprised me most. Where am I supposed to go? She asked. That's not my problem anymore. What about my things? Pack what you need tonight. I'll have the rest delivered wherever you want it. Jake, please. You cheated on me. You lied to me for months. You got engaged to another man while married to me? People make mistakes. For a while we didn't speak. No, you don't, I said slowly. I do. I adore Samuel and you, Not rational but true. Stop cheating if you love me. Love two people concurrently. You decided. Because I thought you didn't want me, I chose Samuel. I had Paris tickets and flowers for you this afternoon. How can you not want you? You worked non-stop. You're always at work, with friends, or doing anything else because you never want to do anything. I work hard to support our family. I invited you to supper last weekend but you stated you were exhausted. I suggested a movie the weekend before. You mentioned Madison plans but these weren't invitations. How could you know my actions? Did you ask? Did you try other plans? Did you suppose I didn't mean it and spend time with Samuel? Emily's silence was enough. Excuses are all you have to explain your actions. I'm sorry, Jake. Sure you are. You regret being found. You're sad it was public. Unfortunately, you must deal with the repercussions. Panicked. You decided. What about Lucas? Will you show me my son? Lucas is 17 years old. See anybody he wants. But you'll turn him against me. Emily abruptly up, knocking her chair over. You're stupid, Jake Mitchell. Maybe I am. But not a cheater. You'll regret. My only regret is wasting 15 years with someone who could do what you did. Sam was right about you. He called you cold and selfish and said I deserve better. Samuel, I'm unknown. You think I like my marriage falling apart? Am I relishing my family's destruction? Do you think I like being humiliated in your office? No stopping you. Emily carried her purse upstairs. Packing a bag. Be patient. Jake, this continues. Yes, it is. I'll battle you for Lucas's custody, the house, and the business. She climbed the stairs and faced me. I was alone in my kitchen listening to her walk around our bedroom, drawers opening and closing, hangers scraping against the closet rod, and suitcases thudding. Lucas texted. Is done? I almost replied. Are you okay? I'm fine. Stay in your room until she goes. Okay. Love you, Dad. Love you too. Emily arrived downstairs 15 minutes later with 2 bags and a garment bag, changed into jeans and a sweater, and applied cosmetics. She appeared like she was flying for business, not leaving her husband. She said, I'll stay at the downtown Marriott for a few days until I find something permanent. Fine. See Lucas before leaving. Doing homework. See my kid Jake. I summoned Lucas upstairs. Hi Mom. Hi baby. I'm staying at a hotel but I'll call tomorrow. Okay. Okay. I adore you. Mom. I love you too. He didn't go downstairs or ask about seeing her. Emily regarded me again. She turned back again when I didn't help her take her stuff to the front door. When you're lonely and understand what you lost, don't search for me. With someone who values me. She departed as the door clicked shut. Lucas returned downstairs minutes later and found me at the kitchen table. You feel what? He inquired. Weary but relieved. Thought about it. Yes, relieved. Me too. You cool with this? Your mother leaving? Lucas sat across from me in Emily's chair. Dad, what can I tell you? Always. This has been a long time coming. You mean what? I could tell you guys weren't happy and Mom looked distracted, like she was thinking about something else. Why didn't you speak? Was I meant to say? My mom may be cheating on you, Dad. I wasn't sure and hoped I was incorrect. The event didn't surprise you. I wasn't. We reflected over the day in quiet for a while. Meant it this time. 3 weeks later, I reviewed my divorce paperwork with my lawyer. Since Mike Rodriguez did well and the compensation was reasonable, Emily would dislike it. Why not? She's not going to sign this, Mike said, passing the documents to me across his desk. She's not getting half of everything. Adultery changes things. How much? She keeps her car, belongings and retirement account. She can support herself and cheated, so I suspect she'll get alimony. And the house. You owned it and paid the mortgage and ran your business before the marriage. She wasn't active. Infidelity benefits you again. Mike received the paperwork after I signed. When is she served? AM tomorrow. In her office. It should be intriguing. Mike smiles. I thought you might appreciate the poetic justice. I answered Samuel Brooks' call after leaving Mike's office out of curiosity. What do you want, Samuel? We need to talk. We spoke, not impressed. This differentiates. Regarding divorce settlement. How about it? Emily is getting screwed and you know it. Emily screwed herself when she decided to cheat on me. She deserves half of your success. She deserves little by law. I won't let you bankrupt her. You won't allow me. Who are you? I'm her lover. Your help ended her marriage. Differences exist. Meet me tonight. Same site. Do that why? Because I have something you want. I doubt that. Information about your wife that you don't know. Ex-wife. I don't need your info. Samuel, I'll repeat. Stay out of my divorce and avoid me. Trying to frighten me again will be regrettable. That a threat? It's a promise. Lucas was waiting for news when I drove home. Mom called, he said when I entered. What did she want? She wants me to have dinner with her and Samuel tomorrow night. You want? Lucas frowned. Not really, but should I? Still my mom. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. I know, but if I don't go, she'll just keep calling. Then go. Call me if you're uncomfortable and I'll come get you. Thanks, Dad. My secretary buzzed me at my construction firm office the next morning. Woman wants to see Jake, name Madison Clark. Elisa's co-worker Madison Clark from the office incident 3 weeks ago. What could she want? Send her in. Madison entered my office anxiously and business casual, fumbling with her purse strap. Mr. Mitchell, thanks for visiting. How can I assist, Madison? I apologize for the office situation. Everyone acted improperly. No apology needed. There was no second engagement while married. I should have said. Warning was due. I was warned of what? The chair across from my desk breathed Madison. Regarding Emily and Samuel. Each office mate knew their relationship. Everyone knew she was married and doing what? How long did everyone know? Months. They weren't discreet. No one told me. That wasn't our place. Or so we convinced ourselves. But now you're here. I'm here because I'm guilty and you should know the truth. Truth? Madison pulled a manila envelope from her purse. Samuel asked me to give this to you. The what? Not sure. He stated it was crucial. I took but didn't open mail. Why didn't he give me it? Because he's a coward and because he knows you hate him. Smart man. Madison faced me after leaving. Mr. Personally, Mitchell, I think Emily made a big mistake. You seem like a good man. Thank you. I considered the envelope before opening it after she left. Emily received love emails and graphic texts from 3 guys, including Samuel. Reading the credit card statements from 2 years ago, my palms shook as I saw hotel, restaurant and jewelry store spending. Emily cheated on me with many men for years, but I was too naive or gullible to detect. After Samuel called again, I answered on the first ring. You son of a witch. I take it you got my package. You learned this when? I discovered the others after we started dating. She said I was different from her affairs. You believed her? I wanted to believe her. But now you don't. Now I know she's been lying to both of us. Like a stomach punch. Why are you showing me? Because she's been playing us against each other and I'm tired of it. You mean what? She's told you she loves and wants me. She tells me she loves you and regrets abandoning you. She's told us what she thinks we want to hear. What do you want from me? I want to make a deal. What deal? My testimony will support you in divorce court. I will prove her infidelity, lies, and everything. You exchange copies of your proof against her. Do that why? Because I don't want to marry a woman who's been lying to me from day one. Your breakup with her? I did. This morning. This knowledge was processed in my chair. She must have taken that well. She threatened to sue me for breach of promise. Can she? Probably not, but she can make my life miserable for a while. So you want to ruin her life first? I want to make sure she doesn't destroy either of us. I checked my desk papers. Years of betrayal, lies and deception, saying, I'll consider, avoid overthinking. She's interviewing lawyers about suing us both. For what? Your suffering. My deception and sexual abuse. Sex abuse. She claims I forced her into the relationship by threatening her career. Did you? No way. She can accuse. I stared at my wife's betrayal in my office after Samuel hung up. Many affairs, years of lies, and now she was trying to sue us for being tricked. I called Mike Rodriguez. Mike, this is Jake. Meet tonight. What's wrong? I just found out that my wife's infidelity was a lot more extensive than we thought. To what extent? Multiple partners over multiple years. Mike whistled low. Changes things. How much? With that kind of evidence, she might not get anything. Good. Jake, you okay? I'm fine. I want this over. That night, Lucas was stunned after dinner with Emily and Samuel. "How went it?" I requested. "Weird. Very odd." "What happened?" First, Mom and Samuel hardly spoke. They maintained knife-thick tension with their passive-aggressive remarks. Was their fight explained? Not specifically, but Samuel joked about Mom not being honest with him, and Mom said Samuel wasn't the man she thought he was. "Anything else?" "Mom spent much of dinner trying to convince me you were unfair about the divorce settlement. She claimed you were trying to abandon her." "You told her what?" "I told her that maybe she should have thought about that before she cheated on you." "How did she react?" "She cried. Samuel came after me for making her cry." Samuel's ranting outraged me with disastrous repercussions. "I'm sorry you had to go through that." "It's okay." "But Dad?" "Yeah. I don't want to have dinner with them again." "You don't have to. Mom's going to be upset." "Let me worry about your mother." The next morning I presented Mike Rodriguez Samuel's proof. Mike's eyes grew with each document. "Jesus, Jake. She's busy. How does this affect divorce?" "She's getting nothing. No home, alimony or joint business." "What about custody?" "With this kind of evidence of moral unfitness, you'll get full custody if you want it." "I want it." "Consider it done." Emily yelled at me 2 hours later. "Fool. Served me again at work. The papers corroborated your actions and claims against me. Thus it was acceptable." "You're trying to destroy me." "I'm trying to get divorced." "The settlement you're offering is insulting." "The settlement I'm offering is generous considering the circumstances." "I'm not signing anything. The judge will decide at trial. With my evidence, I doubt you'll like the result." "What proof?" "Emily. Anything." Line temporarily quieted. "I don't know what you think you have." "Emails, texts, credit card bills, hotel receipts, and witness evidence. My proof shows several affairs over years. I have proof that you utilized marital cash for your affairs and a 17-year-old kid who will testify about your impact on him." "You wouldn't use Lucas against me." "No need. He offered." Another long pause. "Samuel told you that, right?" "Does origin matter?" "That witch's son. I should have expected his betrayal." "Maybe you should have been more careful about who you trusted." "This isn't over, Jake." "It is, and I meant it this time." Emily received her car, clothes, and things 3 days after signing the divorce papers. I kept everything else. Lucas and I celebrated our 15-year marriage with pizza and a movie at home, free from months of lies and stress. "Your mood?" Lucas inquired during credits. "Free," I said. "How about you?" "Same. Any regrets?" "Just one." "What's that?" "It would have been nice to know what Mom was doing sooner. I might have spared you misery." "You couldn't have saved me anything. If I had said something, I would have known sooner and the effect would have been the same. Your mother is paying for her choices." "Think she's sorry?" "She's probably regretting being caught. It's different." "No, it's not." We quietly processed the end of an era. "Dad." "Yeah? Why am I proud of you?" "To not exonerate her. Advocate for yourself. For our safety." "Lucas, I did my duty. Nothing special." "That's what made it special." 6 months later, I learned that Emily had moved to another city and began working for a different company, and Samuel had left town to avoid their public breakup. Lucas and I were doing well without the stress and drama of a failed marriage. I started dating again and our house felt peaceful for the first time in years. I had dinner and movies with a nice woman I met at a construction conference. I needed Lucas to like her. Life wasn't ideal but real. After years of deception, honesty felt like a luxury I'd forgotten I could afford. Lucas looked up from homework and asked, "Dad, do you miss her?" After dinner. "Your mother?" "Yeah. I thought about it. I missed my imaginary wife." "That's sad." "Maybe, but it's also liberating." "So how?" "I finally understand. Truth is always better than fiction, even when painful." Lucas nodded intently. "I think I understand. Telling the truth, especially when it's hard, is my most important lesson." "I will, Dad. I know you will." And I did know it. After all the anguish, betrayal and lies, I raised a son who valued honesty and would never put someone he loved through what his mother had done to me. It was all worthwhile. I knew my marriage was over when I saw my wife's half-buttoned shirt and her boss standing between her legs, moving like the world had disappeared. I wasn't spying. I surprised her with her favorite takeout and a bottle of anniversary wine I knew would make her smile. However, on the 12th floor, In that silent hallway, I saw two shadows entwined, garments dangling, bodies moving with a clear urgency. The urgent reports she mentioned were scattered around the desk like broken promises. My hands grew numb, the food went cold, and my existence vanished in an instant. Those still listening shouldn't miss what's next because this wasn't the worst. Not even close. I didn't touch door. Like my feet knew there was nothing left on that floor, I turned around and headed back to the elevator. The hallway was so quiet I could hear my heartbeat. I pressed the elevator button with a shaky hand. When the door closed, the shaking stopped. Something else took over. I examined my metal reflection. The guy who brought his wife food because she was working late had the same expression and tired eyes. But that version of myself felt dead upon arrival. My job is project manager. My life is timelines, patterns, inputs, and outputs. You learn to spot discrepancies after seeing enough data. I made a silent decision on the way down. I wouldn't yell or plead. My old self would have done that. I'd think, watch, take notes, and let consequences do their thing. The next morning, the world pretended nothing occurred. As usual, the coffee machine gurgled at 7:30. The same kitchen, countertop, and worn mug in my hand. Emily entered like a commercial. Hair and makeup flawless. New blouse unknown. Creamy color made her skin look costly. The perfume was thicker than usual, a feature you only notice when you start scoring. The stainless steel travel mug I gave her last Christmas held coffee. No look. I'll probably be home late again. Big week. I drank. Watched her avoid my face and asked, "Big presentation?" She paused for half a beat. Ryan wants reformed quarterly numbers. You know his intensity. The man between her legs less than 10 hours earlier. Ryan. She leaned in, kissed my cheek like she was getting a roll, grabbed her stuff, and left. Initially everything seemed fine. Pattern was broken underneath. You can't unsee a pattern glitch. Many guys do what I did when their world turns. Just one person who's seen me at my worst. I see Jake at the bar. He caught on the second ring. Clinking glasses and an old country tune are audible. "David, you never call early. What's happening?" I didn't rush into the workplace. I started with pattern. Late nights, emergency weekends. The weird restaurant an hour across town, and the dusty anniversary bottle of wine on our kitchen shelf. He let me dump everything. No jokes, no interruptions, just calm breathing. Then he hit me. "You think she cheats?" That word went through like someone said what I'd been avoiding. My chest tightened. I swallowed while staring at the wall. "Yeah," replied. "I think she is." A beat passed before Jake said, "So what are you going to do about it?" I was astonished by my cool response. "I'll verify. No assumptions, no stories, just truth. After naming anything, you can't ignore it." I discovered something easy after the call with Jake. Emily wasn't lying at home if she told me. Work has to reflect the lies. Next day she left with her, "This week is killing me" spiel. Emails late at night, difficult deadlines, noise. After waiting an hour, I contacted her office. Bright receptionist Rachel answered Greenfield Enterprises. "Rachel, this is Emily's husband David. I considered surprising her with lunch. Do they hammer her all day or give her a break?" I heard keys tapping. "Allow me to check." Indeed, today is bright. Just a 3 p.m., done by 3 with Ryan. End of story. Want me to inform her you're coming? Light day. One meeting. Not the week from hell she sold me at the kitchen table. My jaw stiffened, yet my voice was soft. "Nah, no problem. Keep it a secret." I gazed at my phone after saying goodbye. It wasn't proof. A hairline break in the story, smaller and sharper. Right then, I knew two things. She was more than fatigued. She created an imaginary storm to disappear. That day, I determined not to believe her next time she texted, "I'll be working late." She repeated the line several nights later. "We'll work late again." Without apology or emoji, just a message. I took my keys. No takeaway today. No wine. Just bad-tempered curiosity. Tommy looked up from his desk as I entered the foyer. He recognized me instantly. "David back. Mrs. Get another surprise." This time his eyes were different. Not my usual friendly joking look. Pity existed. Pity always implies unknown knowledge. Forced a smile. Yes. Something like that. My ride to the 12th floor felt too long. Same hallway, tacky art, fluorescent lighting, and light beneath her office door. Another fuzzy shape via frosted glass. Different day. Same scenario. Same man between her legs. Same clothes slipping. Same bodies moving like the only people on earth. Short stay. I didn't knock. I was silent. I turned around and returned to the elevator with a quiet rage. Tightens. It hardens. It waits. Because being quiet gave me greater control. I didn't rush out this time. I stopped at security. Tommy looked up and didn't act casually. He regarded me like he was trying to find out which me he was talking to. The naive husband or the man who finally understood. Leaning against the counter. My voice was flatter than expected. Ray, how long? His eyes dropped as he breathed slowly. Couple months, he said. Maybe more. Sorry, guy. I considered speaking, but it's not my place. The last denial fog vanished in one sigh. I may have misunderstood. Just facts, no excuses. I didn't converse or blast music on the way home. I stared at the road and planned like any huge project. 3 simple goals. No conflict, no yelling match she could include into a tale. Second, assemble everything. Money, texts, patterns, proof. This marriage would end on my terms, not hers. I buried the man who wanted to mend this. The man going home finished it. She arrived home late again that night. No text warning or apology, just the garage door roaring open before midnight. Emily arrived with unkempt hair, not fitting the back-to-back meeting scenario. Smudged makeup that seems overdone. Blouse somewhat off-center, like she rushed to button it in the car. She said Ryan made last-minute alterations, leaving her suitcase by the door and avoiding my eyes. He's pushing everyone this week. Yes, I nodded. Sure sounds like him. My voice was retired sounding. She jumped in the shower to wash off office work. I went to my laptop and opened accounts I'd never cared about. Joint checking, savings, mortgage, retirement accounts, credit cards, automated payments, transfers, and every line she believed I'd never check. The numbers began to speak. Unheard of hotel fees. Unscheduled work trips. Spending patterns that suddenly made sense. My eyes burned about 4 a.m. But the sight was obvious. I knew what we held. What I could move. What I could lock down, and how much she stood to lose if she left like the wounded party. She could manipulate my heart. Money is arithmetic, and math doesn't lie. She stumbled into the kitchen the next morning, tired. Free knot hair, baggy blouse, and the soft sigh folks use to show how hard they work. She reached over the counter for the coffee and I noticed it above her collar. Dark mark half hidden by fabric. A bite, not a bad bruise or accident. Didn't stare. I didn't react. I casually inquired, "Long night?" She turned away from me and murmured, "You have no idea." Taking a sip from the mug. House calm changed when she left the driveway. It felt like an operations center instead of home. The bank was called first. The second call was to a locksmith. Jake received the third call. I need Chris, the IT kid, the one who does the side jobs. There was no wrath, only constant awareness of a change. I'd been a husband trying to figure out his marriage until then. Starting that morning, I ran a campaign. That afternoon, a gray-haired locksmith with a tool belt arrived without questioning. I liked him instantly. After I said, "Whole house, every lock," he nodded and worked. I wandered through the rooms with a new intent while he drilled and replaced cylinders. I didn't trash drawers or closets. I searched like a man who knew there was something. I felt her nightstand book's spines in the bedroom. Then I felt it. Behind them, something solid pressed back. It was there when I separated the row. Second phone. Different carrier. Not our plan. I activated it. Passcode screen. I didn't overthink. Inserted our anniversary. First try, it opened. Yes, it did. These messages hit differently. He's so pathetically trusting. Once I know where all the money is, I can walk with my fair share. It was written. Betrayal of the heart and bank account. I screenshotted every nasty line about me and every scheme she and Ryan had to wreck the life I paid for. Shame burned off and hardened then. Chris arrived with a laptop bag and a half smirk, and I knew what I needed from him. Not much small conversation as we drove downtown. Just enough, I said. My wife, her boss, frosted glass, second phone. He whistled low. Damn, man. You sure you're okay? No, answered I. Tommy was working when we entered the lobby. He looked at Chris after nodding at me. This him? Yeah, he's with me. Tommy hesitated from the desk. The tiny security room demanded speed. The monitor wall showed empty corridors and office doors. Tommy sat down, typing quickly. What floor? 12. Her hallway. Her office. Last couple of months. Video began. Ryan falling after hours. Emily letting him inside her office. Door shutting. Keep lights on. We saw them kiss in the corridor like teens do when no one is watching. Different dates, same pattern. They became careless one night. Not fully closed blinds, their office window is angled improperly. Just great for the camera. Though not porn. It was enough. Chris connected his drive and copied. Encrypted. He said. If this ever disappears, it's because you wanted it gone. Before that frosted glass, I felt solid ground. There was more than my word against theirs. They hanged themselves in HD. After getting the footage and communications, the challenge was how to use them. After Emily fell asleep with her back to me, I sat at the kitchen table with my laptop, printer, and cheap paper cutter. It felt like paperwork, not revenge. I printed the worst. Calling me pathetically trusting and texting. The ones where she and Ryan discussed her fair share after she found the money. Kisses from the hallway. A few hazy office window shots. Just enough for impact. I made 3 envelopes. Greenfield Enterprises HR received it first. Nice stack of screenshots and a note, no return address. This is how your executives spend company time. The second was for Lydia Harris, Ryan's wife. In the building that paid their salaries, images of her husband wrapped around my wife. Emily frequently complained about Olivia James, the office gossip. I attached Emily's name-calling texts. I mailed each envelope from a different post office across town the next morning on my way to work. As if removing 3 pins from 3 grenades and gently placing them on a table. Around 9 a.m., the first blast occurred. Emily called from an unknown conference room with a nervous voice. David. HR just called me in. Someone sent them stuff, messages, pictures. They said it's about inappropriate conduct. I don't know what's happening. I spoke softly. Breathe. It's probably a misunderstanding. Just tell them the truth. My phone sent more minutes later. Tommy texted. Place is going crazy up here. HR legal, people whispering. You didn't hear it from me. I headed downtown after lunch and parked across from their playground/glass tower. I had a poor lunch and a beautiful view of the front doors of a deli. The third grenade detonated. A silver Mercedes arrived. Lydia left, calm, wealthy, furious. She marched through the rotating door like she'd practiced. I saw her bring Ryan into the lobby and hit my wife so hard her head snapped to the side 10 minutes later. My seat was silent as Emily clutched her cheek as half the building watched. First time since that frosted glass, embarrassment wasn't mine. She was suspended that day. No lengthy inquiry, no soft warnings, just HR, a closed door, and a box. As I approached the curb, she stood outside with a box carton full of her workplace life. Picture frames, a plant, and 2 cheap trophies. Her makeup struggled to hide her red eyes. They're putting me on leave, she added, sliding into the passenger seat, pending a policy violation investigation. She made policy sound nasty. She spoke hurriedly on the way home, afraid that stopping would destroy her. Someone sent them private messages, photos. They showed me screenshots. David, this is an invasion of privacy. It's illegal. They can't just dig into my personal life like that. I retained my grip on the wheel. Did they say who sent it? No. Anonymous. Cowardly. I nodded like I agreed. Like I didn't choose the printer paper or lick the envelopes. She believed she was hunted. Unexpectedly surprised. Sitting 3 feet from her. All I felt was the crushing silence between what I knew and what she assumed I knew. Habit took control as we entered the driveway. She took her keys, got out of the car first, and went to the front door as usual. I watched her twist and slide her key into the lock from behind. Nothing. She tried again, slower, grimaced, and assumed the handle was stuck. It's not turning, she remarked. Did you lock the deadbolt from the inside or something? I approached her calmly. Old lock's been sticking for months, I add. I called a locksmith yesterday, he replaced everything. Her eyes were on the door, but nothing else. Chronology, suspension, anonymous proof, new locks on her residence. Yesterday, she repeated. Yeah. I inserted and turned my key smoothly. The door opened effortlessly. We entered our longtime living room. Even though she was trying to convince herself nothing had changed, the air felt different, like the walls knew something had changed. I think she closed the door too carefully behind me. David, she said slowly. Is there something you want to tell me? I stared at her. with the question weighing more than our furniture. I entered the kitchen like any other bad day and grabbed the alcohol. Want a glass? Phone down, her hand shook. Yeah, please. I chugged two to her. I saw Lydia's hand touch her face and a bruise under the makeup up close. Ryan's called me 14 times today, she replied, glancing at the screen. Sipping slowly. Texts, voicemails. He's freaking out. Call him back, I urged. Put it on speaker, she blinked. Now? Now's good. She called. He picked up first ring. Emily, thank God. Someone's trying to destroy us. HR has pictures, messages. This is a coordinated attack. I leaned in, calm. Ryan, it's David. What messages? The line paused. I almost heard him recalculating. Private conversations taken out of context, stated. Emily stepped in quickly. Exactly. They're making it look like more than it was. They lay on my kitchen stage. I nodded as if I understood. I stored everything within. Their tone, tale, and clinging to a falsehood like a life raft with a hole. It wasn't only HR the next morning. A building-wide circus. In her robe, Emily paced the kitchen with a buzzing phone. I heard bits of conversations when she answered and hung up. Who sent it? No, I'm not confirming anything. It's all blown out of proportion. Olivia, her co-worker, had somehow obtained a few screenshots and turned them into office currency. Half the business saw hazy photographs and half-redacted writing by noon, and assumed they knew the whole story. Local news began investigating. Channel 7 called her cell to discuss executive subordinate claims. Other outlets left voicemails. She turned off her screen like she wanted to break it. My career's done, David. Nobody touches this kind of scandal. I'm radioactive. I sat at the table with my coffee, playing the steady spouse. Look, I continued. If you and Ryan are already in this mess together, you might as well coordinate. Get your story straight. Present a united front. It'll look worse if you start contradicting each other. She stopped pacing and stared at me. You're calm about everything, she added. Most men would be insane. I looked at her and shrugged. Yelling doesn't fix anything, I add. Strategy does. She turned aside, but I could see she was upset I wasn't breaking apart on time. She didn't realize it, but the more she questioned my serenity, the more I was sure I was the only one in charge in this house. I've learned from watching the world melt down online that the crowd doesn't need much pressure once they smell blood. I contacted Chris again. You still got room for one more side project? He asked that day, dropping his backpack on my kitchen table and opening his laptop like a magician. What are we doing? Not hacking, responded I. Just storytelling. New account. Only a corporate whistleblower handle. Simple bio showed what happens behind office doors. Post by post, Chris created a clear timeline. Late-night building entrances. Calendar appointment screenshots that contradicted Emily's home instructions. Security footage blurs. Faces softer. The bodies and placements are clear. We posted dates, times, photographs, receipts, and a caption. Ever wonder what working late really looks like? With corporate affair hashtags. Abuse of power. Office scandal. The account got couple hundred followers by dinner, over 4,500 by midnight. Local gossip sites covered it. A minor news blog speculated on the company. My favorite part, I never mentioned her name. City would do it for me. Emily wound herself tighter as the news spread. Next night, she looked like a wire about to break. While seated at the kitchen table with untouched plates, she inhaled deeply and continued, I need to tell you something, but you have to promise not to freak out. Only watched her. Try me. She twisted her napkin. Ryan and we developed feelings. It was emotional, okay? Nothing physical, just stupid flirting and messages that got taken out of context. It was the half-truth. Just admit enough to appear honest, deny everything important. A few seconds passed. I said, I'm not angry you had feelings, gently. I'm disappointed you didn't tell me the truth from the start. She took that as mercy. It just got messy. I was stressed. I didn't want to lose you or my job. Those screenshots, they look bad, but they aren't the full story. Context, I said. Right. Her hot, frantic eyes met mine. I walked around the table and wrapped my arms around her shoulders. Someone is clearly targeting us, David. Me and him. This isn't just gossip. This is personal. She balked, then melted into it like she'd been waiting all week for that gesture. I told her, we'll find out who did it. She accepted, "You're not alone in this." I needed her to keep me on her side, which she thought I was. A few days after the HR fiasco, calls changed tone. No more coworkers whispering or reporters fishing. A new number. Emily, out of town, replied on speaker while pacing the kitchen. "Mrs. Turner, this is Detective Laura Bennett with the Financial Crimes Unit." Silence. Even the fridge was loud. "We need to ask you a few questions about irregularities in your expense reports at Greenfield Enterprises." Her color almost faded. She looked at me like I could turn off reality. "I think I should talk to my lawyer first," stated. "You're right," the detective said. "But I'd advise you not to wait." Emily dropped on the counter like her legs had forgotten. "This isn't just gossip anymore, David. This is fraud." "That's prison stuff." I spoke softly. "Chris texted me." "Then we do this smart. Lawyer first. No more talking to anyone alone." It landed when might want to dial back the whistleblower account. Cops are sniffing around. Not just a nasty secret. We had the law in this room. Emily's lawyer arrived the next morning. I waited in the parking lot as folks in and exited with coffee and briefcases like any other Tuesday. Her return brought panic, but with edges. Controlled, sharp. She responded, "My attorney says we stop treating this like an affair," closing the car door. "We frame it as workplace harassment." I waited. "Harassment," I repeated. "He was my boss, David. He pushed boundaries, late-night mandatory meetings, comments about my body. He knew I couldn't just say no and keep my job. That's what they'll understand." She'd gone, "We messed up and he cornered me in a day. There were rumors at his last company too," she said. "My lawyer's reaching out to 2 women who left because of him. If they talk, it shows a pattern. Then it's not me on trial, it's him." I nodded slowly, understanding tactics rather than seeing her alter history. She added, "If this works." Almost optimistic. "Ryan falls, and I'm clean." Even if she didn't realize it, that sentence revealed me how far she'd go to rescue herself. Her lawyer may have believed it. I didn't. She slid a stack of printed statements toward me one night at the table, claiming innocence. She remarked, "Look," tapping a line. "These hotels, those dinners, they were part of my comp. Client meetings, perks, it's all in the package." I'd read the same statements alone at 4 a.m. I knew dates. I knew which client dinners fit with nights she said she was too tired to celebrate our anniversary, birthdays, or life. "Must be nice," I whispered. She said, "I don't get jewelry as a benefit where I work." Ryan said the company covered certain incentives. "That's on him, not me." I agreed. I let her talk and memorized her biggest lies. Detective Bennett called Ryan again a day later to conduct a formal interview. She appeared anxious. This is why I wasn't. I realized she couldn't justify expenses without lowering both. I knew I was the only one with the whole set of receipts, face down on the table. Ryan's world crumbled quickly. Outside, guys like him look solid. Nice outfits, hair and automobile. But glass. Emily's phone lighted up with news alerts before she drank her coffee one morning. Leading Greenfield Enterprises executive arrested for fraud and power abuse. His mugshot was published alongside a headline alleging corporate wrongdoing and subordinate exploitation. She glanced at the screen in disbelief, then looked at me triumphantly. "They're charging him, David, not me." My lawyer was right. Within days, Greenfield's HR offered her a transfer to a different division, same pay, quiet relocation, and the promise that this tragic event wouldn't appear in her personnel file if she signed certain papers and kept quiet. First time in weeks her shoulders lowered. She almost showed relief by relaxing her jaw. "If I take this," she added, "I get my career back. We can move on. Fresh start." I nodded. This was clear to me inside. A false victory, not a joyful ending. He was removed from the board, so she assumed the game was ended. She didn't know I was softly changing the final pieces. A week later, we sat across from each other at our favorite Italian restaurant like nothing had happened. Same candles, worn menus, and server who'd seen us for birthdays, anniversaries, and just because nights. Emily stretched across the table and took my hand. "To new beginnings," she smiled, believing it. "Ryan's out. The company's giving me a second chance. And you? You stayed. You have no idea what that means to me." I held her hand gently. I appeared to be the loyal husband who'd forgive and repair. Something settled inside. Not a new beginning. The finale. Why? Because I knew the whole story. Not the modified version she gave HR or the victim script her lawyer wrote. I'd seen her words, goals, and contempt. She ran upstairs to shower and wash off this nightmare when we arrived home. I stared at my phone in the kitchen for a while. I called Detective Bennett after scrolling to his number. That night, I stopped surviving what she'd done and told the truth. Walking into the station with my laptop felt different from catching her through the glass. There was no shaking or adrenaline, just sleepy lucidity. Detective Bennett interviewed me in a small room, a table, 2 chairs, and a legal pad. No drama, no one-way mirror. You said you had additional information, stated. The folders I'd had for weeks were on my laptop. First, the security clips. Not the ones that could be waved off as pressure or harassment, but the ones where Emily clearly closed the distance. Her hand on his tie first, her leaning in, her laughing, pulling him back into her office, then the screenshots from the second phone. Once I know where everything is, I'm taking. This doesn't match the statement she gave us, Bennett whispered. It doesn't match the one she gave me either, I said. She typed long, then turned the pad to me and said, if you're willing, I need your official statement on record. I read it line by line and signed my name at the bottom. Not only her hubby anymore. We established her story was false with my testimony. Investigator Bennett didn't immediately grasp the signed statement when I handed it back over the table. She regarded me with a cocked head, attempting to see around the wall I was holding up. Can I ask you something off the record? Asked. Sure. Why are you doing this, Mr. Turner? Most husbands in your position either look the other way or burn everything down. You're cooperating against her. Sitting in the chair, I stared at the empty corner. If I lie for her now, then I become part of the same lie. Another person twisting the truth because it's convenient. She lied. I don't bluff, I said. Not in marriage, not in court. She made her choices. I'm making mine. The truth needs to be said, even if it costs me the last pieces of what we had. Bennett nodded, understanding more than she'd ever put in a report. I put my self-respect before my marriage then. Sirens didn't sound 2 days later. It wasn't necessary. After 9 a.m., a quiet cruiser pulled up to our house. Tires pounding the driveway we laid with weekend labor years before. The front window showed 2 uniformed officers and Detective Bennett in plain clothes exiting. No drama, just goal. Our street is where people pretend not to look yet do. Curtains jerked. Neighbor's mower stopped suddenly. Emily was in her jammies in the kitchen when the knock arrived. I heard the door open and her voice failed to sound confident. Mrs. Turner said, you're under arrest for conspiracy to commit fraud, misuse of corporate funds and providing false statements during an active investigation. Words floated down the corridor like cement. Her hands were cuffed in front of her when they took her to the automobile. I returned to the window. She raised her head, searched the house for a lifeline. Our eyes met via glass. Shock, then betrayal, like if I had shattered us. I didn't wave or look away. Everyone in the neighborhood witnessed what I was living with then. It was a controversy and the price of her identity. The official charges piled up. Fraud conspiracy, corporate fund misuse, perjury, obstruction of justice. Her lawyer contacted me, voice strained, to ask if I understood my statement. I assured him I understood well. He never called back. The media switched as fast as she did. Local media that portrayed her as the heroic female employee caught in a powerful man's web now portrayed her differently. Alleged harassment victim accused of orchestrating fraud scheme, fake victim. New evidence suggests executive was willing accomplice. Her name becomes associated with deception. I didn't comment or share articles. Jake poured a frosty drink in front of me as I sat on my normal stool at his bar. He pointed to the mute TV playing her story. You watching? Nope, I responded. Already lived it. Once reputation fractures, everyone wants to show it. Emily tried to control the story for months. One paper, second phone and hard drive changed her story. The reality owned it. Trial preparation felt more like building a bridge than drama. All pieces have to fit, or it collapsed. DA's office demanded my everything. I sent them bank statements, credit card histories, and hotel bills with second phone dates. Chris secured the chain of custody. He recorded file pulls, disk clones, and clip exports. There are no gaps or tampering concerns. Lydia also saw prosecutors. She had her own collection of emails, calendar entries and mysterious work trips that looked like vacations. The picture of Ryan and Emily as a horrible one-time error died. This was typical. I created a chronology using a project manager's intellect and a betrayed husband's memories at my kitchen table with a legal pad and pour coffee at night. Quarter end caused her first late night. First strange restaurant name on statement. First falsehood that didn't seem like a lie till the light hit it right. The story became more than emotional by the end. Dates, times, figures and images were so tightly bound that pulling one thread would pull the whole thing into the light. My name made the courtroom feel smaller. I stood, swore in, sat down, and gazed out at a dozen strangers who would judge my last 10 years on paper. Piece by piece, the prosecutor explained. Late nights, working late texts, frosted glass, second phone, money. I uttered it all in one line for the first time. No editing or softening. The words sounded harsher than in my head. Her attorney rose. Mr. Turner, would you say you're bitter about your wife's choices? Yes. And would you say your testimony today might be influenced by a desire for revenge? I let it go. The room was quiet enough to hear a chair shift. No, I answered. Revenge is emotional. This is consequence. The lawyer frowned. What's the difference to you? Revenge is about how I feel, I add. Consequence is about what she did. Actions have consequences. I'm not here to punish her. Nothing moved for a moment. The judge gave a tiny nod like the line reached its destination. If you've never seen a man go from power suit to prison khakis, respect drains rapidly. Undercover, hands shackled to his waist, skin a gray color unrelated to lights, Ryan entered. He wasn't the Christmas party smooth talker anymore. This man was eaten by his own choices. He stood, raised his hand, and pledged to tell the truth. That pledge meant something for the first time. Lying now would cost him years. The prosecutor simplified. Did you have a romantic and sexual relationship with Emily Turner? Yes. His voice broke at the word. Was it consensual? Yes. Did she ever tell you she felt pressured, harassed, or coerced? No. They showed him expense reports, motels, dinners, and jewelry. Who initiated those charges? I did. Who benefited? Both of us. Final edit. Did you and Mrs. Turner discuss portraying her as a victim to limit liability? He asked the table. Yes. Emily ignored him. Ignored me. Just stared straight ahead as his swore words tore apart the story she'd spent months creating. He returned everything she'd tried to blame him for, split evenly under oath. Our supporting characters gradually became the main characters. Receptionist Rachel started. She sat erect, hands folded, speaking clearly. Yes, I managed the executive calendars, responded. Mrs. Turner did not have the heavy schedule she described. Her days were normal, a few meetings, nothing like what she told HR or her husband. Tommy testified. Seeing him in a suit instead of his security polo almost threw me. After wiping his palms on his knees, he answered every question. Yes, I often saw Mr. Mercer arrive after hours. Yes, Mrs. Turner was there with him. Yes, it happened many times over several months. Olivia left. She didn't hide her voice's harshness. She received Emily's messages calling her incompetent, mocking co-workers and bragging about having Ryan wrapped around her finger. Each item may have been excused as a misunderstanding, poor night, or exaggeration. The pattern was clear when combined. I watched the jurors scribble notes, heads down, pens going quicker with each witness. No longer simply my pain. All the strangers in the room saw the woman I'd finally seen. Emily's attorney took a different approach when it was her turn. He pointed at the hazy security camera stills with wide palms like a magician. Saying, let's be honest, he repeated, these images invade privacy. No audio, no context. Two adults behind a closed door. Who knows what's actually happening? Then he tried to shift the focus from conduct to principle. He questioned the jury. Are we comfortable with a world where every private moment at work is scrutinized and criminalized for a second? The room almost leaned his way. The judge spoke. Counselor, she replied. Let's come back to the numbers. The prosecutor displayed a brief summary. Travel, accommodations, meals, client entertainment. Mrs. Turner, he added, can you explain why $12,000 in company funds were spent on trips and purchases that appear to benefit you personally, many of them on dates that match messages between you and Mr. Mercer? Large black typeface, $12,000. Emily opened and closed her mouth, looking at her lawyer. That was part of my compensation package, she said. Judge didn't blink. Do you have any documentation to support that? Mute. Slippery feelings. Context bends. But numbers? Your story doesn't matter to numbers. By the time Detective Bennett testified, feelings were irrelevant. The issue was structure. She was calm and methodical, like those who believe their work. She showed the jury the full inquiry like a map. Start with emails. Ryan offering to cover costs. The personal benefits were acknowledged by Emily. Dates and quantities of expense reports matched hotel confirmations, restaurant receipts, and jewelry purchases. The timeline followed. Video of them entering and exiting the building after hours. Call and text logs before and after meetings. They joked about working late again on the nights the expenditures struck the company card. Emily's every refusal. It was just business. I didn't know how the charges were filed. They twisted my communications and silenced exhibits. The prosecutor questioned Bennett. Did you find any evidence? That Mrs. Turner was unwilling. No, she said. I observed the jurors while she spoke. Not in compassion, but in recognition. Heads nodded. Not a tale anymore. Emily's version couldn't escape the closed loop. I was her attorney's final hope. He spoke less legally and more personally on cross. Mr. Turner, he asked, would you describe yourself as a hurt man? Yes. A betrayed man. Yes. A man who might consciously or not want to see his wife pay as much as possible for what she did. I considered a sophisticated response. Instead, I breathed and returned to the only moment that counted. I said, I want you to imagine something. Gazing at the jurors rather than him. You bring your wife dinner. You're just trying to be a good husband. You step onto her floor, walk down a quiet hallway, and through a frosted glass door, you see her with another man like your marriage never existed. And you're still holding the food. Silence. I stood there and watched my life fall apart while my hands were full, I add. That's something I wouldn't wish on anyone. I stared at the lawyer. But this isn't about punishment. It's about truth. A man's word has to mean something. Nobody said much after that. First, I felt like the room realized this wasn't just a legal case. Someone cashes out your trust like nothing. It seemed like someone yanked a plug when the jury left to deliberate. I sat alone in the corridor on a harsh wooden seat that feels like punishment for waiting. A fluorescent light hummed. A wall clock ticked loudly, bothering me. For the first time in months, I was done. No more declarations, documentation, or planning. Just time. Jake arrived without warning. He's a kind friend. In silence, he sat alongside me and put a heavy hand on my shoulder. You finish what you start, he whispered. Whatever happens in there, you saw it through. With eyes on the floor, I nodded. Stretched minutes. My heart skipped a beat when the hall door opened, then settled when it wasn't them. Bailiff left eventually. Juries reached a verdict. The suspense ended. Standing, we returned to the chamber where everything would be defined in a few phrases. The jurors returned with blank faces after a week. But now every stride was heavier. Emily had her fists knotted in her lap, knuckles white, as I sat behind the defense table to the side. The judge asked the foreperson about the verdict. We have, Your Honor. On the charge of conspiracy to commit fraud, how do you find the defendant? Guilty? On the charge of misuse of corporate funds? Guilty. Perjury? Guilty. Obstruction of justice? Guilty. Words didn't echo. Each one fell like nails in a lid that had been waiting too long to close. Emily didn't weep. She didn't argue. She appeared to have lost air. She went from shocked to accepting. She glanced at me in the seats behind her. Met eyes. No affection remained. No pleading. She showed me chilly, exhausted respect, like she'd learned I wasn't the miserably trusting man she'd described. People talk loudly about justice. After the truth was revealed, I felt quiet. It was my first true breath in a while. She got 3 years and can get parole after 14 months if she behaves. I was later questioned if it was enough. As if a number validates betrayal. Not so. What the law can do and what you must accept are your options. Sold the house. Too many drywall ghosts. Too many mornings in that kitchen watching her lie straight-faced. I moved into a little downtown apartment. 1 bedroom, nice city view, close enough to walk to work if my truck fails. Quiet without being empty. Quite straightforward. Fridays still bring me to Jake's Tavern. Same stool, charred wings, TV game. But the talk has changed. Focus on what's next, not what she accomplished. Bills paid. Made bed. No book hidden second phone. No joint card mystery charges. Not showy. This is no movie-style revival. Just a man regaining his routines and choosing a dull quiet over the continual fire she left behind. My first prison letter arrived in a plain white envelope with my name in handwriting I knew better. I opened it at the kitchen table. 4 front and back pages. Apologies, explanations, memories she cherry-picked to indicate there was something true under all the falsehoods. Promises about treatment and self-improvement. And a hope we could try again. Read it once, completely. I filed it in a manila folder with the rest of the case paperwork in the back of a drawer. Our wedding photo is the only old photo on my desk. We're younger, thinner, and staring at the camera like we thought love could handle everything. I occasionally stare at it. I remember trusting someone entirely. To risk my life on one person without thinking. Then I noticed the frosted office glass, silhouettes and chilly takeout bag. My reminder. Once you see what's behind those doors, you never go back. Fine print isn't the ring, property or bank account in a marriage contract. Trust. Nobody reads that at the ceremony. If you cash this in for your own fun, there's a cost. I could have accepted the easy explanation. Our relationship weakened, it got tricky, mistakes happen. But eventually you must decide what kind of man you are. Truth was more important to me than comfort. My dignity was more important than appearances for neighbors. Men's words must be meaningful or they're noise. She desired a show. Tears. Drama. A fight she could win. Her punishment was consequence. Because actions matter, not vindictiveness. Burning a life and complaining about the smoke is wrong. My story teaches us to not underestimate quiet people. We're not always stupid. Sometimes we just observe. In marriage, business and life, everything pays off. Behavior has repercussions, always. I'll ask now. If you were me, would you keep quiet or speak out? Because we must choose eventually. Stand for truth or accept the deception. Obstruction of justice? Guilty. Words didn't echo. Each one fell like nails in a lid that had been waiting too long to close. Emily didn't weep. She didn't argue. She appeared to have lost air. She went from shocked to accepting. She glanced at me in the seats behind her. Met eyes. No affection remained. No pleading. She showed me chilly, exhausted respect, like she'd learned I wasn't the miserably trusting man she'd described. People talk loudly about justice. After the truth was revealed, I felt quiet. It was my first true breath in a while. She got 3 years and can get parole after 14 months if she behaves. I was later questioned if it was enough. As if a number validates betrayal. Not so. What the law can do and what you must accept are your options. Sold the house. Too many drywall ghosts. Too many mornings in that kitchen watching her lie straight-faced. I moved into a little downtown apartment. 1 bedroom, nice city view, close enough to walk to work if my truck fails. Quiet without being empty, quite straightforward. Fridays still bring me to Jake's Tavern, same stool, charred wings, TV game. But the talk has changed. Focus on what's next, not what she accomplished. Bills paid, made bed, no book hidden second phone. No joint card mystery charges. Not showy. This is no movie-style revival. Just a man regaining his routines and choosing a dull quiet over the continual fire she left behind. My first prison letter arrived in a plain white envelope with my name in handwriting I knew better. I opened it at the kitchen table. 4 front and back pages. Apologies, explanations, memories she cherry-picked to indicate there was something true under all the falsehoods, promises about treatment and self-improvement, and a hope we could try again. Read it once, completely. I filed it in a manila folder with the rest of the case paperwork in the back of a drawer. Our wedding photo is the only old photo on my desk. We're younger, thinner, and staring at the camera like we thought love could handle everything. I occasionally stare at it. I remember trusting someone entirely. To risk my life on one person without thinking. Then I noticed the frosted office glass, silhouettes, and chilly takeout bag. My reminder. Once you see what's behind those doors, you never go back. Fine print isn't the ring, property or bank account in a marriage contract. Trust. Nobody reads that at the ceremony. If you cash this in for your own fun, there's a cost. I could have accepted the easy explanation. Our relationship weakened. It got tricky. Mistakes happen. But eventually, you must decide what kind of man you are. Truth was more important to me than comfort. My dignity was more important than appearances for neighbors. Men's words must be meaningful or they're noise. She desired a show. Tears. Drama. A fight she could win. Her punishment was consequence. Because actions matter, not vindictiveness. Burning a life and complaining about the smoke is wrong. My story teaches us to not underestimate quiet people. We're not always stupid. Sometimes we just observe. In marriage, business, and life, everything pays off. Behavior has repercussions. Always. I'll ask now. If you were me, would you keep quiet or speak out? Because we must choose eventually. Stand for truth or accept the deception. Catching my wife in bed with her boss. Instead of yelling or pleading, I just simply said, "See you in court. Good luck with these proof." After 5 months of helping my wife succeed, she announced, "I'm pregnant with another man. I'm directly filing a lawsuit. See you in court, bitch." Our relationship had been going strong for 3 years. And we had been married for 2 years, and everything appeared to be coming into place. Olivia, my wife, was a driven and ambitious individual who had always envisioned herself achieving great success in her professional life. I applauded that quality of hers, and I made it a point to provide her with assistance in any and every manner that I could. To put it another way, isn't that what a spouse is supposed to do? It was a roller coaster of feelings for me when Olivia revealed that she had been given an unexpected opportunity to work for a prestigious company in Europe. To begin, I was overjoyed for her. I was happy for her. She had a dream about this. On the other side, the thought of being separated for such a significant amount of time makes me feel dreadful. On the other hand, Olivia was overjoyed, and the sight of her elation helped me to put my concerns to the side. I informed her that she had to leave, and that I would be there to support her while she pursued her goals and ambitions. In the weeks and months preceding up to her departure, I established myself as her most ardent supporter. In order to free her up to concentrate on getting ready for her new position, I took on additional tasks at home. I went so far as to assist her with packing, conduct research on the most desirable neighborhoods for her to reside in, and handle all of the tedious logistics that she detested. Despite the fact that it was difficult to watch her board the plane, I tried to console myself by reminding myself that this was only a temporary obstacle. For a while, we maintained our connection. Olivia would phone me every evening to tell me about her new co-workers, the dynamics of the office, and the allure of the city. Then, we would chuckle over our inside jokes while I updated you on the latest happenings in my life back home. However, as time went on, the number of missed calls decreased. My assumption was that she was simply adjusting to her new life at the time. Afterward, her texts began to have an air of distancing, as if they were written out of necessity rather than real interest in the recipient. I would inquire about her well-being, and she would supply me with one-liners in response. She would avoid the question by stating that it was not yet an appropriate time to visit each other whenever I brought up the possibility of our going to see each other. A sense of unease began to creep into my thoughts, and I made an effort to throw it off. Distance relationships were challenging to maintain. That was common knowledge. I reassured myself that Olivia was only beginning to adjust to her new life, and that she required some time as she did so. It became increasingly difficult to ignore the signs. After a few weeks, it had been 5 months, and her communication had gradually decreased to nearly nothing. Unanswered calls were received. Letters that were left uneaten. I began to feel a sense of worry, and began to wonder if she had been suffering from a catastrophic accident. This caused her to block me, a little. Sharp knife was used to cut into my chest, and it was really painful. When I was in complete disbelief, I recall staring at my phone, and refreshing her profile. I was hoping that it was some kind of error, but it obviously wasn't. Her phone number was no longer active. It was impossible to find any sign of our connection, and her social media pages had been removed entirely. In order to check her social media, I requested that my friends and relatives do so. During this time, her account was briefly disabled. I was in a state of constant fury and anguish, as I spent 7 days attempting to make sense of what had happened. Could it be that I had made a mistake? Would she be trying to inform me that our marriage was finished by doing this? When I attempted to get in touch with her family, they told me that they didn't know very much. Her mother was evasive, and dismissed me with awkward explanations about Olivia's hectic schedule, and the distractions that Facebook and other social media platforms provided for her. My sleep was disrupted. In an effort to find hints, I would spend each night scrolling through previous images of us that were stored on my phone. There was an intolerable lack of sound. Nothing could have adequately prepared me for what I was about to learn, despite the fact that my mind was racing with the worst-case scenarios. Leaving by plane was something I had pondered doing. But I was no longer aware of where she was staying. After I had gotten in touch with the landlord of the home that I had arranged for her, he informed me that she had moved out some weeks ago. I made an effort to get in touch with her company, but I received no response. The company that she talked so much about was not the one where she worked. When I called, I did so several times. I was considering filing a complaint with the police, but her mother prevented me from doing so. Olivia, she told me, was doing well and just needed some distance. She also encouraged me to convey the same message to everyone else. I was informed that she will get in touch with me when she was ready. Although I was extremely perplexed, I waited. It had been close to 2 months since I had attempted to get in touch with her, and I had tried every available method. When I came across it, I was scrolling through our social media accounts. It seems that she had reactivated her account. A picture of her was taken at some kind of formal occasion, and there she was, beaming with happiness. On a baby bump, her hand was resting in a protective manner. Starting a new chapter with the person who is the love of my life was written in the caption. Her boss was the name of the man who stood next to her, and I dimly recognized him from the photographs of her workplace. The message hit me like a freight train. Not only had my wife, the lady whom I had loved and supported to the point of abandonment, but she had also moved on completely. She was carrying a child. When I was married, I smiled, as if I had never existed. Under the law, she was still legally married to me. I had the sensation that my chest had been ripped open, because the betrayal was so blatant and so comprehensive. It was then that my legs finally gave out, and I collapsed onto the couch, staring at the TV while tears clouded my vision. She had not simply abandoned me, she had completely removed me from the narrative of our lives, which she had rewritten. On the one hand, I was looking for answers, but on the other hand, I did not want to resort to running after her because that was what I had been doing so far. There was nothing further to say. It was impossible for me to compete with the illusion that she was living. It seemed as though my entire world was falling apart, and she was over there having fun with another man. My family and friends came together to support me, and make an effort to keep me rooted in reality. When I informed my closest friend, Ryan, about what had occurred, he was visibly upset. According to him, she did not deserve my tears, and he advised me to move on with my life and concentrate on myself. When every nook and cranny of my home brought back memories of her, it was easier to say than to do. How come? In what way did she act? She should have had the decency to notify me that it was over, but she didn't. When did I become expendable? In the past, I had been nothing but encouraging. The first update is that I was in a daze for 5 days, after I found out about Olivia's betrayal through her social media post. I was overcome with fury, despair, and grief. My parents advised me to concentrate on the things that I could manage. On the other hand, when my entire world had been turned upside down, that seemed inconceivable. It was impossible for me to simply give up and allow her to get away with everything that she had done. Over the course of the subsequent days, I sought the counsel of an attorney. I reached out to a family attorney and took the time to explain the scenario in painstaking detail. I was able to identify with the initial reaction of the attorney. With Olivia having virtually abandoned our marriage and constructed a new life without any legal separation or divorce, she informed me that I had reasons to submit a case for marital fraud. She indicated that I had grounds to do so. I filed the complaint with the system. It appeared to be a baby step toward regaining some measure of control over the situation. Despite the fact that I had no idea whether or not it would amount to anything, at least it was something. My blood began to boil at the thought that Olivia might walk out of my life, destroy everything that we had created, and then spend the rest of her life living happily ever after, without any consequences. While I was working through the legalities, I began to think about how I had been taken by surprise from the beginning. As I continued to play back the final few months of our relationship, I was looking for any indications that I could have overlooked. I felt as though I had been slapped in the face for every moment that I had spent supporting her, cheering her on, and making sacrifices towards her. Despite the fact that I had been her most ardent supporter, she had repaid me with this heinous violation of trust. The legal process moved at a snail's pace, but the straightforward act of submitting the complaint seemed like a mooring. It brought to my mind that I did not have to be a passive observer as she removed me from her life during that time. I presented the attorney with all of the documented evidence that I could locate, including our marriage certificate, evidence of assets that were owned jointly, and recordings of our correspondence before to her disappearance. My attorney gave me the assurance that she would be held accountable for her acts, particularly in the event that she attempted to do other measures that were in violation of the terms of our marriage. What other options did she have? Everything had already been completed by her. In the meantime, I immersed myself in my work in an effort to divert my attention away from the inner turmoil I was experiencing. As soon as they realized anything was wrong, my coworkers not only gave me space but also provided their support. One of my coworkers placed a cup of coffee on my desk along with a message that read, "You've got this." Although it wasn't much, it felt like a lifeline at that very time. As time went on, the hatred I felt toward Olivia started to take precedence over the melancholy I was experiencing. The more I got to know her, the more I realized that she was a self-centered and manipulative individual who was more concerned with her own aspirations and wishes than she was with the people who loved her. At all times, Olivia was entirely concerned with herself. This is the second update. Just when I was about to let go, Olivia made a surprise appearance in the most unexpected way. Since the last time I had heard from her, it had been 7 months. During the course of one evening, I was going through some bills when I heard my phone ring. Europe was the origin of the number. Olivia spoke to the person on the other end of the call. While she was speaking, her voice was trembling, and I could hear the sound of muffled cries in the background. She told me that she needed to talk to me because she was in a difficult situation and she did not know who else she could turn to for help. She was honest enough to admit that her ideal life in Europe had been reduced to a pile of ashes. Her new husband, the man she had left me for, turned out to be a con artist. She had abandoned me for him. It was with a broken voice that she went on to explain that he had been perpetrating some kind of intricate hoax and had completely wiped out her finances. He had vanished, leaving her pregnant and abandoned in a foreign place with no money, no support, and no idea what to do next. She had no financial resources, and no support system. I had my suspicions that he was her employer, but then again, what do I know? She wasn't even employed by the company that I had assumed she was working for. I had not yet uttered a single word. My heart was filled with a whirlwind of feelings as I sat there and listened to her detail her emotional saga. Karma was going to punish her in the most severe manner that was imaginable. On the other hand, I couldn't believe her defiance. She had the audacity to come crawling back to me after everything that she had done, wanting compassion and support from me because of her actions. In order to get back on her feet, she asked me if I could assist her in any way, perhaps by sending her some money. She stated that she was aware that she had made errors, but that she was in a difficult situation and had no other options available to her. My silence lasted for a brief period of time, and I let her words to linger in the air. Next, I inquired as to the reason she believed that I owed her anything. I told her that she had blocked me, deactivated her account, and removed me from her life. And then all of a sudden she appeared with a new one without any consideration for how it would impact me. At this point, she was contacting me, anticipating that I would come to her rescue and make it seem as though none of that had occurred. Olivia began to cry more intensely, stating that she did not have anybody else to turn to for support. As a result of her family's abandonment of her, she was terrified for the development of her child. My intention was to tell her to inquire with her mother, but she informed me that she had already inquired with her mother. She pleaded with me to comprehend that she had committed a devastating error, and that all she required was a second chance to put everything in order. You mean that I was her final resort, right? I made it clear to her that I was not her safe haven. Having finished making her bed, she was now required to lie down in it. I informed her that her ability to manipulate or rely on me whenever it was convenient for her was no longer a part of my identity. In the instant that she left my life without so much as a farewell, she had destroyed that bridge from the very beginning. In an attempt to argue, she stated that we had a history together, that we had loved each other in the past, and that this must have meant something, but I interrupted her during her argument. I informed her that love was not a one-way street, and that the moment she chose to ghost me and marry someone else, she had destroyed any love that I had for her. My feelings for her had been obliterated. I informed her that I would have continued to hold her in high esteem, if she had just asked me for a divorce, and let go of the relationship in a polite manner. However, she had not done so. I informed her that on this particular number, my attorney would get in touch with her regarding the divorce process. Even during the divorce, she had not been in contact with anyone. What was going through her mind? I had no idea. Even if she did not appear, the divorce would likely be granted at some point in the future. All that was required of me was to wait for a few more months. Following the conclusion of the chat, Olivia broke down in tears, and I hung up the phone. Relief, rage, and a tinge of sadness were the unusual sensations that I experienced at the same time. The following day, I called my attorney to provide her with an update on the matter. It was her recommendation that I keep a record of the call, as well as any other interactions with Olivia in the event that she attempted to cause any kind of trouble. I let her know that I had recorded 50% of the call. As soon as I realized that I had taken measures to safeguard myself, I experienced a sense of relief. This is the third update. When Tiffany called, her voice held an air of urgency, as if she were on a heroic quest to remedy a wrong. She seemed dedicated to doing what was right. She began her pleading immediately after making a brusque introduction to herself, and did not waste any time. According to her, Olivia was in a precarious situation, living in a shelter, pregnant, and mentally wrecked. She was barely making ends meet. Tiffany said Olivia had told her how supportive and caring I'd been during our marriage, and she couldn't understand why I was reluctant to step up now. Her tone became abrasive as she accused me of abandoning Olivia in her time of need, portraying me as a heartless and emotionless individual during this time. The tone of my voice was calm, but it was tinged with the irritation that was rising beneath the surface. I waited for her to finish her rant before I spoke. I asked her a simple question. Was she the one who had urged Olivia to leave me in the first place? Tiffany was taken aback and stuttering as she spoke. She made an effort to refute it by claiming that she had never backed Olivia's decisions otherwise than because she believed Olivia was acting in a manner that was beneficial to her. After she had finished speaking, I interrupted her, and warned her that showing support for someone does not mean cheering them on blindly when they are making choices that are damaging and risky. I questioned her about whether or not she was also the person who assisted Olivia in writing the ecstatic social media post that announced her new life, including the new spouse, the baby that was on the way, and the new beginning in Europe. Have she assisted Olivia in the process of composing the ideal captions to add salt to my wounds while Olivia was busy playing home with her new boyfriend? Tiffany stated that Olivia had been caught up in the bustle of her new relationship, and that everyone makes errors. Tiffany's attempt to deflect the situation was unsuccessful. The tone of her voice changed to one of defensiveness, as if she were attempting to portray herself as a bystander who was not guilty. It was my recommendation to her that if she was so concerned about Olivia's health, she ought to take responsibility for her own care and take Olivia in. During the time that Olivia was cleaning up her mess, I inquired as to whether or not she would be willing to offer her with a place to sleep, supplies of food, and mental support. With a stutter, Tiffany asserted that she did not possess the financial means or the resources necessary to take Olivia in. She expressed that she wanted she could be of greater assistance, but that her circumstances did not permit her to do so. At that same instant, I was unable to contain my anger. It was convenient for her to preach about compassion and responsibility, when she wasn't the one being asked to clean up Olivia's mess. I informed her in a straightforward manner. However, she continued to preach about these topics. In light of the fact that she was unwilling to put her money or her time where her mouth was, I claimed that her sudden care for Olivia was a fake gesture. Tiffany attempted to interject by stating that I did not have a complete understanding of the situation. I interrupted her once more. I assured her that I had no problem understanding her. Olivia had just finished making her bed, and she was now anticipating that I would lie down in it for her while she dug my grave subsequent to that. At this point, Tiffany, who had most certainly been the one who promoted her self-centered decisions, was attempting to coerce me into accepting responsibility for someone who had treated me as if I were a disposable backup plan. I informed her that I would have no choice but to employ the services of my attorney in the event that she or anyone else continued to harass me regarding this matter. My words were not a bluff. My attorney and I had already discussed the subject, and he informed us that we were fully within our rights to bring a harassment claim if the calls and messages continued. Immediately, Tiffany's tone changed considerably. She made an attempt to retract her statement, claiming that she was not trying to bother me but rather was merely concerned for Olivia. She stated that she had no intention of making me angry, and that she merely wanted to start a conversation with me. I was not going to buy it. When Olivia made the decision to ghost me, marry another guy, and flaunt her new life without so much as a shred of decency, I told her that discourse was no longer relevant. It was my intention to convey to her that I did not owe Olivia or anybody else related to her anything. In her final attempt to beg for help, Tiffany's voice faltered as she made her final appeal. Her statement was that the infant did not deserve to suffer as a result of Olivia's actions, and that if I took action, I would be able to make a significant impact on the child's life. A nerve was touched by that. But not in the way that she had intended. I expressed my feelings for the baby, but I made it clear that it was not mine. I informed her that if Olivia's new husband did not feel for her or the kid, then there was no reason for me to feel the same way. I inquired of her whether or not I had the word fool written on my forehead. By saying that it was Olivia's job to determine the kind of life she wanted to create for her child, I meant that it was not actually my obligation. While Tiffany remained silent for a brief period of time, she eventually mumbled something about how she hoped I would reconsider. Her voice was shaking now, as if she had come to the realization that she had lost any moral high ground that she had previously believed she possessed. I closed the call with a final statement. I informed her that if she contacted me again, I would follow through with my legal threats. She was told that my life did not center on cleaning up the messes of individuals who had no regard for me, and that I was not going to let Olivia's poor choices bring me down. I also told her that I was not going to let Olivia bring me down. As soon as I hung up, I had a concoction of relief and frustration. Being forced to defend myself against individuals who refused to see the bigger picture was a difficult and exhausting experience. Tiffany's arrogance was nearly hilarious. However, despite the fact that she had described me as emotionless and cold, she was not willing to do anything to assist Olivia herself. It was obvious that Tiffany, much like Olivia, was accustomed to shifting blame and expecting others to bear the consequences of their poor choices. On the other hand, I was not going to fall into their trap. For such a considerable amount of time, I had been the spouse who constantly put the needs of others ahead of my own. On the other hand, Olivia's treachery had compelled me to reconsider the kind of things I was ready to put up with in my life. It dawned on me that I had wasted an excessive amount of time attempting to cure things that were beyond repair, and that it was time for me to let go of those things. Update 4. When Olivia's mother called, I readied myself for yet another attempt at manipulation. In a tone that was oozing with disdain, she did not waste any time before leaping to Olivia's rescue. When Olivia was in need of assistance, she claimed that I was being cruel and vindictive by not providing assistance to her. She stated that a genuine man would take responsibility, regardless of what had occurred in the past. There was a brief pause during which I listened, allowing her to dig her hole deeper before I intervened. During the time that she, Olivia's own mother, was not doing anything to assist her daughter, I informed her that she had the audacity to lecture me about taking responsibility. I asked her in a direct manner why she wasn't the one who was going to step in. Wasn't it her obligation as a mother to support her child? Her response was extremely replete with justifications. She stated that she had made every effort to do so, but that she did not possess the necessary financial resources. She attempted to defend her inaction by arguing that she could not reasonably take on such a load at her age, but her voice was hardly audible as she made her argument. It was my intention to convey to her that her remarks sounded empty, just like Tiffany's. Undoubtedly, she was aware of who she was. Due to her lack of loyalty and character, I inquired as to whether or not she had actually given birth to Olivia, or had simply picked her up off the street. I speculated that the latter was more likely. I mentioned that even homeless people frequently demonstrate a higher level of commitment and concern for one another than Olivia had ever given me, or than she was exhibiting her daughter at this moment in her role as a mother. My annoyance was only increasing as a result of her outraged sputtering. I questioned how Mom had raised Olivia to become someone who thought it was acceptable to betray and abandon people left and right. I stated that it was not surprising that Olivia had made such a mess of her life because she had such a model to look up to throughout her childhood. When she attempted to assert that she had served as a mother to the best of her abilities, her tone became defensive. She said Olivia had always been stubborn and difficult, as though it relieved her of any blame. I didn't let up. I asked her whether she had also been through 4 or 5 marriages like Olivia, and if that was the reason why Olivia came to the conclusion that it was completely acceptable to approach relationships as if they were disposable commodities. First, there was a little pause in the conversation, and then she abruptly responded, stating that I had no authority to pass judgment on her or her family. After a bitter laugh, I reminded her that I wasn't passing judgment but just expressing the facts. I stated that Olivia had made it very plain what type of person she was when she ghosted me, married another guy while she was still married to me, and flaunted her new life on social media without showing even the slightest bit of decency. My message to her was that I did not wish to hear any further justifications for Olivia's behavior. Her tone was trembling as she attempted to alter her strategy in order to appeal to my compassion. She explained that Olivia was pregnant, terrified, and living alone in a foreign country, and that it would not be fair to punish her for mistakes that she now was sorry she had made. At that point, I halted her. I stated to her that Olivia was responsible for dealing with her own regrets, not mine. If she honestly felt guilty for what she had done, She could prove it by showing up in court and facing the consequences like an adult. I cautioned her not to even consider the possibility of blaming me for Olivia's mess. I reminded her that I had been nothing but supportive during my marriage to Olivia, and that I didn't deserve the treachery I had undergone. If she or anybody else in their family believed that they could use guilt to get me to take Olivia back, I told them that they were gravely inaccurate in their assumption. I advised her that if she was so determined to assist Olivia, she need to take responsibility for her own actions. I inquired as to the reason for her refusal to offer to bring Olivia back to her house, provide her with a place to stay, and assist her in getting back on her feet. I cut her off in the middle of her stuttering about not having the means to do what she needed to do. I replied, her excuses sounded an awful lot like the ones Olivia had given me. One more attempt was made by her to accuse me of being guilty, claiming that Olivia's child did not deserve to suffer as a result of her mother's faults. I told her that was something Olivia should have thought about before making the decisions she did. I refused to take care of a child who was not mine, and I told her that I would not do so. While some people like her might be okay with it, I wasn't. Once that was done, I struck the final blow. I explained to her in a straightforward manner that I do not accept trash back, regardless of how sad it may appear to be. The call came to a close with me issuing a warning that I would not be drawn into their mess anymore under any circumstances. I urged her to tell Olivia that if she was so experienced at finding new spouses, she could find another one to clean up after her if she was so adept at finding new husbands. And I informed her that Olivia may show up in court if she had anything to say to me. How can people be so shameless? I don't understand why I hadn't noticed something like this before. Indeed, what they claim is accurate. When you are with someone you love, you tend to view everything through rose-colored glasses. The fifth update is that Olivia has at long last returned. The word spread rapidly through rumors that circulated inside the family and among acquaintances, despite the fact that I had lost interest in participating in the gossip. My understanding is that Olivia's mother had finally taken action. But it was not out of a sense of maternal instinct. Rather, she was acting out of a desperate need to protect her own reputation. After seeing that I wasn't going to budge, she sent Olivia the money to return home. One may say that it was poetry. The same mother who tried to blame me for not taking Olivia back had to foot the fee herself. I did not feel any compassion. Olivia was able to destroy every bridge that she had ever traversed, and now she was standing on the flaming ashes with nowhere to go. The divorce was already finalized by the time Olivia arrived back on soil that she had previously called home. There was no protest from her. She was unable to. Not in light of all the facts that I had accumulated. Almost all of the decisions that the court made were favorable to me. Olivia owed me a considerable amount of money as part of the settlement. An amount she had no possibility of paying anytime soon. That wasn't the end of it. She had been caught up in the legal repercussions that resulted from her exploits in Europe. With the help of the investigation that was prompted by the fraud case that I had filed, the authorities were able to piece together the disaster that she and her lover had made. The interaction that she and I had over the phone was really damaging. They provided a clear picture of her fearlessness, her chutzpah, and her propensity to manipulate anyone who stood in her way. They also painted a picture of her lack of remorse. The judge displayed a lack of reserve. The entire absence of accountability on Olivia's part was brought to his attention during the sentencing process. He claimed that she did not exhibit any regret for the suffering that she had brought on to not just me, but also to other people, whom she had deceived along the line. Her legal representative utilized every possible strategy in order to secure a reduced sentence for her client. He argued that she was substantially pregnant, and that incarceration would be an excessively severe punishment. It was unsuccessful. A sentence of 2 years was handed down by the judge, who stated that Olivia's acts were planned, calculating, and motivated by her own self-interest. The fact that she was pregnant did not release her from duty. In fact, it made her decisions much more terrible than they already were. In the moments leading up to the beginning of her sentence, Olivia had given birth. According to what I was told, the infant was a female. During the time that Olivia was doing her sentence, she was placed in the care of Olivia's mother. My heart went out to the child who had been brought into the world under such a chaotic set of circumstances. I couldn't help but feel sad for them. For her sake, I wished that someone in that family would step up to the challenge, and provide her with a life that was superior than the one that her mother had experienced. However, according to my understanding, Olivia's story came to an end at that point. It was as if I had completely removed my hands from her. I had moved on from the legal proceedings, the never-ending drama, and the emotional toll that it had taken on me. When I consider everything that has transpired up until this point, I am astounded by the amount of knowledge I have gained about people, about trust, and about resiliency. Olivia's treachery had almost caused me to break down. However, it also compelled me to confront the strength that I possess. In spite of the fact that I have been put through a lot, I have emerged from this experience with a more distinct understanding of who I am and what I will and will not tolerate in my life. Update number 6. I am aware that there are some people who could argue that I ought to feel some level of contentment with the way things worked out for Olivia. But the reality is that I do not. There is no plan for retribution. Closure is the focus here. Olivia's decisions led her down a route that ultimately led to her own demise, whereas I have made the decision to take a completely other path. I've begun the process of reconstructing my life, by concentrating on the things and people that are actually important to me. I've been back in touch with old acquaintances. I've been looking for new chances. And I've even begun to become excited about the possibilities that the future may bring for me. I have avoided becoming involved in any romantic relationships. This is my therapy session. She had abandoned me in such a horrible manner. And I have no idea what her motivation was. Having a desire to live a better life is understandable, but she could have done a better job of it. Regarding her, I have high hopes that she would one day discover a way to reconcile herself with herself. For the sake of that tiny child who did not ask to be born into this mess, not for my own sake, but for the sake of herself. Any person who is reading this should take this as a lesson. Never allow the treachery of another person to define you. Grow as a result of it, learn from it, and then go on. Mostly due to the fact that, at the end of the day, you are worth a great deal more than the lies and betrayal of other people. This is the final update I have. I found my wife's secret messages with her ex. They planned to meet in Vegas and stay at a hotel. Next I kicked her out, but it wasn't the worst part. Hello everyone, let me begin by mentioning that my wife and I are quite open, perhaps too open about our past, prior lovers and so on. She's my second wife. My first wife was a huge believer in faithfulness, and we split up because she cheated. The first wife and I have a son. My wife has a daughter from her previous marriage. We've been married for 4 years, and our small blended family works well together. As I previously stated, we are perhaps overly honest about our former relationships. Her first husband was a serial cheater. He was a musician who slept with ladies at his shows. She stumbled across his emails and discovered that he was associated with 4 other women, one of whom he had gotten pregnant. She wanted to save their relationship since she didn't want their child to grow up in a broken family, so she sought counsel from one of her old internet acquaintances. We will call him Ryan. They had been pals for 6 years but had never met. They were writing partners. In fact, before they lost contact, they were working on a novel together. She tells me that when she reached out for help, he was extremely nice and had actually been advising a lot of techniques to get past infidelity or what you should talk to an attorney about in general, as a good friend. They decided to rewrite their book at some point. According to her, they would discreetly flirt, but because they lived on opposite ends of the nation, they lacked the means to act. Throughout this, she came to the conclusion that her marriage was over and ceased attempting to save it. I suppose I've checked out. She and Ryan had a mutual attraction, and before the end of the year, he had flown out to meet her. She filed for divorce shortly after the romance became physical, and Ryan moved later that year to be with her. To cut a long tale short, her 4-year-old daughter did not warm up to him. As she claims, he did nothing wrong. She was just not coping well after the divorce and didn't like having someone replace her father. My wife informed him that they needed to take a break because of this, as well as the fact that he can be a bit arrogant at times. She had only intended for it to be a temporary pause, but he was supposedly so distraught that he'd traveled so far just to be turned down 3 months in, that he ended it completely. After months had passed, they reconnected to try to finish the novel. During this period they resumed sleeping together, but just for physical reasons. They got close to finishing the book, but then she started dating me. So they stopped sleeping together. She felt strange having an ex around after she entered into a serious relationship. So, by her own admission, she stopped responding to his emails, which were all book-related, on a regular basis, and stopped working on it as much. He became frustrated after a few months of this and barred her from everything. Which leads us to a month ago. After 4 or 5 years of no touch, he messages her unexpectedly. He developed CO and almost died. Ryan contacted her because, allegedly, during their time apart, he revised the book without her input, got it published, wrote and published a sequel, and launched his work, which came dangerously near to remaining unfinished if he died. He wanted to make it clear that if anything happened to him, he wanted the rights to this thing transferred to her, as she knows how it will finish and help develop the plot. Okay, fair enough. That truly sounds good. But then they start talking. He appears to be developing a comic adaptation and has encouraged her to join the project. He had finished a lot of the work and she was extremely excited, demonstrating and explaining to me who all the characters were, their backstories, and what she thought he did wrong with the design. She also read the first book and is telling me which names he altered, which characters were and weren't in their version, and the plot differences. She seemed to be having a good time with it. I knew they had written together. She mentioned it earlier, but I had no clue they had developed a whole universe. I can see it was something very important to her. I'm concerned since she appears to be considering accepting his offer. Every time they've worked on something in the past, it has resulted in sexual activity. And there is some sexual content in their literature. I'm not the jealous type and I don't want to ruin a dream she had buried. But I do not want to repeat history. I'll admit that I decided to overhear their chat. And, while he appears to be on the same page and is just talking about the project, she is eager to learn more about his personal life. I wouldn't describe it in a flirting way, but she asked him if he was currently seeing someone. When he said, no, he's too busy. Relationships just get in the way. She advised him to get back out there. That celibacy doesn't look good on him. We're fairly candid about our past sexual experiences, so I know her ex-husband was bad at it. And once, when inebriated, she stated to Ryan, "Don't let a great sex make you think it'll be a great relationship." How the hell do I proceed? I know she was emotionally broken by her ex-husband, which is why she cheats. But she did cheat on this man. I have met him. He appears to be a straight-talking guy, yet their past suggests that anything may happen. I'd like to contact my wife with my issues, but I don't want to come across as pushy or domineering. I want her to have a creative outlet because she glows in ways I've never seen before when she talks about this book about which I knew so little. It appears that she forced something that was very essential to her to be unimportant. I want it for her, but I don't want their encounters to escalate anymore, as they have 3 times now. Update 1. My wife's ex-boyfriend resurfaced in her life, requesting to collaborate on a shared writing project she abandoned years ago but is now financially successful with. I'm not sure who this woman is. The amount of deception is so extensive and deliberate that I find it difficult to believe that I've spent the last 6 years of my life with this individual. I decided to sit down with her and tell her how I felt about the situation, that I was glad she rediscovered her old writing and that it would be great for her to pursue it as a hobby or a profession because she's pretty good at it and clearly enjoys it. At the time she agreed and stated that having Ryan, her ex, around would be a bad thing, as she was concerned that he would use this as a ploy to talk to her again. When she stated these things, I was like, okay, cool. She has the same concerns that I do, and she's not dismissing my feelings or labeling me controlling. In fact, we're on the same page. Oh, how wrong I was. That was supposed to be the conclusion of the conversation. However, for some reason my brain began to behave strangely, and I began to suspect that everything was going too well. When she got in the shower yesterday morning, I grabbed her phone and walked inside. His phone number was there and their entire discussion had been wiped. It hadn't been 2 days before. Red flags. I checked Facebook Messenger. She's discussing her future work trip to Vegas. Apparently this 2-day event has been cancelled due to CO, but she has been telling me she will go. They're talking about staying at a hotel a town over and giving each other images of their Vegas vacations, so she'll have something to show me if I ask. She's talking about eateries they can visit. There will be a full moon when he arrives, which will look amazing on the beach. Oh, and he's not on the East Coast as he claimed. He recently returned to town since the jerk can afford to reside here. He showed her where he lives on Google Maps, and it takes all in me not to drive my vehicle right into his living room. A month ago she stated she needed to pick up her brother from the airport. No. That was him. The texts don't go much further back than that, but they include talking about things from the years they reportedly haven't communicated. I read one of his lines and it made my heart race with his madness. Yeah, we are just buddies. I haven't seen you in 7 years, and I'm within you 15 minutes after getting off the aircraft. Best pals, perhaps. So she isn't just planning to sleep with him. She has been doing this for months. That went to her mother's a few weeks ago where she spent the night. Yeah, I haven't approached her yet. But her smile makes me so angry right now. I'll do my best not to say anything till after Christmas. The kids don't need the holiday to serve as a daily reminder of this, but I'm definitely going to snap and approach her today or tomorrow because swallowing this with a grin is very difficult. Honestly, I'll be lucky if I don't take a bath with a toaster. I'm losing my mind right now. Edit 1. I'm gathering information, photos and screenshots of her location and will speak with a lawyer tomorrow. Edit 2. I visited with my brother's divorce attorney and we are making preparations. I'm documenting everything, including her communications, whereabouts, and where she claims to be going. I will face her on the 2nd of next month after she has gone to the hotel with him. I'm making sure I have my ducks in a row and trying not to ruin Christmas for the kids. Edit 3. The flood of suicidal thoughts has subsided, and I am grateful to everyone who left encouraging remarks for me. It finally got me over the hump. Edit 4. I'd like to thank everyone who gave me advice when I first posted this yesterday. It distracted my mind from darker thoughts and gave my hands something to do. I've been communicating with my brother for support and have continued to observe their interactions. She observed me acting strangely, so I told her it was simply me having the blues over my aunt's death anniversary, which was enough to keep her from understanding I knew everything. I spent 2 hours today in my car outside a McDonald's, using their Wi-Fi to read her emails, and they communicate using Yahoo Messenger. She's on this with her tits out and a ton of photos, all of which I'm keeping. Really cute. There's one of her posing with flowers I gave her for her birthday. They've been meeting since around March. Some selected quotes from her. I can't simply start talking about the book all the time. I mentioned you twice when he and I were together. If I start talking about you and the book too much right now, he'll assume something's up. You should shave since your beard is like knives. I almost had to apply chapstick on my chin and beneath my nose from him. You'll get it right before you leave here. I want him to kiss you after you spent the afternoon swallowing me. Honestly, I feel compelled not to beat this man to death. I won't do it, but the fact that he's so intentionally cruel makes me want to wear his teeth as a necklace. Update 2. A heads up. I started writing this the day it happened, and I'm not going to change it. So, if some of my feelings don't quite match what my remarks said in the last few days, that is why. I have some stuff to accomplish today, so I might not react for a while. I don't ever want to go through this again. This was the most difficult thing I've ever had to do, and I'm still twitching like a tweaker from time to time. She departed for either work or Ryan's today. I'm not sure where she went, but she was gone. I tried to find her whereabouts, but either she had turned off location services or my phone was having problems. I did not have the means to serve her. That happens later this week, but I had to face her before she noticed what I was doing, so she wouldn't have time to concoct some effective lies. When I heard my garage door open, I switched on the camera. She enters absolutely ignorant. I tell her she should sit down because we need to chat. She gives me the deer in the headlights expression before sitting down and asking what's wrong. I ask, "Why don't you tell me?" She plays dumb, but I can tell she knows she's been found out. She asks me again what is wrong. I ask her what's really going on with Ryan. She says nothing. She has not heard from him. I redirect and decide not to address her directly, telling her that I am uncomfortable with her working with him and that it is not something I can overcome. She's completely agreeable and anxiously questions why I changed my mind so suddenly, and why I'm acting the way I do. I just shake my head and say something like, I wanted to be understanding about it, but I got weird vibes from him, and I'd rather they didn't talk. She says that he no longer means anything to her, and that she was just thrilled to see the book published. I told her that he practically stole from her and she's being far too understanding about it, that she should sue him, and she agreed. By now she's probably thinking she's out of this and will end her relationship with Ryan as soon as she has the opportunity. But then I tell her that the whole incident has really stressed me out, and I'm going to take the next week off work. I inform her that I spoke with my son's mother and she agreed to keep him that weekend so I could go to Vegas with her. That's why I spent so much time the other day discussing the details of my son's trip with his mother. Or at least that's what I'd like her to think. Deadpan expression. I began talking about how CO has closed down a lot of things, and I'm not sure what's still open in Vegas. She cuts me off and informs me that it was indeed cancelled today. The conversation continues as follows, paraphrased of course. Me. It was cancelled last month. Her. No, he informed us today since he wasn't sure if it was off till today. Me. I know it was cancelled last month. Her. What are you doing? Why do you tell me you want to go and then say it's cancelled? I don't understand what you're doing. Me. It was cancelled last month. What would you do if I didn't inquire about it? Her. You are freaking me out. It was cancelled today. Me. What were you planning to do in town and where is her hotel? Her. What do you accuse me of? How long have you and Ryan been back together? Her. We have not done anything. Did he tell you that we were? Me. Do not lie to me. I don't want to read everything he texted. It almost made me throw up the first time. I can't believe you did this. Her. I love you. I apologize. He's been contacting me a lot recently and saying some crazy stuff, and I'm not sure how to cope with it. I wanted to tell you this, but I was worried you would do what you're doing right now. I really hoped he would stop on his own. Me. You hadn't seen him in 7 years, and 15 minutes after he got off the plane, you had sex with him. Her. Which plane? What are you now reading? Me. He lives on the street name. Do you want to end this? Please admit what you did so that we can move ahead. Why did you tell me he lived on the East Coast, and did he say anything to you? He regularly lies. It's one of the reasons why we broke up. I told you that. I realized I should not have responded to his communications. There's always drama with him. All of his messages were nice. Then he started talking about missing me again. Like he always does. I was about to tell you. Me. He wanted you to come home and kiss me after you went down on him. I've read your mails. I saw them in both your emails and texts. You are cheating on me and I want you out of this house today. Her. What? I am not cheating on you. If you do not want him around, I will tell him to go. But honey, I am not cheating on you. Is this what he told you? He is lying. Me. Stop it. I told you I checked your messages on your phone. You're going to gather your belongings and go to your parents. I made copies of your emails and took screenshots of your texts. I do not want to show them what you two say to each other, but if you continue to lie to my face, I will. We're finished. Go fetch your things. Despite all of this, she attempted to play foolish and fib. But getting tired of it, I took out my copies of their texts and presented them to her. She glanced at them for 2 seconds before breaking down in tears, like I'd never seen her so upset by anything. I even felt sorry for her for a short while. She apologized for the outburst and wanted to put a stop to it, but he had become possessive and threatened to expose her if she discontinued her relationship with him. I informed her that none of this was in their texts and that she was still lying to me. She planned to spend the weekend with him. She then informed me it was over between them and she'd make him leave. She will never talk to him again. I informed her. I don't care what she does, but I've been talking to a lawyer and the divorce papers will be ready soon. At this point she erupts and says, "You've been talking to a lawyer?" 4 or 5 times, and I was about to call the authorities because she was closing in on me and yelling. I advise her to relax since I have a camera going. She then proceeds to break down and resembles no one I've ever met. She kept saying things like, "You just planned all this out." Smiling to my face. Just planning this all out. And every time she did I reacted with the same, "Well, look at what you've been planning." And smiling to my face while you're out performing sex acts. When I asked her why she would do this to us, she initially couldn't give me a straight response. She attempted to convince me it was pointless. Intercourse. So I said, "Oh, so you ruined us for no reason. That's great." After a while, she became quieter, and I'm not sure if she was being honest or just trying to hurt me, but she clearly messed up with him in her eyes. She called him her soulmate, and I almost started shattering things. I asked her why she didn't abandon me for him in the beginning. I would have understood then, but she says she just needed to get away from him because she knew she'd look horrible in front of her family if she brought him back. Apparently they did not like him either. She also stated that she could never and will never be with him because her ex and daughter would fight her over it. So returning to him legally was never an option. She immediately apologized and appeared to be taken aback by how firm I was about everything. She told me how big of a mistake it was, how much she would change and do everything I asked to remedy the problem. I told her no. She then informed me that we wouldn't be divorced because she could make amends for this. I informed her that there was nothing she could do to win my forgiveness. I will never forgive this, and she had the audacity to act astonished by it. I told her that I had opened an account in another bank and transferred half of the funds from the joint account into it this morning, and that the rest was hers. She can get it herself or I can acquire it for her, but the account will be cancelled. She simply nodded and said we'd probably have to go to the bank together to shut it. She went on and began packing her clothes gently, crying a bit, and, strangely, making warnings every now and again that she had better not leave anything behind. I let everything slide off my shoulders and encouraged her to take pictures of how she left her stuff and her daughter's things so that when she returns she can see I didn't touch them. Her parents have been called and are in amazement. They were both startled that Ryan was involved in any of this, and she spent time apologizing to me before leaving my house. The next day, STBX bombarded my phone with, "I love you. I'm sorry. We can fix this." Texts that made me consider flushing my phone. I wanted to turn it off, but my son's mother had him, so I needed it turned on in case of an emergency or a change in plans when he returned home. So I began responding to her texts by providing screenshots of the worst sections of their conversation and adding nothing of my own. My son's mother returned with my son and brought me food from my favorite Chinese restaurant. I didn't tell my kid the specific reason when I informed him, but he immediately inquired if she cheated because it was so abrupt, and I told him he was correct without further explanation. They stayed for a bit before coming home, and I've just been floating around the house, trying to keep things together. It's been around 2 or 3 days since I started writing this, and I'm headed to the gym, then to my lawyer's. This thing is already far too long, and things are changing so quickly that I could type indefinitely and never finish. My STBX's ex-husband is going to come by and get his daughter's belongings, and I'll do my best to convey to her that if she ever needs me, she may call. I'm also thinking of telling her ex that she ran around with Ryan on him because she has repeatedly stated that he is unaware. But perhaps I won't. That does nothing, really. Anyway, the first combat has been waged, and it appears that I am winning as much as possible given the conditions. Part of me wants to confront Ryan, but I'm clever enough to realize that would be a waste of time and effort. Time better spent working, going to the gym, or finding a way to express my gratitude to my son's mother for being an absolute MVP in my corner during this. Anyway, that's all I have for now. Sorry if this seems incoherent, but it took me a few days to compose. And of course, advancements continue. Update 3. Just before Christmas last year, a little more than 2 months ago, I learned that my wife was cheating on me with an old boyfriend. They had planned a lovely weekend together, but I wrecked everything for them by confronting her. This is going to be long. So, as an update, I have generally avoided contact with my STBX. I tried interacting with her through my lawyer if we had a legitimate reason to speak, but it made me feel like a child avoiding confrontation, even if that wasn't the case. So I opted to speak with her directly a few times. If you've been following the lengthy comment streams from my prior postings, you'll be familiar with what was discussed, but I'll go over it all again here as if it were the first time. The STBX's comments regarding Ryan were inconsistent at first. He was her soulmate 1 minute and then the one who got away the next. The next moment, he was a predator who refused to leave her alone. Our family and friends have all heard the truth, and the most of them have taken my side on the issue. Given the information I supplied in my lengthy piece, there was little reason to side with her. She has subsequently moved in with her parents for the time being, while I have remained in my house. It was obtained many years before I met her, therefore it is not a divorce issue. Strangely, Ryan, the AP, chose to write me this massive harangue sick of a letter. Only God knows why. It gave me the idea that she must have dumped him in wrath just after I gave her the boot because it contains phrases such, "We were repairing our relationship when you stole her from me. I've loved her for many years, so please don't put anything online about how I'm a cheat." It made me see red, and I wanted to physically assault the man. Then I saw reason again. Since she and my stepdaughter moved in, life in this house has been somewhat lonely. The stepdaughter's room is still vacant and I have to keep the door closed because seeing it empty always bothers me and I can't bring myself to do anything with it yet. She has a father, and he is a terrific father, which is why I still visit her once a week. I take her on bike rides or go out to dine together. When I asked her if she felt safe eating at my house, the poor thing burst into tears. She adores her grandparents but does not enjoy living with them, so she has begun spending more time with her father. Her father has invited me around a few times for a beer. We had a couple discussions regarding our mutual ex and Ryan. I believe I mentioned this in the comments on my last post, but he was aware that she was cheating on him the entire time. I spend a lot more time with my son and his mother now. One of my weekdays coincides with their schedule, so I'll pop in for dinner, and I've started giving him an extra day on weekends, and she usually joins us for dinner on Friday nights. I asked my kid if he wanted to talk about his feelings about my upcoming divorce, and he isn't saying much, but he's hurting. The first couple of times, he simply got this far-off stare and said, "I don't want to even think about her," despite the fact that he loved her and didn't expect her to do this to him. And when he said that, it hit me hard. We're continually thinking about how someone's affair affects us, as if it were a malicious act against us. Yet what she did to me via him hurt more than anything she could have done to me. I've talked treatment with him and his mother, but he swears he's fine. And if he feels he can't handle it, he'll contact us. He's a mature child and I trust his judgment. He is usually fairly open about how he is going. He and I spoke privately for the first time about his mother and my divorce and the reasons for it. I didn't want to at first because he's now screaming about adultery and has a great relationship with his mother, but he asked about it, so I went with nice honesty. I told him that his mother had wounded me just as much, but that what she did was a really poor choice, and that I'm no longer sad about it, albeit it took some time. Speaking of my son's mother, she has been there for me through much of this. She's mostly responsible for me having dinner with them once a week and keeping my son for longer periods of time because she believes it's better for me not to be alone in that house all the time. Many individuals have urged that she and I reunite. If I were to make that decision, I would want to wait until she had completed several treatment sessions, possibly couples therapy, if she was in this ballpark. We did briefly discuss our own divorce and the infidelity that caused it. I've moved on and am no longer bothered by it, yet she discusses it as if she was just caught. It is not the first time I have done this, but I told her I forgive her. I even added this time that, based on how she described the event, it's likely she was preyed upon by some creep since she'd had too many drinks. This wasn't a guy she knew well and had only seen around her workplace a few times. If I recall correctly, he either didn't work in her area or worked at a different location. In either event, she has not seen him since a few days after the incident. It's also difficult to think about since, while it no longer bothers me on a regular basis, the truth is that I was thoroughly enjoying my life until she brought the awful news to me. When that connection began, the STBX helped to make things easier for me. But, once again, just when I think my life is going well and I'm content, infidelity disrupts it. It makes me very hesitant to explore another relationship if this is the outcome of all of my work and effort. All that said, I'm planning a trip to Disney World in July to try to clear my mind. Originally it was meant to be just me, my son's mother and my kid, but I persuaded the STBX to let my stepdaughter come along so she doesn't feel excluded. She'll most likely spend the time banging her next poor soul. But that's no longer my problem. Update 4. Hello again to everyone. It's been about 6 months since my first post on here. In short, one day, my wife of 4 years stated that an ex-boyfriend she used to write with appeared unexpectedly, asking if she might collaborate on an old mutual project. As you would have suspected, she had a long-standing affair. Their nasty emails to each other sickened me since they were so harsh, almost purposely so. It wasn't awful enough that she cheated on me, but he stated he wanted her to return home and meet me with him, so to speak. I maintained my composure for the kids' Christmas. She has a daughter, and I have a son. I confronted her, kicked her out, and avoided making any more contact. Ryan, her AP, sent me a few texts after the fact, claiming that I had no reason to be unhappy because in his opinion, I stole her from him, and that he'd been carrying this one-sided grudge for the last 4 years and spoke as if we had been enemies for quite some time. In short, my STBX's family didn't approve of him, therefore she dumped him. She went on to say they were soulmates, which is why she couldn't turn him down. Well, I've been maintaining my health by working out and working from home, but that will come to an end shortly. I've maintained communication with my stepdaughter through her grandparents and biological father, whom she also cheated on with this man, despite the fact that he has cheated on my STBX several times. He's a decent man to have a beer with, and despite his flaws, he appears to be a good father. I see her twice a week now, but never overnight. Even yet, I've left her former room empty since I find it too depressing to imagine doing anything else with it. She's been my princess, and she always gets happy when she comes to visit or when I show up to take her out to dinner or on a bike ride. After a while, my son concluded that he could benefit from therapy and has started visiting a doctor. His mother, my first wife, and I had been keeping an eye on him because he was quite close to his stepmother. She tried to contact him and apologize, but he refused to communicate with her. He became impetuous and had episodes of angry outbursts unconnected to her. And then I asked him if he believed he would benefit from treatment. He told me he felt betrayed by what she had done, that he loathed her. He missed his stepsister and simply wanted everything to be gone. And I felt deeply for him. I don't think we've ever talked or embraced as often as we have in the last several months. His mother has been on my side for most of this. And we've gotten a lot closer. Initially, she invited me over for dinner a couple of times a week since she thought it was unhealthy for me to spend so much time alone in an empty house. I'm around more frequently now, and we eat dinner together as a family many times per week. My parents and her parents have both seen this and have asked us if we would consider reconciling now that things are going so well between us. We both say we're content with the way things are, but knowing everyone is talking about us makes it tough not to talk about it ourselves. Except for the physical intimacy, we're acting quite similar to each other as we did when we were married, which is both reassuring and nice. But that will soon reach the point where it requires a lengthy discussion. All that has been stated thus far is that nothing will be attempted or discussed until our son's life is stabilized. These changes hurt him in terms of my STBX and how things are going there. According to what I've learned, she recently purchased a condo and is now moving on with her life. Her parents are terribly ashamed of what she has done. In their perspective, my stepdaughter routinely backtalks her mother. I'd like to tell you all that she's in terrible pain or that she's crying all the time, but that's not the case. STBX appears to be about to ruin another guy's life. I did, however, run into Ryan in the grocery store last month. He turned ghostly white and I should not have pointed him out to my brother. He began following him around and shouted variants of, "Prince Charming over here, fat loser is going to eat both those Red Barons tonight before he starts texting your wife. Guys, I forced us to go and we'll go shopping somewhere else." Though I did have a nice laugh over it. Update 5. I was browsing around on an old laptop and stumbled upon this gem of a chat. I altered the names, but this is essentially a copy and paste rendition of how fraudulent these two were. Ex-wife. I'm not sure if I am being paranoid, but I believe my husband is becoming suspicious. I'm not sure what I should do. I'm trying to act normal, but I'm beginning to worry. I am probably simply paranoid. He isn't tracking my phone, computer, or anything. He does try to glance over my shoulder or peek at my screen, though. I don't stop him when he does. We weren't discussing anything suspicious when he peeked. Ryan. I believe the best way to approach this is to maintain your current schedule. If you become more distant, he may notice. But, if you become overly nice, the same rationale applies. If you could do anything, I would suggest that you discuss the story in a professional manner and separate me from it. As a result, it will appear more like a professional connection than an old boyfriend. But I do not know him. I've met him once. Normally I have the honor of assessing the other half's mental aptitude, but I'm flying blind here and entirely trusting you. I say you stay precisely as you are. No change in routine unless you believe the book idea is effective, ex-wife. Okay, that is precisely what I was thinking. Okay, good. He can be a genius or a complete moron, and he is extremely guarded. As a result, interpreting his body language might be difficult at times. But sure, I need to start talking about the book because I believe he is wondering why I am constantly on here with you. I have not addressed the book at all. Ryan made an offhand comment. Oh, he's complaining about his boyfriend again. He needs to leave that jerk, lol. I understand he resides in Wisconsin. Stop whining, lol, ex-wife. No, he believes you're still married with a son and you're one of my old writing friends. That's pretty much all I've mentioned about you, save for our fling at the end of her ex-husband's name. Ryan. Okay. So, if the matter comes up, think of a small romantic corny gesture I recently made for my wife and how I look like a fool because of it. Lol. The greatest approach to avoid being a threat is if my family and yours are fairly similar. The more domestic I seem, the better. Ex-wife. Yes, I agree. But I don't want to start talking about you too much. I have not done so in the past. Why should I now? If he asks, I'll make things up on the spot. Ryan. Exactly. Ex-wife. I believe I will start getting interested about the book immediately. That way, if I appear ecstatic or stressed, I can use that as an excuse. Ryan. As you mentioned, my wife is doing concept work for it, which is one of the reasons you're excited. It's not a stretch. It establishes that I am a domestic and that she is fully aware of my conduct. And if she isn't worried, why should he? Ex-wife. Yes, I see it. Okay, I can handle it. It's probably all in my head anyway. Ryan. It probably is. Have something ready in case an accusation is made. Like, no. Oh my God. He's married and completely obsessed with his wife. He was telling me all of his pet names, and I was about to sign off. Lol. Ex-wife. Haha. Okay. Ryan. Apologies. I have a bunch of pre-made plots. The Smurf is frequently checking my phone. There is nothing. Ex-wife. We are not new to this. Ryan. Well, it won't be nearly as complicated because any changes in your behavior will be only temporary. Ex-wife. Yes. I believe I can do it, Ryan. You will be all right. We have done this before. Ex-wife. No, I'm confident I can accomplish this. Ryan. You got it. Ex-wife and my obsessive-compulsive personality. It's taking all in me not to compile a list of things to do before our excursion. LOL. I generally hide my weaknesses, but you can see and hear about them all. Lol. You poor thing. You must believe I am neurotic, Ryan. I enjoy seeing this side of you. I don't think you're neurotic, but your paranoia, preparation and excitement make me happy that I can still excite you like way. Ex-wife. For your sake, I will let you take credit for the most of that. Then I too am paranoid for no apparent cause. But you've certainly taken it to a new level. Update 6. This week, a year ago, I was sitting around trying to absorb my ex-wife informing me about her ex, Ryan, approaching her with the idea of creating a book based on their prior work together. It was an obvious front to advance their ongoing affair, and I was so naive not to recognize it. Anyway, I confronted her and pushed her out, and she went to live with her parents, bringing her stepdaughter along. I kept in touch with my stepdaughter for a long time and continue to make time for her, but she has had it worse than anyone else. I suppose I'll offer an update on it first. My stepdaughter was effectively taken by her biological father shortly after my previous update. I've stated it before, but her father is not from my country, and his citizenship is in the country from which he came. Every few years he would take his daughter to his native country to see his relatives, but this time he refused to send her back. His stated reason was that our mutual ex-wife was poison and he wanted his kid away from her. In the end, he shot himself in the foot on that front since 2 months later, he surrendered to pressure from his own family and returned her and is not returning because he will almost certainly be arrested if he returns to the United States. So he removed himself as a positive influence in her life, leaving her in the hands of someone we both consider poison. My ex's situation did not improve from there. She began dating a new man shortly after her divorce was finalized, but before her ex-husband fled with their child. I was ignorant of this until my former in-laws phoned me to inform me that she had been hospitalized. She and Ryan, her affair partner, had the same number of guests, resumed sleeping together, then, according to former Mill, broke up with him again to pursue a new relationship. Ryan drove her to a Motel 6, where he told her he was sick of being treated the way he was. When she attempted to walk back to her car, he snapped, lifted her over his head and threw her down on the concrete parking lot. He attacked and drove away a good Samaritan before stepping on one of her hands and choking her so severely that she had dark purple bruises and a damaged vertebrae in her neck. Thankfully, he's now in jail and faces a bunch of assault charges, possibly including attempted murder, although I haven't followed up on the legal elements of any of it. She is in physical treatment and recovering from the incident, where she was also concussed and is often fuzzy. Regardless of what she did to me, seeing her in this situation crushes my heart. My stepdaughter spends a lot of time with me these days, as I attempt to do everything I can to help the situation. She is naturally not in the best of moods, but spending time with my kid, his mother and me, at least provides her a good foundation to stand on. That leaves my first wife, my son's mother. Many people have expressed their want to see us reunite. In many ways, we have. Neither of us is forcing the other back into a relationship, but we have talked about our past. The infidelity that led to our separation and the fact that I have forgiven her. We are not formally back together, but we frequently spend the night at one another's homes. And it's been 4 days since we slept in different houses. We sleep apart, which I'm sure my son finds confusing, but we've been intimate on a regular basis for over a month. It's going quite smoothly. Nobody is pressing for anything more than what we have, and it appears to be working for the time being. I could go on for many more paragraphs, but I believe I'll end this update and address questions as they arise. My girlfriend accused me of emotional abuse, got engaged to another man while living with me, then I evicted her and reported her for theft within 2 hours. She made the announcement, "I'm engaged to someone else, we've been seeing each other for months." While she was still living in my house, I exclaimed, "Congratulations to you both." After that, I had her removed out of the house by the police that evening, and I replaced every lock and security code. It was while I was eating supper that I was informed of the announcement. I am a male who is 40 years old. The woman who was engaged to her approached her and demanded that she be permitted to see her once more. My girlfriend Rachel, who is 34 years old, and I had been living together in my house for the past 3 years. Rachel is my girlfriend. For 4 years we had been together. After preparing the pasta, she opened the bottle of wine, and she arranged the table in a style that showcased her elegance. On the other hand, I was under the assumption that she had been promoted or given some other kind of recognition. Instead, she put her hand on the table while wearing a diamond ring that I had never seen before. I was really taken aback by her gesture. She continued, "I have something to tell you," while wearing a real smile on her face. "I have something to report to you. My engagement to Ethan has been announced." In spite of the fact that we had been seeing each other for a considerable amount of time, he made the proposal yesterday. When she was looking at the ring, I put down my fork and gave her my undivided attention with my entire concentration. "Due to the fact that you are currently engaged to another person, you are currently residing at my house." In point of fact. Isn't it fascinating to think about? I was the first person I wanted to know about it, and you were the first. The audacity was so stunning that it had the effect of making me laugh out loud. "Rachel, do you really believe that you are on the verge of having a mental breakdown? What exactly is it?" "No. I am completely head over heels in love. He is very remarkable, Ethan. This man possesses everything that I have ever sought. Do you genuinely mean to relay this information to me? What exactly is the reason for that? It was obvious that she was confused. Simply because we live together in the same house. Despite the fact that it is abundantly clear that things will shift in the near future, I was under the impression that we could devise a strategy for the transition. It is possible that I will be allowed to remain here for an additional month or two while Brad and I search for a new place to call home. As soon as I was able to stand up, I went to the cabinet, poured myself a glass of scotch, took a sip, and then I turned my attention back to her. Thank you so much for your congratulations, each of you. Is that a fact? It is very much appreciated. My expectation was that you wouldn't be unhappy about this. It is recommended that you pack your possessions, Rachel. What exactly is it? Organize your own possessions. 2 hours have been allotted to you. Her expression changed somewhat. Was it even possible for you to be serious? Yes. This is my house. On the contrary, you were a resident of this location. Is to speak in the past tense. It is now ended because you have just announced that you are dating another man. The relationship is over. There is a departure scheduled for tonight. It is against the law to do it. Currently, I am a tenant. It is necessary for you to provide me with a 30-day notice period. Without a doubt, you are not a tenant. A guest room is located here. The whole amount of rent was never paid. I never signed anything. Not even a single piece of legislation. I never signed anything. Due to the fact that you are my ex-girlfriend, I would want to urge that you leave my property. This is a sort of emotional abuse that can occur. I have no other choice except to leave the house because you are forcing me to do so. Put in the number for Ethan. There is a good chance that your fiancé has a soft spot in her heart for you. She pulled out her phone and started recording the conversation that was taking place. To put it another way, this constitutes harassment. I am making a note of this in my journal. Simultaneously, I removed my phone from its location. You made a call to 911. I need aid in removing someone from my estate, and the answer is yes, I do require assistance. My ex-girlfriend has recently informed me that she would not be leaving, despite the fact that she is currently engaged to another man. Actually, I am the owner of the house. Absolutely not. She is not obligated in any way by any lease or deed. Regarding you, I am thankful. When Rachel looked at me, her jaw dropped. I see that you have called the cops. 2 hours have been allotted to you. Make sure it is up to date. A mere 20 minutes after the initial incident, the police arrived at the location. Additionally, there are 2 officers who are very capable. Throughout the course of my explanation, I provided them with both my identification and my deed cards. They looked at Rachel with a look of astonishment that was clearly visible to everyone around them. Are you sure that you just made the statement that you are engaged to another man while you are residing in this location, ma'am? In no way does this violate the law. Despite the fact that I have lived in this location for a considerable amount of time, I will not agree with your request if you are not a legal tenant and the homeowner wants you to go. I am the owner of the rights. What kind of a lease agreement do you have in your possession? Although this is not the case, do you receive mail at this location? In point of fact, this does not constitute tenancy because there are no additional factors to take into consideration. When it comes to your rent, do you make payments? I am a participant in it. Utilizing my banking application was something I did. The officer, I would appreciate it if you could locate my mortgage payments, which have been deducted from my account. A set of utilities that are made in my name and that I pay for in full. At no point in time has she received even a single dollar in payment. The younger officer raised his eyes to Rachel and looked at her. There has been a public announcement that you are going to marry another person, ma'am. What is it about this location that makes you desire to stay here? I need some time to myself so that I can think things out. A little nod was given by the officer with more seniority. I strongly advise you to pack what you can tonight and depart on your own volition, ma'am, given the circumstances that have arisen. It is my recommendation that you leave on your own volition, despite the fact that she might have a claim to residency given the circumstances. In the event that this is not resolved, it will develop into a legal difficulty. All of a sudden, Rachel started crying up. These are tears of irritation, not tears of sadness. It is not even close to being fair. The younger cop told the senior officer that you have informed this man that you are engaged to someone else. The older officer was surprised to hear this. So, what were you looking forward to? During the process of packing, she communicated with Ethan. One could hear her shrieking coming from the direction of the bedroom. It would appear that Ethan was unable to bring her over tonight due to the fact that he shared a flat with 3 other people. During the time that she was packing 2 suitcases and 4 garbage bags full of items, she was live streaming on Instagram. Additionally, she was relating how I was going to expel her from the house due to the fact that she had moved in with someone else. The moment she was about to go, she turned around to face me. I will come back in order to reclaim the belongings that are still in my possession. When would you kindly send me an SMS message? The driveway is where they will be waiting for me to arrive. This is a choice that you are going to come to deeply regret, Ryan. The fact that you announced your engagement over pasta is something you are going to regret, but probably not as much as you are going to regret the fact that you did it. Before taking action, they waited until she had removed herself from the situation by driving away in the vehicle that I had been allowing her to use. I'll elaborate on that in a moment. Following that, the more experienced one turned their focus to me and suggested that you change your locks tonight and make some considerations about acquiring some cameras. A locksmith has already been scheduled to arrive at the location. A person who is extremely perceptive. With warmest wishes. The current update is the second one. When I woke up the following day, I found that I had a total of 72 text messages, 35 missed calls, and 15 Instagram notifications waiting for me. Ethan, who was engaged to be married, had written a message to his brother that stated, "Bro, that was cold. She needed more time to move out properly. Not cool." Upon receiving a phone call from Rachel's mother at 7 in the morning, I responded by stating, "Bro, you proposed to my girlfriend while she was living in my house. That is not cool. What exactly is this, Ryan? It was brought to my attention that you had evicted Ronnie from the residence." Hello and good morning, Susan. It is possible that she brought up the engagement scenario. Is that the case? Ethan is becoming engaged to her at this time. The couple has been together for a considerable amount of time now. Let there be a lengthy pause. According to her, the two of you were virtually living together in the same house. Do you think that is comparable to what she discussed with Ethan? It would be helpful if you could call me back. It was never something that she did. Ethan showed over at my door at approximately noon and greeted me. The man in the bun was most likely a Prius and was in his mid-30s according to his appearance. It is necessary for us to have a discussion. That is not something that we do. You were a traumatic experience for Rachel. Your fiancé had the pleasure of announcing your engagement to me when we were having dinner in my house, which is where she was living at the time. There is no rent. According to what she said, you were aware of us. Honestly, I couldn't help but laugh. The fact that I was aware that she was cheating was communicated to you. Not in the least bit dishonest, was it? The two of you had reached the point where it was pretty much over. At this point, I am the only person who is aware of it. As you can see, she is in desperate need of purchasing her furnishings. Her entire collection of furniture, including the bedroom set and the items for the living area, was acquired by me. I was the one who made the purchase. I myself am in possession of it. Her possessions include a laptop that is 3 years old, a few items of clothing and makeup, all of which she possesses. My money was used by her to decorate this property, and she did so with it. Ethan's face became more red as he continued to speak. Her sister is currently the one who is hosting her at the time. It is impossible for you to comprehend how humiliating this circumstance is for her. What about her? The fact that she was going to marry another man while she was still living with me was brought to light. What actions could you have taken if you had given her more time to process the information? My guest room is the perfect location for your wedding to be arranged. All of things are going to be acquired for her by us. And everything in between. Try your hand at it. Help me to have a better day, please. A man stormed off in a rage. 3 additional cameras were installed at the area by me. The current update is the third one. A third day for us. One of the options that Rachel considered was the nuclear option. Someone wrote on social media that I was an aggressive ex-boyfriend who kicked her out of the house because she fell in love with someone who actually cared for her. This comment was made in reference to the fact that she had moved out of the house. She said that I had been exploitative and controlling, and that she had been attempting to leave for a number of months, but I had refused to let her go. She also claimed that I had been manipulative and dominant. I was in possession of receipts, which was the issue. These receipts in their entirety. The posting of one of my comments occurred. Narrative that is interesting. The reality is as described here. Throughout the time that she was staying in my house without paying rent, she made the news that she was engaged to another man. She never paid a single bill throughout that time. Additionally, the following are the messages that she wrote to me the week before, in which she showed her love for me. Continued screenshot subsequent to the preceding screenshot. 2 weeks ago she came to me with a request for financial assistance in order to pay off her student loans. The I love you text message was sent by her 4 days before the news was made. She used my credit card to pay for a day at the spa with Ethan. I was surprised by her decision. With the benefit of hindsight, I am now aware that her acquaintance started making comments approximately 1 month ago. Let me get this straight. You were engaged when you were living there, right? As a girl, you mentioned that the two of you were separate from one another. Here we have a total and utter mess on our hands. Following that, her sister Laura did leave a voicemail for her to listen to. Regarding Ronnie, I am sad to say that I am sorry, Ryan. The fact that she was still living with you was something that had not occurred to me. While she has been bringing Ethan around for a number of months, she has been asserting that the two of you are finished moving forward. Angry is the mother's stance. It would be possible for me to retrieve her items if you could simply put them outside for me to retrieve. The entire thing is packed up. Attend whenever it is most convenient for you to do so. On the other hand, however, the wonderful portion is about to start. Do you recall telling me about the car that you had owned? The current update is the fourth one. The situation with the car is as described above. The vehicle that Rachel was driving was the one that I owned, in my name, and the debt has been made up in full. Despite the fact that I merely granted her permission to use it, it seems that she had been asserting to Ethan that it was her own property. Now we are on the fourth day. Because of that, I filed a report of theft. She was present at the police station when she received her call. They found out that the vehicle had been reported stolen when they pulled her over, and they discovered this information. Mostly due to the fact that she was unable to provide evidence that she owned the property. Ryan, I don't know what the hell is going on. Pleased to meet you, Rachel. How far along are you in your life? I take it you are claiming that the vehicle was taken. You no longer reside in this location and you stole my vehicle without my permission. To put it another way, you have moved out of this location. Not at all. That is fraud. During the time when you were my girlfriend, you provided me privileges to operate the vehicle. At this time, you are the focus of Ethan's attention. This is an absolutely absurd proposition. At the moment I am located at the police station. Taking things into consideration, I will come and get my car. It is possible for Ethan to pick you up. Currently he is employed to work. Uber is a real company. That is you, the devil. A person who is realistic is me. You had a strong urge to start a romantic relationship with another individual. You are very much appreciated. When it comes to you, he is the one who is responsible. When I came home, I went to get my car. Due to the fact that she needed to get to her sister's place, she had to take an Uber. $80 was the amount that she incurred, as stated in her angry text. A response was not provided by me. The fifth update is now available. It was on day 6 that the escalation took place. During the evening, at 9 o'clock, Ethan and 3 of his pals showed up at my place of living. You should relax your guard. All of Rachel's possessions are going to be acquired by us. Another call came in to 911 from me. There is a group of 4 males coming to my house with the intention of breaking in. His fists were pounding on the door as he attempted to open it. We are conscious of the fact that you are here. I placed the phone on speaker since it was essential for dispatch to hear what I had to say. Would it be possible for you to depart my property? It is a violation of someone else's property that you are doing. It is hers to keep 50% of these goods. There is nothing that she owns. Every single one of them has a receipt in my hands. Attempts were made to take a circuitous route backwards. The motion lights and cameras were able to record every single moment of the event. In point of fact, one of his companions made an attempt to jimmy the door while it was sliding open and closed. The arrival of the cops was prompt. 4 individuals who are attempting to break into a property are given priority among the other individuals. Ethan immediately assumed the position of the victim in the situation. This individual vandalized the items that belonged to my fiancée and stole them. Simply put, we are making an effort to accomplish something for her. My presentation of the surveillance film to the police was successful. A total of 4 individuals were attempting to break into the building. I instructed that they be taken into custody. Ethan signaled the beginning of the attempt to break into the structure and enter it by stating, "Now wait. Trespassing is a lawful offense. If I were to register a complaint, I would do so." It was determined that the companion who attempted to use the sliding door should be placed in handcuffs. Warnings and citations for trespassing were issued to Ethan and the other 2 individuals who invaded the property. They would be taken into custody without delay in the event that they returned as planned. While they were loading his friend into the patrol car, Ethan was ranting about attorneys and lawsuits. Their conversation was taking place at the same time. I looked him in the eye and kept my gaze fixed on him. During the 3 years that she was unfaithful to you, your fiancé remained in this house without making any payments toward payment of rent. If she does not pay her rent on time, I have the ability to initiate a lawsuit against her. Would you like to take part in the game that is within the law? More money is in my possession at the moment. An update number 6. The get-together of the family members. Day 10. And someone named Susan called me on the phone. Would it be possible for us to have a face-to-face talk, Ryan? Mother of Rachel. At a coffee shop we decided to get together. Susan gave off the impression of being worn out. The truth is something that I have to be aware of. And everything in between. To her, I gave a demonstration of everything. On the basis of my bank statements, I can demonstrate that I have paid for everything. Rachel communicated with me via text message just a few days prior to our scheduled meeting to discuss our future plans. The receipt for the dinner that she had the night before she made the news that she was going to enter into a marriage relationship. It was her demand that we go to a location that was reasonably priced that we went to. Now that I think about it, I can see why. During the festivities, she was spending money that I had given her. The expression that Susan was wearing became increasingly melancholy as time went on. She shared with us that the two of you had been spending 36 months away from one another. When it came down to it, you were living together as roommates. As a result of the fact that she was reluctant to leave because she believed that you were unstable. A project manager is the role that I play at the engineering company where I am employed. At my house, I am by myself. I have not even once raised my voice in her direction. I have not even once. Indeed, such is the case. Indeed, such is the case. This personality trait has always been a part of her. In collaboration with her father, we were able to make it happen. In her earlier years she had a romantic relationship with two boys at the same time and she was successful in persuading both of them that the other was merely a friend. During that period of time, we should have taken some kind of action for ourselves. Susan has reached the age of 34. Indeed, such is the case. Lately, Ethan has begun accompanying his family to dinners that they frequent. In response, she stated, "You were never available. You were always working. As a result of our investigation, we have determined that you are the origin of the problem. I was able to provide for her way of life due to the fact that I was working." At the same time, Susan used her hand to transfer an envelope across the table. It comes to a total of $6,000. Although it is not much in comparison to what she took away from you, it is something nonetheless. I am sorry, Sue, but I am unable to do whatever you want with it. At this time, I would like to extend my apologies on behalf of both me and her father. We were the ones that brought this up. There must be a component of it that belongs to us. I would want to express my appreciation to you for taking an envelope. The fact that Ethan is already having second thoughts is something that you should be aware of. As a result of her staying with Laura and continually asking financial aid from him, he is witnessing what you have been through on a daily basis. My issue is no longer a concern at this time. No. It is not the situation at all. Dear Ryan, I sincerely apologize. It was only fair that you receive better. An update number 7. The implosion was in its third week at the time. A text message was provided to me by Laura, who is Rachel's sister. Would you be able to talk to me if I asked? We were the recipients of a phone call, however Ronnie was caught off guard by the call. I am going utterly mad as a result of it. At this point, she will be unable to secure a job. The house is not going to benefit from it in any way. Her entire day is spent on Instagram, where she opens up about her feelings of anxiety and talks about the things she is doing to get ready for her wedding. In the past, Ethan has only made 2 trips to the location. With each passing day he is more and more perplexed by the fact that she continues to need financial assistance from him. I assure you that this is not my concern. Indeed, such is the case. Just now, Just how did you manage to stay doing it for such a significant amount of time? In any case, I was under the impression that I loved her. It is love that causes you to be foolish. According to the reports that have been flying about, the two of you were involved in an open relationship. What exactly is it? Indeed, such is the case. That throughout the entire time, you were aware of Ethan and were comfortable with the situation up until the moment where you started feeling envious of him. Exactly. This is a totally new one. Ryan, are you aware of any contributions that she may have made in the past? What exactly is there to be found? I would occasionally buy groceries for her, and she would use those groceries to prepare dinner for me. I will grant her a 30-day grace period, after which she will be expelled from the premises. It is not possible for me to finish this work. I hope that everything works out for you. Another phone call came from Laura after a period of 2 weeks had passed. She is adamant about remaining. She asserts that I am unable to kick her out of the house. Those are her relatives. It is a sound that is well known. Sadly, Ethan has left her behind. The coffee I am drinking is on the edge of escaping my mouth. What exactly is it? Indeed, such is the case. She persisted in her insistence that he immediately pay all of the bills. The fact that he insisted that she look for work infuriated her. Afterwards, she came to the realization that his job as a marketing consultant was actually a part-time work at the business that his father owned. Over the course of his life, he has been dishonest about his fortune. It is a well-known fact that they have a wonderful compatibility with one another. Nevertheless, neither of them actually possesses any resources that can be classified as financial. What a wonderful thing karma is. Because you have caused her mental anguish and because you have evicted her without good cause, she is threatening to bring a lawsuit against you. It is not impossible for her to perform the task. A wonderful attorney is someone I am fortunate enough to have. The 9th update is now available. The legal threat has now been in effect for the 5th week. There were papers that were brought to my attention. An ambulance chaser was located by Rachel, and she demanded that I restore her belongings and pay her $50,000 for the emotional suffering and unlawful eviction she experienced. This was not a genuine lawsuit. Rather, it was a demand that I stop doing what I was doing and bring her belongings back to her. My attorney has already left. It is true that I departed. She made the news that she was engaged to another man while she was living with you without having to pay rent. And she is now demanding money from you. The statement is made in that manner. Tell me to take care of things for you. The response he gave was really astounding. She submitted a document to the court that was 17 pages long and contained a lengthy discussion of emotional terrorism and love discrimination. Rachel's attorney immediately dropped her after she received 3 pages of legal paperwork that basically said, "Lol, no. Countersuit incoming for 3 years of back rent at market rate, $50,000. Rachel's attempt to represent herself included submitting a document that was 17 pages long. It was rejected by the judge in a stretch of time that was less than 5 minutes. One of the more positive aspects, on the other hand, was that she was required to include her address in the court records. She had moved in with Ethan after he had taken her back, and she had started living with him. Now the public had access to the information regarding the location of his roommate. The card has been updated for the 8th and final time. It is the 7th week of the month. The phone rang, and it was Ethan. "You are going to be of great aid to me." That is something that is quite humorous. "I implore you, she will not leave without you." No, she is not a signatory to our lease, but she has no intention of leaving. She is threatening to accuse me of assaulting her whenever we make an effort to coerce her into leaving, and she is doing this every time. Furthermore, do you require my assistance? To what end? Can you believe that you were able to free her in just one night? If this is the case, then you should immediately notify the authorities and have security footage available for reference. Does she have the ability to communicate with you? Could you kindly tell her to leave? Where are you, Brad? You made a marriage proposal to the girlfriend of another man while she was living with him. Where are you? Your handiwork was used to construct this bed. The fact was unknown to me. It was during the period that she was still living with me that she informed you that the two of you were finished, and you believed her. What a complete and utter idiot I am. In point of fact. Without a doubt you are. I beseech you to kindly comply with my request. Please allow me to offer you some free advice, Brad. Cameras should be installed at this point. Make sure that you document everything. You ought to create a recording of her making false accusations, and then you ought to call the police on your own. The winner is often the first person to call in the majority of cases. Exactly, that is it. Exactly, that is it. You ought to additionally take into consideration the possibility of not proposing to women who are currently living with other males. And then he hung up the phone. The last update is presented here. 40 months have passed up to this point. Everyone that was there ended up in this particular area. Rachel was the one who ultimately made the decision to move back in with her parents when Ethan's roommates threatened to take legal action against her. She continues to publish about her journey of self-discovery and how she is a survivor of narcissistic abuse throughout her life, despite the fact that she is 34 years old. As of right now, she is employed at a clothing business on a part-time basis. She is also engaged to a man who she met online and who lives in a distant state. This is in addition to the fact that she is already engaged previously. The two of them had never actually been face-to-face with one another. Additionally, he moved back in with his grandmother and father. After everything was said and done, his roommates made the decision to exclude him from their home because he was the one who brought the drama into their household. On the other hand, friends of common acquaintances claim that he posts motivational words on Instagram related to the significance of gaining wisdom from one's own failures. In addition to a letter declaring that they are actively engaged in therapy to address enabling behaviors, the Christmas card that I received from Susan and Robert's parents included an additional check for the amount of $2,500. Apparently, they have established a time limit for Rachel to vacate the residence by which she must go. Yes, Laura, it is true. We ended up becoming friends in the end. There are times when she will send me Brief updates through the medium of text message. In addition to that, she is currently attending treatment sessions. It dawned on her that the inner workings of her family had a big bearing on the interactions she had with other people. I have no problem with it, and the house is really peaceful right now. Established a romantic engagement with a new individual. In addition to being the owner of her own home and vehicle, Rebecca is also the owner of her own property. Has a strong aversion to splitting each and every cash check. In a relationship with someone who makes an equal contribution to the entire, it is a strangely normal sensation to be in that connection. I was fortunate enough to become acquainted with one of Ethan's former roommates at a pub, which was the most enjoyable aspect of the experience. He was kind enough to share with me the complete story of how they spent their last days together. According to the timeline, it would appear that Rachel was successful in convincing Ethan to propose to her by telling him that she was with his kid while she was living with me. However, the timeline was entirely nonsensical. During the time that she was having sexual intercourse with me, she would have been carrying a child. After coming to the conclusion that she had been lying about the pregnancy, he made an effort to put an end to the relationship. By that time, she had threatened to file a claim of assault against the other person. She was not informed by the roommates that they had put cameras in the parts of the apartment that were shared by all of the residents. The fact that she stated that she had never been pregnant and that she was joking about how guys are so easy to deceive was caught on film. She also admitted that she had never been pregnant. It was Ethan who received the tape from them. He turned it over to the authorities, and they walked her out of the building before she was arrested. She made an effort to assert that they had illegally recorded her by using a recording device. It has been brought to light that shared dwellings and communal locations do not have the responsibility of providing adequate privacy for their residents. When it does arrive, karma is thorough in its implementation, yet there are times when it takes a while to finally arrive. When we look back, we see that the warning signs were scattered all over the place. For the past 2 years, she had not been able to maintain constant employment. Possessed a valid excuse in every instance. There was never a time when she did not face a crisis that prevented her from making a contribution. There were never any concrete plans, but there were always very ambitious ambitions. In truth, the dinner that was supposed to be used to announce the news turned out to be a gift. In the event that she had been more astute about it and had kept me waiting for a longer period of time, I might have wasted more years than I would have otherwise. She, on the other hand, became so accustomed to the circumstance that she started to believe that she could have her cake and eat it too. I was under the notion that I would give her permission to stay with me while she was in the process of trying to make plans to marry another man. The extent of the claim was of staggering proportions. There is a misconception that is even more ludicrous. On the other hand, the most efficient method of revenge is to lead a happiness-filled life. The cleanliness of my home is impeccable. The amount that I spend has gone down. Now, I do not have any stress. When I wake up, I am in my own bed, in my own house, and I do not have to deal with the drama that is generated by other people. Additionally, I am not required to deal with others. Regarding Rachel, on the other hand, she is currently the issue that affects everyone else. Only one at a time, please. Caught my wife in bed with my father. She said, "I love you and your dad." I spat on them. Took my stuff and left. Hope they're ready for what's coming. The system went down, and it indicated that we would be down for the remainder of the day. So I left work early. I recall being quite joyful when I picked up takeaway from our favorite Thai restaurant with the intention of surprising my wife with lunch. After 3 years of marriage, I felt that we were doing well, despite the fact that things weren't always ideal. There was never any reason for me to believe differently. However, something didn't feel right as soon as I pulled into the driveway. Richard, my father, had his car parked a block away. He had recently had it detailed and maintained it immaculately clean. So I knew it was his. The engine was off, so at first I thought maybe he had dropped something off. He was nowhere to be seen. Everything was a bit too quiet when I entered the house. The TV was on, but it was hardly loud enough to hear. The living room did not contain my wife, Emily. 3 half-full coffee mugs were on the table. I didn't yell her name. I have no idea why. I believe my instincts were already aware. I heard muted sounds coming from the bedroom as I gently made my way up the stairs. Richard's voice and hers. I was standing in the hallway outside our room when I initially froze. Perhaps they were watching a movie or discussing something important, I told myself. But I was powerless to stop myself. They were there when I pushed the door open. It was intimate, but they weren't doing it. With their hands entwined, and their foreheads touching as if in a slow, gentle embrace, they were seated close to one another on the bed. Even as the door cracked open, they did not respond. They seemed to anticipate my early return home. Emily was the first to look up. There was a strange calmness on her face instead of dread or shame. Richard then gave me a look as though I had interrupted something unpleasant but not surprising. They did not scurry. They gave no explanation. I remained silent as Richard slowly got to his feet and stated, "We need to sit down." I was unable to. Like a sleepwalker, I followed them into the dining room. I still held my food and my purse. Emily began. She claimed that although what I saw wasn't what it appeared to be, she still owed me candor. She acknowledged that Richard and she had been acquainted for a long time prior to my meeting. They had been pals. Close companions. Too near. She claimed that they had a complex past together and had never truly found closure. I inquired as to whether they were having an affair. I uttered it, and my voice broke. Richard told me it was more than that. Looking me square in the eye, he said that their emotional bond persisted. They eventually came to the realization that they were still in love. I had the impression that I was seeing a lousy film. I kept expecting someone to shout that it was a joke or some kind of perverse personality test. Emily clarified, however, that they didn't wish to harm me. The worst thing was that, as though that made a difference, they spoke with such sincerity. Richard asserted that since we were all adults, we could all come up with a responsible solution, and that this didn't have to become a catastrophe. When I questioned what kind of solution he was referring to, he suggested that we think about continuing our formal marriage but leading different lifestyles. In this manner, there won't be a messy divorce or family strife. We might maintain harmony. He even presented it as a universal victory. I could go on dates once more. When she eventually moved out, we could work out a gradual, discreet, and embarrassment-free way to part ways. However, it was a calm transfer with little drama or scandal. I inquired as to whether they were insane. Emily had the audacity to grab my hand and tell me that she still loved me, but not in the same manner. She claimed that I meant too much to her and that she didn't want to lose me entirely. She went so far as to say that she believed we could rethink our relationship's definition because it didn't have to be binary. Without even reaching for my keys, I got up and left. After walking for what seemed like hours, I came to a park close to my workplace and sat on a seat, attempting to process what had just transpired. What was the duration of this? Had it ever ceased? Had I ever served as more than a stand-in? A prelude to the main event? I didn't go home that evening. I got home. I told my friend Jake everything while I crashed at his house. At first, he believed me to be lying. Then he just asked me what I was going to do while staring at me in disbelief. I told him I had no idea. None of it made sense to me. That night and the next night I didn't sleep. Everything began to make sense in the silence. The strange conflict between Richard and Emily. The way she would occasionally glow more than was proper when he entered the room. The family makes jokes about how similar they were. How, even if I was prepared to remedy something, Richard was always there to assist her. How Emily didn't mind if he remained late. I might have been an idiot, or perhaps I had simply put my trust in the wrong people. I made the decision to start moving things along by the fourth night. Whatever they believed they had, whatever tranquility they wished to maintain, they were going to discover what the true repercussions were. So I hired a lawyer. First update: I ignored their calls and texts for 10 days. I spent the entire time with Jake. I liked that he didn't ask questions until I felt like speaking. On most days, I would sit on his back porch and gaze out at the overgrown yard, wondering how my life had become such a terrible joke. Like a zombie, I went to work. Finally, on the 12th day, I replied. I told them I didn't want to talk, and that I would come over to pick up some of my belongings. All I wanted was room. They seemed to go into panic mode after that since my phone started exploding up all of a sudden. Emily, my wife, wrote a lengthy response expressing her hurt at not being given the opportunity to explain. She acknowledged that I was upset, but she maintained that what they were providing was the most humane choice for all. Sympathetic. I couldn't stop thinking about the word for hours. The person who used that word to describe betraying their husband with their own father baffled me. I took Jake with me when I eventually returned, just in case. I didn't trust myself in that house by myself, let alone with them. Even when I wasn't doing anything wrong, Richard had a way of making me feel insignificant. Emily, on the other hand, had a knack for making treachery seem like a miscommunication. It seemed like entering a stage set as soon as I came through the door. Emily had thoroughly cleaned the space. Even made cookies as if it were an apology for a sitcom. Richard appeared to be hosting Sunday dinner, rather than the aftermath of a total collapse, As he sat in the recliner with an obnoxious, relaxed demeanor, Emily asked to speak with me. Naturally, they couldn't help themselves, even though I informed her I wasn't here for a conversation but rather to pick up some paperwork and necessities. Richard got up and started talking about how he hadn't anticipated things turning out this way. He claimed that it was difficult and unpleasant for him as well, and that he didn't anticipate falling in love with her once more. He expressed his desire for me to remain in his life, and expressed his hope that I would give their request some thought. Instead of stabbing me in the back, their proposition amounted to a business partnership merger. Emily added, "This arrangement didn't have to change our legal status immediately. If we just stayed civil and respected each other's boundaries, we could avoid costly lawyers and public messes. We should be proud because we would be living our truth," she remarked. At that, Jake genuinely burst out laughing. He made no effort to conceal it. I said very little. I simply strolled by them, picked up the necessary office document, and filled a small duffel bag with some clothing and personal hygiene items. Emily tried to explain, as she followed me around the room. Yes, it was bad, she admitted, but emotions weren't always practical. She claimed that she still cared, and that they didn't want to lose me. I informed her that I wouldn't have been the last to know if she truly cared about me. I told her that she had the option to leave, file for divorce, and put an end to it amicably. Nevertheless, she made the daily decision to lie. As if it were a simple miscommunication, she picked my father, Richard, and still expected me to join them for a meal. When I stated that, she started crying. Just peaceful tears. Not the kind of loud crying. And I had no sympathy at all. I turned to them both before I left, and told them that I didn't want to be a part of whatever fantasy they had created together. They didn't deserve me, but they did deserve each other, I remarked. After that, I left. Jake and I headed to a pub later that evening. I needed something denser than his living room, and more potent than coffee. I finally announced aloud that I was going to file for divorce while we sat there. Jake stated that was the correct thing to do and nodded. Would I inform the rest of the family? He asked. I was more affected by that question than I had anticipated. The others, my mother, my siblings, and my cousins, had not even crossed my mind. So yet, none of them were aware. I wasn't even sure which side they would support when they found out. I informed him that I wasn't yet prepared for it. I had to figure out how to make it through the following several days without crumbling. I had 2 more texts waiting for me when we returned to his house. One from my father, Richard, and one from my wife, Emily. Both are lengthy and well written, discussing forgiveness, maturity, and second chances. They continued to think that there was a version of this that was effective for everyone. That's when it dawned on me. They didn't merely want me to comply. They also anticipated me. They assumed that I would remain silent, suck it up, and nod my head like a nice little doormat because I would be so terrified of upsetting my family or making trouble. Until 2 in the morning, I kept my eyes on those messages. I then wrote exactly 1 sentence in a blank reply. You made a decision. I'm building mine now. The second update. I didn't check any of their messages again after that evening. However, I didn't block them. In case I needed it later, I wanted a complete record. It was sensible, according to my lawyer, and I was beginning to think more intelligently. I continued to wait for the shock to subside during the calm times. There was a part of me that hoped this would start to feel like someone else's nightmare, and that I would wake up feeling numb or distant. Rather, it simply remained crisp. Every day was like trying to pretend nothing had changed while holding my breath underwater. Pretending in front of others was the worst part. I still hadn't told my mother. More than 10 years had passed since her and Richard's divorce. At last, she was content with her own existence. Bringing her back into his turmoil was the last thing I wanted to do. However, the more I remained silent, the more it tore at me. 2 weeks later, during a family meal, everything came to a head. It was a casual Sunday gathering that my aunt threw in the style of a potluck. While the children ran around screaming, half the family caught up. I was on the verge of skipping it. But then I wondered why. I hadn't done anything improper. I didn't have the energy to cook. So I brought a store-bought pie. And I sensed the change as soon as I entered. A few of my cousins gave me a prolonged glance. Without looking at me, my aunt offered me a glass of wine. Then I noticed Richard. He had already arrived and was seated beside him. Emily was also present, acting as though she belonged there. She was laughing with someone. I almost walked out and turned around. But something inside of me exploded. I wasn't going to just disappear into the background and let them control the story if this was their strategy. this public unveiling as if nothing had occurred. I approached the table directly, pulled up a chair across from them, and expressed my amazement at seeing them both. Richard grinned as if we were having coffee together. He claimed he decided it was time to tell the family the truth. Everyone would be able to move forward with such openness. Emily was unsure if she should say something, so she just sat there appearing stiff, as if she had practiced for this moment. I therefore completed it for them. I got up, glanced around, and informed everyone at the table that I had discovered their cheating. I claimed that Richard and Emily had been seeing each other for an unknown amount of time behind my back. I said that they had made me an offer, one in which I would remain legally married, and simply let them to continue while I pretended to be stupid, in order to maintain harmony within the family. Quiet. Nobody uttered a word. My aunt had a terrified expression. My cousin's mouth fell open. That evening, my mother wasn't present. Fortunately, I don't think I could have handled her response. Richard attempted to intervene by accusing me of manipulating the situation. He claimed that although he and Emily had emotionally reconnected and hadn't intended to harm me, adults ought to be able to manage mature relationships. What kind of mature relationship involves sneaking around and sleeping with your son's wife? I interrupted him. The room began to move once more at that point. Some stood up. Emily was asked if that was real by one of my uncles. She merely nodded and muttered something about how complicated things became. Difficult. She blew up 2 relationships, and completely upended a family with that word. Then I went out. I had stated what I had to. I didn't wait to find out who left, or who remained at the table with them. I wasn't going to plead for sides since I assumed people would decide for themselves. Waves of repercussions followed. Later that evening, a few family members texted and contacted me to express their disbelief. Some expressed regret for not noticing it earlier. Others remained eerily silent, presumably attempting to determine the direction of the wind. The following morning, Richard sent me another lengthy note claiming that I had handled the situation badly, and that my dramatic outburst had embarrassed the family. I laughed out loud at it. Embarrassed the family by acting as though what I revealed was worse than what they had done. Emily, on the other hand, wrote me a brief message. She stated she hoped I would one day appreciate how difficult it had been for her to choose between 2 people she loved and expressed regret that things had to be this way. I didn't answer. I authorized my attorney to begin the divorce process. Since we hadn't been married long and didn't have a prenuptial agreement, he cautioned me that things could get sticky. I informed him that the furnishings, the bank account, and anything else didn't matter to me. All I wanted was for my name to be removed from the documents. I desired to regain my life. I made a lengthy drive to the coast that weekend. I needed air without any sense of contamination. I contemplated how I had been tricked into thinking that peace was worth sacrificing myself as I strolled beside the water until the sun set. Silence, however, does not bring about peace. Truth is the source of it, and if I'm the antagonist in their tale because I told the truth, then so be it. They weren't heroes in the first place. The third update. After that dinner, my phone continued to buzz for a week. Some brief messages expressed shock or regret. A few came from far-off cousins I hadn't spoken to in years, who were suddenly eager to lend me their support. The majority of the family, however, said nothing. Those who did not remain silent also expressed their opinions. One of Richard's more outspoken brothers, my uncle, bombarded me with texts telling me to keep things private. He claimed that everyone had secrets, and that it was immature to discuss private matters at a family get-together. He said that I had pushed his hand. But he didn't want to pick sides. I didn't even try to respond. Allow him to remain neutral. I wasn't searching for people to follow me. Simply put, I was not going to accept the notion that maturity equates with silence. But hearing from my mother was what truly broke my heart. After one of my cousins informed her, she gave me a call. She said she wasn't shocked, but she did wish I had told her directly rather than through them. She claimed to have spent years persuading herself that she was the insane one, and to have lived with that version of Richard for decades. She did not inquire about specifics. She simply told me that I needed to look after myself and that she loved me. I didn't realize how much that call helped me at the time. In the meantime, Richard and Emily, my soon-to-be ex-wife, were working non-stop on whatever fantasy world they were attempting to create. They shared a picture of themselves at a family-friendly outdoor gathering. The caption discussed forgiveness and fresh starts. It was disgusting, akin to witnessing people embellish a home situated on a cemetery. I was aware that they were attempting to manipulate the story so that it appeared as though they were the ones who were resilient and overcoming hardship as a group. I didn't participate. But I also wasn't going to allow them to change the course of events. She attempted to call after receiving the divorce papers. I didn't answer. She then sent a message expressing her hope that we could discuss the situation, and perhaps put it on hold until the feelings subsided. I sent it to my attorney and instructed him to move forward. She had posed as someone else while I was living there for months. Someone who called me her husband while presumably secretly texting my father, laughed at my jokes, and gave me a goodnight kiss. Betrayal like that never goes away. It simply burns through the parts of you that are still tender. She persisted in trying. There were more messages, a few lengthy ones outlining how she was confused for a while but ultimately followed her heart, and that she never intended to hurt me. She expressed her hope that one day, I would be able to forgive her, even though she knew this was difficult for me. I realized then how profoundly she didn't understand. She believed this to be a triangle of love. A sad emotional blunder that could be attributed to fate, chemistry, or timing. The complete wreckage that was left behind was invisible to her. The power dynamics, manipulation, and their attempt to coerce me into accepting their fantasy, so they wouldn't have to bear the guilt, are all examples of the broken trust. It was not a tale of love. The betrayal was laced with conceit. Richard also made another attempt at that time. "I still want to find a way forward," he said in his voicemail. He declared that he would not allow this to permanently split us apart because we were still blood, regardless of what had happened. I didn't listen to the message all the way through. To be clear, this had nothing to do with retaliation. I didn't want to ruin their lives or expose them for amusement. All I wanted to do was quit acting, sitting across the table from two people who had thrown me under the bus, and then pretended that I should thank them for it. I wanted to take back my place in the family without having to put on a front. Nevertheless, a part of me continued to wait for the guilt to surface despite everything. I was worried that I might feel guilty about how public everything became, and how my choice to speak up caused all of these repercussions. But guilt never came, not in the way I expected. What had come were moments of peace. I'd wake up and realize I didn't have to second-guess the way my wife, Emily, looked at her phone. I didn't have to wonder why Richard acted so over-invested in my marriage. I didn't have to carry the weight of trying to please everyone while breaking my own back. One afternoon, I sat outside a coffee shop with a friend, Jake, I hadn't seen in a while. He asked how I was doing genuinely, not the small talk kind of check-in. I told him the truth, that some days were ugly and quiet and lonely, but that every day also felt a little more mine. He said that sounded like healing. I think he was right. But the thing about healing is that it's not always graceful. Sometimes it looks like blocking numbers. Sometimes it sounds like screaming into a pillow. Sometimes it means deleting every photo and starting over. And sometimes, more often than we admit, healing means letting people think you're bitter just so you can finally be free. Update 4. I thought the worst of it was behind me. Right now, I'm staying opposite Jake. His neighbor wanted to rent the house, so it worked out for me. I came home from work, and there was a letter taped to my front door. Not mailed, not slid under, taped, like a threat pretending to be an invitation. It was from Richard. He wrote that he didn't expect me to forgive him overnight, but he hoped we could talk like adults. He said he and Emily were considering a future together, and wanted to do it with my blessing. He wrote that they would never truly be happy if they knew I was out there still hurting, that they needed peace in the family. The arrogance in that letter made my skin crawl. He still saw himself as the peacemaker even after what he did. Still imagined this whole thing as some tragic misunderstanding that needed to be hugged into submission. It made me realize something. He didn't feel guilty. He felt inconvenienced. He wasn't sorry for betraying me. He was just tired of me refusing to get over it. I didn't answer. I threw the letter in the trash. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. What kind of man cheats with his son's wife before the wedding, during the marriage, and after the split, and then has the audacity to ask for blessing like this was a church ceremony, and not a crime scene? The anger started creeping back in slowly but surely. I'd been so focused on cutting ties, that I hadn't even allowed myself to process just how twisted all of it was. The manipulation, the gaslighting, the nerve it took for both of them to sit me down and suggest that we all work it out for the sake of the family. They didn't want healing. They wanted silence. It took another week before I got another message, this time from my cousin Sarah. She said she had run into Richard and his new girlfriend at a restaurant downtown. She said they were laughing, holding hands, acting like a newlywed couple. Richard had introduced her by saying that they were just thankful everything worked out in the end. Worked out. I read those words 5 times before I could even move. That was when something inside me cracked. I couldn't let them go around acting like this was a happy accident. I wasn't going to write a memoir, or start a Facebook post war. But I couldn't just let the narrative be whatever they wanted. So, I started putting together everything I had. Messages, dates, photos, that awful letter he wrote. I had taken it out of the trash later. I was making a paper trail, something that if ever questioned could back up the truth. Not because I wanted to ruin them, but because I needed to know that if one more person ever asked me, "Well, are you sure it happened like that?" I could say, "Yes. Yes, I'm sure. And here's why." It was around that time that a mutual friend, a guy I hadn't heard from since the wedding, reached out to grab coffee. I hesitated but said yes. I think I just wanted to hear someone say something normal for once, something that didn't involve betrayal or second chances, or peace in the family. He asked how I'd been. And I told him the short version. He didn't say much, just nodded slowly, and then said something I'll never forget. He said he'd known something was off the day of the wedding. He saw Richard give her a look. Not a protective look, not even a proud look. Something possessive. He said it gave him chills. But what do you say at a wedding? You convince yourself you imagined it. I didn't know whether to feel validated or sick. We sat in silence for a bit after that. Then he said, if I ever needed anything, a place to crash, a weekend getaway, someone to play cards with, he was there. I thanked him, and I meant it. Still, by the time I got home that night, the weight of everything just came crashing down. You don't think betrayal is going to break you until it does. You imagine yourself rising above it, walking away with your head high, becoming the bigger person. But sometimes being the bigger person feels like being the loneliest one in the room. I lay in bed thinking about all the memories I couldn't unsee. Family dinners, birthday parties, movie nights on the couch, all the moments they probably shared long before I caught on, all the smiles that now felt rotten from the inside out. And the worst part, I still hadn't even told some people why we split. I was so used to protecting everyone else from discomfort, that I forgot to protect myself from the burden of carrying all the truth alone. But not anymore. The next morning, I drafted a letter, not public, just for close family and friends who deserved to know what really happened. I told them the truth. Not the embellished version. Not the dramatized one. Just the truth. I said I wasn't asking anyone to pick sides, but I wouldn't stay silent anymore. I said I had nothing to hide, and that I hoped moving forward people would stop asking why I seem so distant lately. I didn't sign it bitterly, or go on a rant. I just told the truth and I hit send. Update 5. It had been 4 months since I sent out the letter explaining everything. 4 months of silence from my father, Richard. 4 months of radio static from Emily. 4 months of quiet shifts in my circle, as friends, family, and acquaintances rearranged themselves based on what they now knew. Some reached out with disbelief. Some apologized for not noticing. And some disappeared altogether, uncomfortable with the truth now sitting plainly in front of them. And honestly, I didn't miss any of them. What I did miss was my home. Not the place I was renting now, though it served its purpose, but the house, the one I bought 5 years ago. The one I had spent my weekends on, one project at a time. The one with the garden I planted, the patio I built, and the walls I painted with Emily back when I still thought love meant something permanent. When I left after that night, the night they sat me down like it was some family meeting and not a complete betrayal, I hadn't even packed a full bag. I just walked out, not trusting myself to stay calm if I spent one more minute inside that space we once called ours. I figured I'd come back for the rest once the dust settled. But then it hit me. It was my house bought under my name, my money, my down payment, my everything. The only reason Emily was still staying there comfortably was because I hadn't reclaimed the property. I had been too stunned, too heartbroken, too busy surviving to fight for it. But not anymore. I called my lawyer the next day, and asked what it would take to secure the house. He asked if I had any documents proving it was mine. I told him the house was bought before the marriage. I had the mortgage, title, and everything solely in my name. I didn't give it much thought when Emily insisted on having her name added to the mailbox, not the deed. When we got married. At the time, it seemed insignificant. It was going to be a very clean case, he told me in a tone I had never heard him use before. Of course, she attempted to delay it. She claimed emotional distress, sent her lawyer back with questions, and stated that she had become attached to the house, and felt entitled to half of its value. My attorney swiftly put an end to it. There was nothing in her name, no shared ownership, no gray area, and no money coming out of her account. I gave her 30 days to pack up and leave, which was more generous than I needed to be. I didn't want her to cause a scene or ruin the place out of spite, not because I owed her anything. Through her attorney, I informed her that I would take legal action if anything in the house was broken or missing. After that, she did not respond. The sixth update. The entire divorce process took 7 months. Out of all this chaos, it was the most serene. And I simply sat in my car in my home's driveway and stared at those documents when I eventually held them in my hands, stamped, sealed, and official. 12 pages that undo 3 years of lies. For the first time since the day everything fell apart, I entered that house. And initially, it was unsettling. Like entering a memory that was unaware that it had passed away. Her belongings were gone, but her aroma was still slightly present. The room now had a sense of emptiness, which I appreciated. It meant I could put something genuine in it. I began repainting the walls a week later. It was because I needed it, not because they did. It was like shutting a door with each stroke. It was like putting old, phony happiness on fire with each coat of paint. I replaced the curtains she liked with ones I truly wanted, sold the couch, and purchased a new rug. I had it, even though it was slow. Richard and Emily were still unspoken to me, and I had no intention of doing so. My cousin Sarah informed me that they were no longer together. She apparently didn't like his treatment of her after they became official. It seems that the guilt he never expressed to me eventually crept onto her. I was still standing in spite of everything, so I didn't care. My husband said, "She's more important than our kids," while kissing his mistress in front of them. I secretly recorded everything. Now he sobs in court. I was married to Ethan for 10 years, and had 2 kids, 9 and 6. He lived normally until he started working late on Thursdays. His company started midnight weekly strategy sessions. I didn't dispute his promotion because he'd always wanted it. Bringing home perfume instead of coffee seemed like a way to impress the managers. Our daughter Sophie stated Daddy picked up a woman from school last week. Miss Miller, the new art teacher, came from another district. They chuckled when Sophie said, Papa drove her. Her car broke down, and Ethan was helping. Felt crazy for mentioning it. The Thursday meetings lasted 4 months. Ethan started Saturday golf trips with clients, and Sunday investor breakfasts. Son Max puzzled why Dad stopped going to soccer games. Ethan said family income was more important than interacting with kids. That stung. But I went on. I surprised Ethan with dinner at his office on Thursday while he was in meetings. Ethan always left at 5, said the security guard. No Thursday meetings. Never was. After an hour of driving about trying to absorb things, my instinct prompted me to go to Miss Stevens' apartment complex. He parked in her guest spot, waiting 3 hours. He emerged. After he returned, I challenged him. Not even denying. I should be grateful he found Natalie because she made him happy and a better father. His pleasure helps everyone, he said. I requested its duration. He said 5 months since her school welcoming celebration, where I introduced them. The next morning, Ethan told the kids about his beautiful friend, who made him happy and that they'd meet her soon. Max asked Dad why he skipped games. Ethan said they'd understand later, since Natalie was vital. Sophie wept. Ethan told her to stop selfishness. I was at Max's soccer game that weekend when he introduced Natalie to other parents as his co-worker. At a kid's soccer game, she stroked Ethan's arm in this tight dress. Max saw his dad kiss Natalie after scoring a goal. Max stood confused on the field. Ethan totally missed it. Next week, Ethan said Natalie would join us for Friday family dinners. He urged the kids to get used to her since she'd be around forever. Because Natalie made him feel alive and the kids deserved true affection, he didn't vote for me. He said Natalie was passionate and our marriage was settling. Natalie seated me at dinner one. Natalie said, "Sometimes change is good for everyone." Ethan reminded Sophie to be respectful. Natalie discussed her paintings and travels while the youngsters ate dinner. "Call her Glow," she said. Maxim preferred not calling her. To his room, Ethan dispatched him without dessert. Natalie visited more. She changed the decor to make it classier. She removed the kids' art because the fridge was congested. Sophie was told her drawings were unprofessional and she could teach her real technique. When Sophie liked her pictures, Natalie told Ethan I raised mean kids. Sophia apologies to Ethan. Max's birthday followed. I planned a trampoline park party for his class. Ethan said Natalie thought it was too busy and they prepared better the morning of. They took youngsters to an art museum. Max spent his 9th birthday staring at paintings he didn't understand as Natalie taught brush strokes. Friend went to trampoline park without him. He fell asleep from weeping. Ethan said it. He said Natalie's cultural enrichment was more important than Max's birthday party. I valued kids' happiness. He stared me down and said Natalie was more important than the kids because she made him a provider. He'd be miserable and useless without her. He promised gratitude from the kids. So I knew what to do. Spotify has requested Reds. See link in comments or description. That night at the kitchen table, I scribbled down my memories in an old notebook. Max's soccer games without Ethan since March. Sophie's dad never arrived to her school art show, when she stared at the door. Natalie throwing out Max's fridge drawing made Sophie scream for an hour. Everything Natalie said about my kids' painting being amateur was harsh. Ethan consistently favored Natalie, told them to honor her, and sent them to their rooms to defend themselves. Anger made my hands shake while writing, shredding words and squeezing the pen hard. I wrote 12 pages with dates, times, and exact words. Ethan said worst was capitalized on its own page. Natalie is more important than the kids because she makes me a provider. Written 3 times to remember his expression when he said it. Next morning, I couldn't sleep and woke up at 5. Ethan slept, snoring like he hadn't destroyed our family. I went to his home office after hearing the shower. Not even the filing cabinet was locked. Bank records, credit card bills, investment accounts, and his work calendar without Thursday meetings were found. A strategy stabilized my phone camera as I took photos. I photographed everything and sent it to a new phone-created email address around 4 a.m. He couldn't remove, explain, or excite me about proof. Best was the job schedule. Printed from his workplace portal, with the official logo saying he left at 5 every Thursday for 5 months. No encounters. Only lies. At 6, I contacted Rachel, my college best buddy. She answered the second ring sleepily. I asked if the kids and I could stay with her for a few days to decide. She said to pack bags and come over without asking. I cried in my kitchen at 6 a.m. because someone cared about my kids. I hastily packed 3 luggage with clothes, toothbrushes, and kids' favorite stuffed animals. Sophie's painting supplies, Max's soccer ball, safety gear. Ethan came downstairs at 7:30, hair wet, checking his phone before looking at me. I explained that the kids and I were staying at Rachel's for the weekend, because we needed space. He barely looked up as his thumbs moved across his screen. I said we were going to the grocery store instead of leaving him, and he said that was fine because he had plans with Natalie. He went without asking why we needed space, checking on the kids, or looking at me. I showed the kids hilarious cartoons in Rachel's living room. They seemed comfortable where Natalie wasn't. On Rachel's kitchen table, I Googled divorce lawyers on my laptop. Read 2 hours of reviews, compared prices, and highlighted custody expertise. 5 women lawyers with courtroom harshness reviews were chosen. One evaluation said Lila Turner helped a mother show parental estrangement and primary custody. 3 times I highlighted that name. Leaving the kids at school Monday morning, I hugged them extra, and promised to pick them up early. I drove to Lila's downtown office, with her name on a bronze plate. My receptionist showed me a huge conference room with windows. 5 minutes later, tall Lila with silver hair and piercing eyes, sat down and told me to start. I told her everything for 40 minutes, while she took neat handwritten notes. After I finished, she put her pen down, looked me in the eye, and said, "We can protect your children." I nearly cried again. Lila claimed Ethan's claims that Natalie is more important than his kids will wreck him in custody court. He said judges hate parents who put their affairs above their children, especially when there's proof of the mistress being cruel to the kids. She told me to be smart and careful, gathering more evidence when solving challenges. She said judges like parents who try to save their marriages. Even when the marriage is obviously over. We had to play the game. Right? I hired her. I wrote a savings account check without informing Ethan. My part-time library job saved me money. Only a few hundred per month for years. We planned at the conference table. Record everything from now on. Get the kids treated so an expert can analyze the damage and write court papers. Ethan would always pick Natalie over the kids, so wait. Like she'd seen 100 Ethans, Lila was confident of that final part. She probably did. I picked up the kids from school at 2 instead of 3. They heard we got ice cream. Our table was outside the ice cream shop. I had nothing because my tummy was tight, but they had chocolate cones. I softly stated that Mother and Daddy were having major issues, and we might not live together soon. Sophie wondered if Natalie did it. Yes, I said. She looked relieved when I told her good news. More than everything Ethan did. Seeing my 9-year-old daughter relieved her family was ending broke my heart. Do we have to see Natalie after leaving Daddy? Max wonders. His voice was small and scared, ice cream dropping from his fingertips. I would do everything I could to keep them from her. He put his cone down and held me so hard I couldn't breathe. My neck was clutched like I could disappear in his small arms. I realized my kids were waiting for me after his hug. Favor them over peace. I attempted to fix it for months. I let them down by waiting. After ice cream and bedtime, I looked for divorced child family therapists online. I needed someone who knew my kids' situation to help and document for court. I spent over an hour browsing websites for qualifications and reviews to find the right person. One name kept getting good reviews. Curtis Walker helped kids cope with parental conflicts and family breakdown. I needed someone who was kid-friendly and careful in his documentation, per the ratings. His receptionist received my call the next morning before the kids woke up. My 9- and 6-year-old children were suffering from their father's infidelity and mistress's harshness. I told her I needed help with kids and custody paperwork. After pausing, she stated Curtis had openings later that week, and would be happy to help. Sophie and Max were booked for Wednesday afternoon and Thursday, back to back, to save me travel. I thanked her and hung up, feeling safer for my kids. She called me in the morning. She said staying with my friend looked like abandoning the marital home, which may hurt my custody case. Judges didn't appreciate when one parent left the house with the kids, since it looked like you were attempting to keep them apart, even if they didn't care. She advised me to go home and record everything. Avoiding return. Although I didn't want Ethan or the kids around Natalie again, I understood the plan. We went home after packing everything at Rachel's that afternoon. We found Ethan's automobile in the driveway about 3 p.m. on Tuesday. Shocking me. My kids went to their rooms as I unpacked our bags. Ethan came downstairs at 5, prepared coffee in the kitchen, and stared at us like we hadn't left. No one asked where we were, or if the kids were okay. After preparing coffee, he went upstairs to work. About 6 that night, the doorbell rang. Natalie entered without an invitation with a bag of takeout. Ethan kissed her, and stated they delivered meals in front of me and the kids. I took time-stamped photos of her at our house, Ethan kissing her in the foyer, and them setting up dinner like they owned it with my phone. I instantly gave Lila clear timestamps. Dinner disappointed. From the table, Natalie watched Sophie eat, making faces every time. Natalie laid her fork down mid-dinner, and appeared to worry about Sophie. She said Sophie's fork grip and loud chewing needed work. She said Sophie, my 9-year-old daughter, needed etiquette lessons like a project. Ethan nodded in agreement with Natalie, believing her. Sophie was told that Natalie was making her more sophisticated, and to enjoy the attention. My daughter's face crumpled, and her eyes filled with tears. She was trying to fight back. Sophie put her fork down and looked at her plate, trying not to cry. Sweetly smiling at Natalie, I whispered something neutral about how every family has distinct styles, and mentally logged every word for Lila. I noted the time, what was stated, Ethan's unwavering support for Natalie, and Sophie's reaction. I recorded everything after the kids went to bed. After dinner, I read to Max and tucked Sophie down, despite knowing they weren't safe. So I went downstairs after closing their doors, and hearing their breathing fall asleep. Natalie watched TV with Ethan on the couch. I informed him Natalie was no longer allowed in our home until we sorted our marriage issues from the threshold. My speech was calm and reasonable, as Lila recommended. Ethan laughed at me like I joked. He was fine with Natalie, and I needed to embrace her into our lives. Our marriage and kids seemed inconsequential to him, as he casually mentioned the weather. Natalie smiled at me from the couch as Ethan held her. My pocketed phone captured everything. Microphone pointed at them. He told me Natalie made him happy, and I had to embrace the new reality. After capturing every phrase, I excused myself and went upstairs to email Lila the audio file before bed. Next day, I drove to Lila's job with my phone recording. In her conference room, I played it for her, and watched her expression as Ethan divorced me and instructed me to take his mistress. Lila smiled, but not pleasantly. When done, she said Ethan was supporting us by prioritizing Natalie over anything else. She told me to let him keep bringing Natalie around and saying these things, since every word and action was evidence. She advised letting him continue while we discreetly built our case, and gathered evidence to demonstrate the judge who Ethan had become. I felt relieved and outraged. I was relieved we had a good case but upset I had to record my spouse hurting our family, A professional assessment of the kids would verify Ethan's injury, Lila argued, making Curtis's therapy visits ideal. Sophie was taken to Curtis Walker's office early Wednesday afternoon from school. The quiet facility has a waiting room with toys and literature. Curtis, in his 40 seconds, greeted us with warm eyes and a calm voice. He shook Sophie's hand and said they'd draw and talk. Nothing dangerous or difficult. I checked my phone and tried not to panic while waiting in the foyer as they entered his office. After 45 minutes, Curtis brought Sophie out. She appeared fatigued but calm. Curtis requested a private meeting, so I followed him to his office while Sophie waited with the receptionist. He said Sophie spoke up about Natalie replacing her and her papa ignoring her throughout the session. She told him Natalie threw away her paintings and criticized everything she produced, but Ethan always backed her. Curtis said the emotional abuse was alarming, and will be documented for court. He asked me to bring Max tomorrow to complete the picture of these kids' challenges. Max and I worked Thursday. More nervous than Sophie, he asked about Daddy and Natalie. I assured him Curtis was there to reassure him and talk about anything. Max, small and scared, entered the office holding Curtis's hand. They finished after almost an hour, and Max looked exhausted. Curtis demanded a more serious meeting. Max, 6, couldn't articulate his feelings, making his session harder. Curtis showed me Max's sketch of our family with Ethan and Natalie holding hands on one side and the three of us on the other, separated by a thick black line. Max continually drew a dark, thick line between his father and us. Curtis said Max understood how his father picked Natalie over him, his sister, and me, and saved the painting for his files to follow both kids' progress and misery. From then on, I recorded every interaction. Ethan missed Max's soccer session on Saturday to accompany Natalie to supper downtown. Ethan couldn't attend Natalie's gallery opening because Sophie's school art display was the same night. Natalie's event mattered more. I taped his and Sophie's comments. I documented every detail when Ethan volunteered to take the kids to the park on Sunday, but spent the day with Natalie, leaving them waiting by the door until I told them he wasn't coming. I photographed the kids' sad faces, Ethan's text messages canceling plans, and his 6-hour late arrival smelling like Natalie's perfume. In a computer file, I dated every broken promise and every decision Dad made that hurt our kids. Leela promised this evidence would show a pattern of neglect and broken trust no court could ignore. Curtis summoned me to his office without the kids after 2 weeks of treatment. I was sat down and told both children were in emotional turmoil, due to their father's actions and Natalie's presence. He said Sophie was afraid Natalie would criticize or throw away anything when she returned home. Max struggled to sleep and fought with other kids at school for the first time. Curtis claimed the injury was measurable and worsened over time. He offered to write a full custody review report on Ethan's actions and their effects on his children. I immediately agreed, thanking him for assisting us. He promised to finish the evaluation in a week and say the kids' mental health or well-being necessitated removal. Ethan's big news came that weekend. He brought Natalie home Friday night and told us important news in the living room. He said Natalie's lease expired next month and she shouldn't relocate since she's staying with us. Said we had to accept her permanent move into our home. My stomach sank as rage swelled. I assured him Natalie wouldn't move in with our kids. Ethan gazed at me coldly and said I didn't control his life anymore. That this was his house, and he could live with anyone. I knew Natalie planned, pushed for, and wanted to take over our home as she grinned at me from behind him. I quit battling that night because it didn't matter. I called Lila upstairs to give her Ethan's news. She argued that we should let Ethan proceed, while we filed for divorce and emergency custody because it demonstrated him preferring his mistress over his children's mental well-being at home. I phone Lila, shaking hands. Second ring. She answers. And I inform her. Ethan announced Natalie moving in. A break. She says, this is actually perfect for our case. Ethan moving his mistress into the family home while the kids are there shows he puts his relationship before their emotional well-being. Her instructions are to contact her tonight to express my opposition to Natalie coming in and that Ethan is doing it anyhow, she says. We let him proceed with this terrible decision, while we file for divorce and emergency custody. She's calm and strategic, like she's seen this before. I thank her and hang up, calmer now that I have a plan. I seat both kids at the kitchen table after Ethan goes to bed. Max picks at a shirt thread while Sophie holds a toy bunny. Natalie will live with us next month, per Daddy. Sophie frowns as Max looks at the table. I take their hands and promise to make adjustments to keep them safe and happy. Sophie cries and asks if we can leave without Natalie. I hold her hand and swear, We'll soon have our own apartment with just the three of us. I tell Max Natalie won't throw away more of our belongings, since we're leaving before she can hurt them. I feel relieved and afraid as they hug me closely, knowing I must move fast. I look for rentals online Saturday morning while Ethan and Natalie are at the gym. Avoiding district changes and losing friends, I hunt for places near the kids' school. I find a 3-bedroom house 3 blocks from their school. Most places are too expensive or too distant. I can afford more rent by working extra shifts. I call the landlord for an afternoon viewing. The house needs remodeling. But Max can play soccer in the backyard, and Sophie can use a spare room for art. I fill out the application and deposit money from my savings account. The landlord says a month to move in offers me hope for the first time in weeks. Ethan leaves early Tuesday morning for work, and Natalie comes 3 hours later with boxes and bags. She enters without knocking using Ethan's key and acts like she owns it. From the kitchen, I watch her organize the guest room closet and bathroom. Then she rearranges the living room furniture without asking. The couch is relocated to another wall, and the coffee table centered. She dumps the kids' proudly displayed drawings and paintings in a garbage bag. She presents her abstract works with cold, unwelcoming colors. Sophie screams as she finds her butterfly drawing in the trash after school. Since she lives here, Natalie says the house should look more sophisticated, and that children's art is good for the fridge, but not for display. When Natalie goes upstairs, my closet hides the sketches from the trash. Max comes home from school Thursday afternoon with red eyes and tears. What's wrong? He claims several kids teased him about his dad's girlfriend. Their parents reported witnessing Ethan and Natalie kissing in parking lots and holding hands at restaurants. Other kids called Max's family weird, and asked if his mom knew his dad remarried. Max assaulted a boy during recess, after ignoring them failed. I shoulder him while he cries. Ethan barely looks up from his phone when I tell him what happened when he gets home. He says kids can be cruel, and Max should toughen up and not let others' opinions bother him. Max cries harder and runs to his room. Shrugging, Ethan finds Natalie. That night, I type out Max's entire ordeal on my laptop. I noted the kids who teased him, what they said, and how Ethan ignored his agony. Max's tears and hesitation about returning to school are described. I write Lila with the subject line reputational harm to children. She responds within an hour, saying, "This is exactly what we need. Proof that Ethan's public affair is damaging the kids' social lives and emotional health, and is ready to divorce. Please give me another week to prepare the rental house to move things carefully so Ethan doesn't notice." She recommends documenting until then. Natalie suggests Sophie take art classes Saturday afternoon. She calls Sophie downstairs after organizing dining room items. Sophie is confined to her room. Natalie knocks to say she's helping and Sophie has talent but needs guidance. Sophie yells through the door that Natalie shouldn't teach her. Natalie blushes and runs for Ethan. Ethan arrives upstairs 20 minutes later and tells Sophie she's disrespecting a mentor helping her. Sophie likes her present art. Ethan says she can't use painting supplies for a week to learn gratitude and respect. Sophie shouts, "I hate Natalie," and closes her door. Recording the talk with my phone in my pocket in the corridor. After Ethan leaves, Sophie tears on her bed without her art supplies. Monday morning, Curtis treats both kids. He calls me into his office alone after talking with them separately. He sounds sincere when he says both kids are worried and depressed about the family. He believes Sophie fears going home because of what Natalie may say or throw away. Max had trouble sleeping and started acting out at school for the first time. Curtis says the damage is real and worsening. He delivers a detailed custody review report on what he sees and how Ethan's choices impact his children. I agree instantly and he promises a week. He offers to testify about their psychological trauma in court. I cover for others, work extra shifts, and stay late. Rachel helps me pack boxes after Ethan sleeps. We carefully load boxes with clothes, toys, and kitchen items Ethan won't notice missing. I transport them to the rental house in tiny loads, setting up the kids' rooms first for familiarity. Rachel keeps telling me how thrilled she is that I'm protecting my kids and doing the right thing despite the fear. She moves my clothes, books, picture frames, and dishes home's essentials. Ethan is too focused on Natalie to notice our shared space dwindling. Natalie brings art teacher friends to dinner at our house on Fridays. She invites and plans menus without asking. 6 people bring wine and act like Natalie's home. In my kitchen, she introduces Ethan as her partner. Uneasy. The visitors stare at Natalie and me with perplexity. Natalie laughs when one woman asks how long Ethan and I have been apart, saying they're working on it. I smile and serve appetizers, observing Natalie's wifely behavior before witnesses. Photo of Natalie hosting the party at my home, and Ethan holding her while she hangs her artwork. Everything goes into Lila's file. Natalie's art teacher friend sees me refilling wine glasses in the kitchen. She rubs my arm and leans in. She regrets my situation. She claims Natalie was selfish, even while they roomed together in college. Natalie admits she chased her boyfriend once without remorse. She's not surprised. Natalie pursued a married man with kids, since she wants what makes her happy. I gently thank her and ask her to notify my lawyer. She nods and writes her number on a napkin, inviting me to call anytime. She thinks the kids deserve better, and someone must speak up. My Lila evidence list includes the napkin, which I carefully fold and place in my pocket. Max's soccer coach calls me home 3 days later. He sounds anxious and wants me to go to the field now. My tummy tightens with worry as I drive there in 10 minutes. I arrive to see Max crying on the bench while the youngsters perform exercises. Coach takes me away to explain. Max ran for his dad's car in the parking lot during warm-ups. Ethan forgot about the field when dropping Natalie off at the gym next door. Max stood silently as his dad drove away. Max couldn't stop crying on the field. He was too unhappy to practice, so the coach removed him. Max and I hug on the bench, cries with his face in my shoulder. I gently inform the coach that we're divorcing and his father neglects the kids. A worried coach nods. Max calms down, and the coach takes us to my car. He claims Max has changed significantly in recent months. He says Max was one of the most excited kids on the team, always early and working hard. Max is usually gloomy and rarely engages. He thinks Max's soccer skills and desire have dropped. Coach gently asks how he can help. I tell him honestly that I'm building a custody case and require proof of Ethan's impact on Max. Coach promises to describe Max's behavior and attitude changes. He describes Max's declining performance and emotions in training and sports. Kids shouldn't suffer, therefore he'll email me tomorrow. I thank him and drive Max home crying. I phone Lila's office the next morning to schedule an afternoon appointment. I file everything for 2 hours. Curtis wrote comprehensive anxiety and depression notes on both kids. Max's slide and emotional outburst feedback from Coach. I recorded every event, missed game, and angry Natalie comment. The recording of Ethan saying Natalie is more important than the kids. Photos of Natalie destroying the kids' art and taking over our house. Email and text screenshots. Natalie's friend's contact info, who witnessed her selfishness for years. Large envelope in hand. I drive to Lila's workplace. I arrange everything on the conference room table when she arrives. She evaluates all the evidence, starting with Curtis's assessments. She seems more serious after reading the coach's comments and hearing the recording. Show her the kids' trash art, and Natalie's meal at our house. She reads my entire timeline, including dates and times. Her chair reclines after studying everything. Lila thinks we should have primary custody with limited Ethan visits. She says family court judges take professional assessments, witness statements, recorded confessions, and documented neglect seriously. She says Ethan's mistress over his children's mental health and Natalie's abuse necessitates supervised visits. She says we can acquire a restraining order to keep Natalie from the kids during Ethan's visitation. She writes divorce papers as I wait, typing fast on her laptop. She wants exclusive custody, child support based on Ethan's income, and sanctuary from Natalie. She copies everything and explains and emphasizes each area. She'll give Ethan the documents this week. She says to be calm and videotape anything he does, expecting a nasty reaction. She says his activities will help us. Ethan starts work at his usual time on Fridays. Move after his car leaves the street. As usual, I hug the kids before they go to school. I load the last boxes into my car after returning home. Rachel drives to the house, and we quickly remove the remaining furniture and items. We take the kids' beds, dressers, and the kitchen table Ethan never knew was mine when we married. We pack family photos, antiquities, and other house belongings. Most of our stuff is at the rental house after weeks of slow moves. Our final load and life here. The divorce papers will be on the kitchen counter when Ethan gets home. I add a note on top indicating we're done and he can only contact me through Lila. I get a new phone number at the carrier store and inform only Lila, the school, and a few close pals. Before canceling, I block Ethan's number on my old phone. I unload at the rental house after driving. When Leela phones me, Ethan will be home in an hour. Her voice is serene but joyful. Angry, Ethan called her office to ask where his kids were. He allegedly threatened kidnapping charges. She calmly informed him that his children are safe with their mother, who prioritizes them over her relationship. She said he'll get divorce papers and answer through his lawyer. She said he must speak legally. She alleges he hung up after stating, "I'll repent it." She thinks his reaction is good for our case, since it shows he values control and wrath over his kids. She reminds me to ignore his direct communications. She says her office does everything. Left early to be there when kids get out of school. When they spot me waiting at the car, they run with bouncing bags. I drive them far to see our new house in their neighborhood near school and friends. As we enter the driveway, I proclaim our new home. They can explore after I unlock the front door. Sophie sees her room first and cries. Joyful tears this time. She has her favorite blankets and pets on her bed. One wall shelf holds her art equipment. Natalie's drawings were saved from the trash and displayed on a bulletin board. She hugs me too hard to breathe. Max enters his room to find soccer trophies and posters. He wants his drawings back on the fridge. I agree, and we head to the kitchen. He proudly presents 3 school drawings he produced this week. We watch movies and jammies on the couch until noon on the weekend. We eat pancakes on the floor for breakfast, because I don't have a coffee table. Playing board games after months of storage because Natalie thought they were immature and cluttered the house. Boxed dinner pizza is consumed. Natalie isn't critical. No Ethan ignoring his lady via SMS. No worries about trashing. We 3 felt safe and secure at home. The kids are calmer without their ears covered. A movie scene makes Sophie laugh. In the board game, Max jokes and chats about soccer without grief. Max chuckles at something funny on Sunday afternoon. An honest belly laugh. I realize he hasn't laughed like that in months, possibly before Natalie. Lila calls Monday morning to report Ethan's attorney called her office. Father wanted urgent child visitation. Lila supplied our extensive proof package, and Curtis's professional supervised visitation recommendations. Natalie must stay away till kids' emotions calm. She provided Ethan's psychological evaluations, coach's statement, tape, photos, and everything else that indicated his decision's impact. After receiving the item, Ethan's attorney said nothing. After 3 days without responding, Lila says he's analyzing the facts and seeing Ethan's case is weak. She anticipates a better offer after witnessing our circumstances. She claimed most attorneys negotiate the best deal after a client destroys their case rather than go to trial. She suggests waiting for proof. She thinks we'll get custody because Ethan supplied everything we needed to protect our kids. I get a text from an unexpected number on Tuesday morning. Ethan has my old number. Natalie messaged badly. She calls me bitter and says the kids will understand when they see their dad happy with her. She deems me selfish and says babies deserve love. I screenshot the message and send it to Lila with the sentence, "Natalie just gave us more evidence." Lila responds within 10 minutes that it's perfect proof of Natalie's apathy to the children. She thinks a responsible adult would consider the kids before texting their mom. She adds to our proof. That afternoon, I take both kids to Curtis's therapy. He always meets Sophie first, then Max. Curtis asks an office meeting following both sessions. He stated both kids are improving after a week away from the hazardous environment. Sophie now draws happy pictures instead of sad ones. Max finally sleeps through the night without nightmares after months. Given its briefness, Curtis deems the alteration notable. He feels separating from Natalie's pain, and Ethan's rejection helped them heal. For court, he notes everything. He says I removed them correctly. The school principal calls me Wednesday morning to meet. I worry after dropping the kids off at school and heading to work. The principal checks on students after the system address update. Very briefly and professionally explained. She nods unsurprised. She then voiced worries regarding Natalie's school boundaries. Natalie inappropriately participated in school and parent interactions. Natalie would try to pick up the kids on her off days, the principal claimed. She pretended to control non-classmates at unwelcome parent meetings. Other teachers said Natalie overstepped and upset parents. Several families were concerned, so the principal started taking notes. The principal addresses Natalie's poor behavior, and Ethan's absence from school events and parent-teacher conferences. She takes out a dossier with every conference, event, and Natalie issue Ethan missed. She says numerous teachers have noticed the children's suffering and development after separation in recent months. She will officially document everything for court. I thank her and text Lila this new evidence immediately. Lila adds, "This is exactly what we need because it shows a pattern of Natalie's poor judgment and Ethan's neglect from objective professional observers." She calls Thursday afternoon with news. Ethan consented to neutral supervised visits after Natalie left. Lila claims this shows he realizes his argument is weak, since a confident father wouldn't accept such limits. The first visit is Saturday at a family visitation center, where a professional supervisor will record and report his interactions with the kids. Lila claims these supervisors are trained to identify bad behavior, and may testify in court. I should prepare the kids without pressing them, she argues. The supervisor will note their refusal. After dinner on Friday, I prepare both kids for Dad's visit. I say they can go if they're uncomfortable with him without Natalie. The boss respects and protects everyone. Sophie stares at her hands before saying she wants to leave because she misses her abusive dad. Her saying that breaks my heart, but I tell her it's good to mourn Dad, and admire her kindness. Max will go if Sophie goes with Dad to avoid isolation. I appreciate their courage and resiliency. I take the kids to visitation Saturday morning. A basic facility with waiting and observation rooms. The supervisor greets us, and carefully explains the process to the kids. She takes them to visitation while I wait outside. Supervisor returns them early 2 hours later. Kids look fatigued and discouraged. Supervisor gives me report and demands private meeting. Ethan reportedly spent a lot of time contacting Natalie. Ethan complained about the divorce and blamed me for everything when Max told him about the select soccer team. He told my kids I was unreasonable and ignoring him. Natalie missed and wanted to visit them, he said. The kids wanted to go after 30 minutes of 2 hours. Ethan seemed more preoccupied with his own problems than his children's emotional needs, the supervisor said. Lila calls Monday morning after the supervisor's report. She's arguing for limited visitation, until Ethan can parent successfully. She moved this morning to reduce visits to once a month, until Ethan finishes parenting classes and improves. Ethan's attorney resisted regularly, despite knowing his actions was hurting his case. Ethan's awful parenting and self-centeredness make Lila think the judge will agree with us. Rachel calls Tuesday afternoon with enthusiasm. Common acquaintances told her Ethan and Natalie are struggling. Natalie worries about his kids and custody issues, limiting their lifestyle. I didn't sign up for this drama, and Ethan has too much baggage, she informed friends. The friend says Natalie wants to move on to someone easier without children, or an ex-wife. Rachel thinks Natalie leaving Ethan soon would be poetic justice given his sacrifice for her. I try not to feel cheerful, but am. 2 months pass while the kids acclimate to our new routine, and Ethan's questionable supervision. Mediation begins last. Lila and I drive from her office to the mediator's building. Ethan's 20-minute tardiness bothers the mediator. He examines his phone and types messages while talking, barely paying attention. He puts the phone aside when the mediator asks but keeps glancing at it. Our attorneys sit across from the mediator at the head of the table. Our mediator reviews the custody request and asks whether we're ready to bargain. Ethan eagerly asks more family time. Lila puts documents on the table from our prepared meetings folder. She carefully presents each piece of evidence to the mediator. After the visiting center supervisor's reports, Curtis's psychiatric assessments of both kids and the soccer coach's remark about Max's mental and performance decline are read. The principal's report on Natalie's misbehavior, and Ethan's absence from parent-teacher conferences and school events is added. She eventually documents my exact dates, times, and remarks, including Ethan that Natalie was more important than our children. Ethan moves in his chair and checks his phone while the mediator reviews each paper. He becomes nervous when his attorney bends over to inspect the evidence. I sit next to Lila, who folds her hands on the table, and is mute because the documents speak. Ethan looks up from his phone to see everyone staring at the papers on the table. Lila says this proves his parenthood throughout the past 5 months. The mediator softly places the last page after reading. He then glances at Ethan coldly. Ethan is asked to remark on any documented events, before continuing. First he opens his mouth but says nothing. He says the records exaggerate. He is asked by the mediator how telling his children that his mistress is more important would sound better. I must have misconstrued or taken something out of context, Ethan adds, turning red. Lila begs him to hear her bag's small recorder. Shaking his head and patting his arm, Ethan's attorney tells him to stop talking. The mediator's notebook pen moves fill the calm room. She tells Ethan that professional examinations and written proof prove his behavior damages his children. Is his connection with Natalie or his kids more important? As the room quiets, I hear Ethan breathing across the table. I watch him freeze and struggle with his response. Everyone in the room understands his uncertainty after 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Shaking his head, his lawyer turns away, upset. When the mediator makes another entry on her paperwork, the scratching becomes louder, and more definitive, since we both know Ethan ruined his chance. Lila glances at me with a hint of delight. He admits he loves his kids, but Natalie makes him happy, so he can't break up. Is he aware that his children's therapist has documented significant emotional distress caused by Natalie? Ethan says the kids are tough because I've turned them against her, and they'll adjust once they know her. Ethan jumps when the mediator closes the folder in front of her. After evaluating the evidence and hearing both sides, she said she can advise the court. Ethan sits straighter, hoping for success. The mediator recommends primary physical custody for me, and supervised visits for Ethan. She speaks and holds up her hand when Ethan opposes every other weekend. His priorities and behavior must be addressed in parenting programs and individual treatment to receive visitation. She encourages Natalie not interact with the children until they're older, and can decide if they want to know her due to her emotional damage. Ethan's attorney writes this, and gently recommends him to accept. Ethan questions accepting anything, and wants to fight this in court. Given the evidence, his attorney argues a court will likely be even less sympathetic and that contesting this will cost him a lot of money and could result in a worse verdict. The attorney speaks softly like a kid, unaware of consequences. Instead of protecting our children from his selfish decisions, Ethan rages at me across the table like, I'm the monster. The mediator asks if he wants to settle, or go to trial. After his attorney nudges him, Ethan signs his name with hard strokes, nearly tearing the papers. He keeps staring at me, but I'm not ashamed. The mediator accepts the paperwork and says the court will review and decide in a few months. As we rise, Ethan storms out without speaking. Before leaving, attorney apologizes to mediator and Lila. Lila packs her documents and says everything went well. I'm relieved and fatigued from holding my own in the meeting. Mediation finalizes the divorce and custody arrangement after 3 months of paperwork and court filings. I have primary custody. 41 of 24. About if Corey. Ethan has supervised visitation twice a month, and pays child support based on his real income after the court assessed him. Natalie was ordered to remain away from the kids by the judge. I verified the final paperwork at my kitchen table after receiving them. Rachel eagerly phones me 2 weeks after being granted custody about gossip she heard. Natalie dumped Ethan because he lost his family for her and didn't like it. Rachel's friends saw Natalie and an architect at a restaurant without kids or baggage. Though I strive not to feel satisfied, justice is too perfect. After learning the truth, Ethan left his family for someone who didn't want him. James, Ethan's boss, calls me unexpectedly a few days later. He regrets not knowing Ethan's professional efforts and their influence on our family. James believes Ethan's work performance has declined in recent months, and Natalie has complained about his unprofessionalism at corporate events. This is diplomatic, but he wants me to know that Ethan's choices influence him professionally. Jim's call and concern for our family are appreciated. Both kids are fine 4 months after separation. Sophie has returned to art without criticism, and entered an exciting school competition. Max made soccer team, and plays with excitement when looking for his dad. They miss their father on bad days, but our house is no longer scary. Curtis reports that both kids are making therapeutic progress, and showing resiliency in our check-ins. Ethan regularly cancels, arrives late, and is more interested in his phone than his kids, making supervised visits difficult. His supervisor found that he laments about the divorce instead of spending time with Max and Sophie. Curtis says the kids are less excited to see their father, and less angry when Ethan cancels. 2 months after my last visit report, my boss calls me into her office to promote me to senior coordinator, with a 20% pay boost and improved benefits. I sign the form instantly, considering the kids' implications. Sophie chose professional paints and brushes at the art supply store that weekend, which Natalie thought she wasn't ready for. Max gets new cleats and joins his ideal travel soccer team. Rachel says, I'm glowing now that the weight of that terrible marriage is off my shoulders. She's accurate. This is my lightest sensation in years. I can breathe without chest discomfort. As the kids laugh over their Sundays, I realize this is normal, what our lives should have been. Sophie puts down her fork and says she's pleased we left breakfast 6 months after the divorce. She feels free to be herself, without Natalie evaluating her work, or worrying it's not good enough or sophisticated. Max nods and says he prefers our house because it seems like home, not a museum where he must be quiet and careful. My kids are happy in their pajamas with syrup on their faces, and messy hair. I finally realize they're okay since Natalie arrived. Sometimes they miss Dad. However, fear and worry no longer flood every space. Lila calls me 3 weeks later about Ethan's attorney's paperwork. Having trouble meeting the schedule, Ethan wants to renegotiate his custody arrangement to reduce his visitation. I found employment and personal duties justified in the filing. Nothing concerning kids' welfare. Lila responds favorably, citing his cancelled visits and supervisor complaints of disinterest. Court hearings take 15 minutes. The court reviews the facts, disapproves of Ethan, and reduces his visitation to weekly. The kids nod when I tell them that night, expecting sadness or disappointment. And Max asks if we can make popcorn and watch a movie. Kids' relief, not anguish, tells me everything about seeing their father, creating a good life. Our tiny kitchen table seats 3 for dinner every night. Natalie won't change our space, or delete their art. While they relate their day, I aid with homework. Tell me honestly without repercussions. As the loudest parent in the stadium, I cheer whenever Max touches the ball at soccer games. We have Sophie's fridge and wall art. As she gets confidence, her drawings improve. We spend weekends doing fun things, not cultural enrichment. Children are laughing and regaining their personalities. My strength and ability to sustain and defend them surprised me. We're freed from someone who had consistently shown his unworthiness. My parents tried to give my inheritance to their golden daughter, but my grandparents had a surprising twist in store. The male 28-year-old hails from a family with a complicated and long history of favoritism. My younger sister Amy, 25, has always been chosen by my parents, particularly my father, over me. This predilection began in childhood and only worsened as we grew older. Amy was the golden child in my early memories. When I was 5 and she was 2 years old, our parents threw her an elaborate birthday party complete with professional face painters, a bouncy castle, and a petting zoo. That year, I celebrated my birthday with a store-bought cake and a little family lunch. This helped set the tone for years to come. As we grew older, the disparities became clearer. Amy always got the coolest toys, the best clothes, and the most attention. I remember saving months of allowance for a new bike when I was 10 years old. Amy wanted one as well, so when she saw it, she threw a fit. Rather than teaching her about waiting and saving, my parents went out and bought her an even nicer bike than mine. Another area where bias was visible was in education. Amy's parents attended all of her school festivities, whereas they usually missed mine. In 4th grade, I played the lead role in the school play. I practiced for weeks with considerable enthusiasm. My parents arrived an hour late on the night of the performance, so they missed my key scene. They consoled Amy after she complained of a stomach ache. She was fine later on. They had simply lost track of the time they spent playing with her. In terms of academics, nothing I did seemed to enough. I joined the math club, got straight A's in middle school, and even won first place in a regional science fair. Though my parents were unconcerned about Amy's accomplishments, they offered her a celebratory supper and a new phone as encouragement to keep improving when she received a B+ on one of her weakest subjects. Specifically, high school was difficult. With an eye on their approval, I immersed myself in any activity I could. Along with maintaining a 4.0 GPA, I was the editor of the school newspaper and the debate team captain. Amy breezed through school, barely maintaining a C average and spending much of her time hanging out with friends. I was chosen from our university as one of 2 junior-year applicants to participate in a well-known summer program at Harvard. It was an honor, and I felt wonderful. When I informed my father the news over supper, he grumbled and shifted the conversation to Amy's upcoming dance performance. At least my mother said, "That's nice." But she moved on quickly. My parents were unable to transport me to the airport on the night Amy's concert occurred on the same day I was leaving Harvard because they wanted to see Amy perform. I asked my friends' parents for a ride. Another painful experience was the college admission process. I spent months refining my writings, participating in extracurricular activities, and preparing for the SAT. Several prestigious institutions accepted me, and I was awarded a substantial scholarship to my preferred choice. When I told my parents about this at supper, their reaction was barely acceptable. "That's good, but don't let it run to your head. College isn't everything," my father warned me. "Just remember about us when you're off becoming a big shot," my mother remarked. My parents, on the other hand, were very understanding when Amy barely graduated from high school and decided not to attend college. They appreciated her for knowing herself and challenging conventional norms. They did something they never did for me. They paid for her car as a graduation gift. This repeated favoritism caused me significant emotional distress. Throughout my teens and early 20s, I battled anxiety and sadness. I began therapy in college and realized that my parents' behaviors were not my responsibility. Years of effort were required to improve my self-esteem and learn to validate myself without relying on my parents' approval. Despite the fact that my immediate family did not support me, I was able to live a respectable life. By the time I graduated from college with honors, I had a respectable job in finance and had even acquired my own home by the age of 27. Although my parents aren't, I'm proud of what I've accomplished. Here is where the present drama begins. On my father's side, my grandfather died not long ago. He left a big estate and was a successful entrepreneur who began from scratch. In his will, he divided his property evenly to his grandchildren, including myself, Amy, and our cousins, as well as his children, father, and siblings. My half of the inheritance was substantial, about $500,000. It would have allowed me to invest in my future, pay off my student loans, and possibly even start my own business someday. This unexpected windfall and the opportunities it could provide made me thrilled. When the will was read, my parents visibly became irritated. Later, they got me aside and told me that they thought it was unfair that I received an equal share. Amy, who lives in our parents' basement and works part-time at a coffee shop, said she needed the money more because she was struggling. Even though I was surprised, I tried to remain calm. I stressed that Grandpa made this decision. They had no say in how he did it. They insisted that I act morally and give Amy my due share. They were upset when I declined and started guilt-tripping me, calling me unappreciative and selfish. Every occasion that my father could recall in which they had assisted me was discussed. Though I worked part-time to help with funds, Dad prioritized paying for my medically necessary braces, purchasing the absolute minimum of school supplies, and allowing me to live at home while attending college. He conveniently forgot about the car they purchased Amy, the numerous shopping trips, and the fact that they still support her at the age of 25. The situation became increasingly more serious. My father, as executor of the will, decided to handle everything himself. Along with her own inheritance, he claimed that he would interpret Grandpa's intentions and give Amy my entire share. He said Grandpa would have hoped he knew about our unusual predicament. I was broken. This was not only clearly illegal, but it was also a painful reminder of how little my parents thought of me. I tried to argue with them, pointing out that Grandpa had always treated all of his grandchildren equally and was aware of our situation. My mother then accused me of speaking badly of the deceased by saying that Grandpa would have wanted anything other than what my father advocated. I recalled memories of Grandpa encouraging my academic and career objectives, but my parents dismissed them as misinterpretation. They stated that Grandpa wanted to make sure Amy was taken care of and had quietly expressed concerns about her future. When I inquired why he hadn't simply penned the will that way, they didn't respond. Amy, for her part, felt embarrassed in the situation but did not criticize our parents. When I tried to talk to her alone, she simply shrugged and said, "Mom and Dad know best." She was clearly not going to be much help. I sought advice from Grandpa's widow, my paternal grandmother, as I felt misled and wounded. She grew outraged when she found out what was going on. She informed me that my parents had no right to change the will, and that this was not what Grandpa had intended. Grandma sent some material that clarifies the situation. Several years ago, my parents allegedly urged Grandpa to leave everything to Amy in his will. Grandpa had fiercely resisted, stating that all of his grandchildren should be treated equally. He had even inserted a provision in his will stating that anyone who challenged the equitable distribution would lose their peace. Armed with this knowledge, I questioned my parents. Grandma's revelation of their previous attempt to influence the will astonished them. Saying they were simply concerned with Amy's future helped my father explain it, but I could see the guilt on their faces. Grandmother acted immediately away. She contacted the other executors and lawyers listed in her will. She also contacted my father's siblings, who were similarly outraged by what he was proposing. Together, they put an end to my father's scheme and ensured that the will was carried out as intended. Despite their displeasure with me, my parents had to back down. They stated that I should have addressed this internally rather than involving others and accused me of turning the family against me. My mother wailed over how I had divided the family and deceived them. When my father threatened to cut me completely out of their will, I told him I never expected anything from them. Now, if I accept the request, they threatened to cut off all communication. My father even suggested that if I inherited their house, I would not be welcome there. In a particularly low blow, my mother stated that my acceptance of the money shows that I never genuinely loved them and was only looking to profit from their death. The issue divides the extended family. A handful of my cousins are supportive since they are aware of the long-standing favoritism and appreciate my efforts to advocate for myself. Others feel I should have yielded in order to maintain peace, as family harmony takes precedence over financial concerns. Although my father's siblings are clearly on my side, this has affected their relationship as well as my parents. Amy is caught up in all of this. She revealed in me privately that, while she feels horrible and did not ask for it, she is not ready to confront our parents. She's been educated her entire life to rely on them and seek their approval, so I don't blame her completely. Still, a part of me wishes she could help me just once. This situation has brought back a lot of prior pain and hatred. I find myself recalling all the times I was passed over or disregarded in favor of Amy, the birthday parties I missed, the school functions my parents missed, the accomplishments that went unnoticed. This one incident seemed to be bringing to a close a lifetime of injustice. Despite the fact that the entire event has created a schism in the family, I am standing firm and want to claim my inheritance as Grandpa intended. My parents rarely talk to me, and family gatherings have become awkward. I missed our monthly family supper last week for the first time in as long as I could bear the icy shoulders and accusing glares. Despite the stress, a small part of me feels empowered. For the first time in my life, I am confronting my parents' harsh treatment. I'm declaring my worth and refusing to be written off. It's both dreadful and liberating at once. Though I believe I am in the right, the family turmoil is tiring me. I've been experiencing anxiety episodes again, which I hadn't had since college. To cope with all of this stress, I'm considering returning to therapy. Am I the one who should have refused to meet my parents' expectations and accepted my inheritance? Should I have simply given Amy the money to keep the peace? Although I am tired of being the family scapegoat, I am equally afraid of losing my family completely. Any advice or comment would be greatly appreciated. Update. A lot has transpired since my initial post, which was 6 months ago. I'd want to thank everyone for their encouragement and advice. It helped me stay strong throughout tough times. Let me start with the legal side of things. Many of you cautioned me, and I did consult my own attorney. He confirmed that I had every right to inherit, and that what my father attempted was illegal. He assisted me in recording everything and preparing to take legal action if necessary. Fortunately, things did not turn out as expected. My grandmother, together with my father's brothers, and her lawyers resolved issues outside of court. I received my entire money, and the will was carried out exactly as intended. My father was dismissed from his position as executor due to his attempts to manipulate the will. This was a pretty tough process that lasted several weeks. My parents threatened litigation, and there were stressful meetings and angry phone calls, but the law was clear, and they had to back down. The family rupture, which is still ongoing, is significant. My parents initially remained firm in their stance. They accused me of being avaricious and uncaring of my sister. They also attempted to rally other family members against me, spreading charges that I had pressured Grandpa into giving me money. Fortunately, most of the family saw through their deception. About a month after the will was accepted, there was one particularly terrible incident at a family gathering. My parents caused a disturbance when they arrived unannounced, despite the fact that my aunt was hosting and had not invited them. My father began to yell about how I had stolen from Amy and corrupted Grandma against her. My mother tossed an old photo album straight at my feet, claiming that I had wrecked all these great memories. It was unpleasant and terrible. It took several family members to calm things down and persuade my parents to go. My grandmother, bless her heart, proved to be my most significant supporter throughout this process. She told stories about how my grandfather had always been proud of my accomplishments and how he wanted to ensure that all of his grandchildren had equal opportunities. She even claimed Grandpa kept a scrapbook of my successes, including newspaper clippings of academic distinctions, copies of my college acceptance letters, and even the program from the university play that my parents had been late for. This understanding was both sad and amazing. Grandma also offered to help the rest of the family organize their records. She staged a family meeting that excluded my parents, recounting the full history of my parents' prejudice, even episodes I had long forgotten or had never heard of. Having someone finally realize the injustice I had endured for years was gratifying, but it also revived old wounds. About my sister Amy, she finally found her voice throughout all this. She approached me personally and apologized for not standing up for me before after some soul-searching and several lengthy conversations with our grandmother. She claimed she thought our parents' preference was inappropriate, but she was too afraid to challenge it. We talked about our childhoods and how they inspired each of us in tremendous depth and emotional intensity. Amy stated that being the favorite child was not as enjoyable as it seems. She never learned to stand on her own 2 feet and felt a lot of pressure to meet our parents' expectations. She told us of times when she wanted to do things on her own, but our parents would step in and handle everything for her, depriving her of the opportunity to grow and learn from her mistakes. This conversation marked a significant turning point in our relationship. We began to rebuild the sibling bond that our parents' prejudice had severed. Just the two of us have been meeting for coffee on a regular basis to discuss and encourage each other during this family issue. Everyone was taken aback when she announced that she planned to use her inheritance to pay for education. She claimed that watching me stand up for myself inspired her to start directing her own life. Once she had selected what she wanted to study, she enrolled in a nearby community college with the intention of transferring to a 4-year university. Our parents put out a shocked gasp. I suppose they were aware that their babying had not benefited Amy. My parents' reactions to all of this have been diverse and changing. They initially assaulted both of us angrily. They tried to guilt Amy into dropping out of college to support the family because they said I turned her against them. When their previous plan proved unproductive, they altered it. After numerous lengthy conversations with my grandma and witnessing Amy's remarkable transformation, my mother realized how detrimental their actions had been. She has made some tentative steps toward reconciliation, including starting therapy to address her issues. She contacted us to apologize, admitting that she had been unfair and requested the opportunity to make things right. It's a gradual process, and while I'm cautiously optimistic, I'm also setting firm restrictions. Unfortunately, my father has been less willing to own his mistakes. He is still outraged and feels like the victim in all of this. He has been cool toward Amy since she decided to go to college and hardly speaks to me. He has tried to control us several times, threatening to sell our childhood home if we don't come to our senses or forgiving us if we admit we were wrong. Although we are both standing firm, it hurts to see him alienate both of his children in this manner. The dynamics within the extended family have shifted considerably. I now reside closer to my father's siblings, who have been really helpful, and my grandma. Hearing from my aunts and uncles about how they dealt with my father's hard behavior throughout the years has helped to alleviate my loneliness in this fight. I've also formed stronger ties with several of my cousins who have supported me. Starting a monthly cousin meal helps us to catch up without the drama of the older generations. For myself, I have made good use of my fortune. After paying off my college loans, I now have a great sense of financial freedom. Working with a financial advisor, I developed a diverse investment portfolio. I've also saved some money in case I decide to start my own business in the future. I'm looking into opening a community center that offers competitively cost mental health treatments and financial literacy lectures. However, for me, purchasing therapy for myself and volunteering to do the same for Amy has been the most meaningful use of the funds. We're both learning to set fair boundaries with our parents and attempting to heal from our childhood experiences. Despite the long road ahead, I already feel like I'm growing in my understanding and ability to overcome emotional neglect and long-term prejudice. This entire procedure has brought some unexpected positive changes into my life. I now know a lot about setting boundaries and defending myself. Even though I know I did the right thing, it has not been easy, and there are still difficult days. I feel proud of myself for defying guilt and pressure. Among the more unexpected outcomes has been a shift in my career route. Dealing with all of this family discord and going through treatment has made me realize my own love for helping individuals who, dealing with all of this family turmoil and treatment has shown me how motivated I am to help others who have experienced similar family dynamics. I am currently considering returning to school to specialize in adult offspring of emotionally immature parents and working as a family therapist. I have also been assisting children from difficult family situations at a neighboring youth facility. It is extremely rewarding to be able to provide the encouragement and support that I wished I had received as a child. I'm even thinking of establishing a scholarship fund for youngsters in similar circumstances with some of my inheritance. My contact with Amy has gotten better. We celebrate Siblings Day once a month by doing something fun just the two of us. Our hiking and picnic last month were the most relaxed and connected we'd felt since we were kids. Without our parents' influence, we are gradually rebuilding our relationship on our own terms. Things with my parents continue to be hard. My mother has tried to rebuild our relationship. She has been attending therapy on a regular basis, and she has begun to realize some of the consequences of her bias. We've had a couple one-on-one lunches when we've had some honest, albeit challenging discussions about our history and future plans. Though it is not perfect, there is clearly room for improvement. Nonetheless, my father continues to be resistant to change. He still claims he has done nothing illegal and that Amy and I should be grateful. He refused to be in the same room as me, so he skipped several family occasions. Though it hurts, I'm attempting to let go of my desire to force him to see things differently or control his reactions. Grandma has become a pillar of strength for Amy and me. She has been telling us more stories about our grandfather and how proud he was of us for standing up for ourselves. She has always advocated for justice and understanding, making her an excellent mediator in family disputes. The entire experience has taught me a lot about what it truly means to be family. I've come to realize that sometimes the family you choose is more encouraging than the one you were reared in. Along with forming a close circle of friends who have been extremely supportive throughout this road, I have gotten closer to my aunts, uncles, and cousins who have stood by me. Setting limits and exercising self-care have become increasingly important to me. I'm getting better at saying no to situations that jeopardize my mental health, and I no longer feel awful about putting my personal well-being first. I was so focused with gaining my parents' approval that I had always avoided exploring new interests and activities. To those in the same situation, I would advise you not to let anyone make you feel terrible about collecting what is rightfully yours. Even if it causes disagreement, it is reasonable to defend oneself. Though family dynamics may be complicated, you are entitled to fair treatment. Remember, it is never too late to begin living the life you deserve. Consult a therapist if required. Surround yourself with positive individuals. And don't be afraid to set boundaries. Your value is determined by who you are personally, not how your family treats you. I'd like to thank each of you again for your suggestions and encouragement. It meant more than you could have imagined during a particularly difficult time. Despite the difficulties, I am optimistic about the future and feel a sense of self-assurance that I have not felt in years. I am excited about where this new chapter of my life will take me, and I am determined to break the cycle of favoritism and develop stronger relationships with my own future family members.